This story kicks off by blasting us with Japan's modern nightmares, crushing earthquakes, a collapsing economy, and a pandemic that turns everything upside down. This nation has been slammed by harsh reality for ages, but now, out of nowhere, one beam of hope has finally burst through. Investors from every corner of the globe are now locked in on Japan, where the stock market is surging higher than ever. This hope isn't some wishful fantasy, it's fueled by the country's unmatched power and world-class manufacturing. This power is fueled by the corporate warriors nobody applauds, the ones whose skills keep the whole economy running. Their technical genius can bend reality itself, and as an army surges through that fantasy land, they're reshaping an entire world. In that other world, a pack of grinning goblins barrels into the fray and turns the battlefield into pure chaos. A human knight in full armor stands his ground, and a terror-struck mask covers his face. A goblin's blade slams down and violently shatters the helmet of a screaming human soldier. Under the cover of night, the commander locks onto the battlefield in disbelief, demanding answers as his forces crumble and keep losing. One of his men snaps into panic and blurts that these so-called goblins are crushing them. The commander snaps to it. This goblin's power isn't in brute muscle, it's hiding inside their armor. A goblin swings a plain sword once, and with a brutal, earth-shaking hit, it shatters the human soldier's blade to pieces. A soldier yells that the goblin's armor is insanely hard, like it's carved from pure impossibility, and every attack just bounces off like nothing ever mattered. A goblin rockets through the air, daggers flashing like razors as it brandishes a brutal pair. Another goblin slashes down a soldier like it's nothing, and their razor-sharp blades make the whole battlefield feel terrifying. The commander is convinced this kind of magical gear could only be forged by one thing, an insanely powerful sage. The moment a modern shoe stomps into view, he instantly realizes the Demon Lord's whole army is kitted out the exact same way. A squad of Japanese factory workers and a horned woman watched the whole battle unfold from a cliff like it was the end of the world. The old engineer leans in and points out that the FRP armor is holding up great, even while production troubles keep trying to derail everything. Kondo nods right along and then adds, "Turns out the swords came out great too." The engineer leans in and reveals those swords were forged using the exact same technique as a real Japanese katana. The factory manager grabs the mic and hammers a speech straight into the ears of every villager inside the processing plant. Kondo shoots back that sure, he's got complaints, but this partnership's been long and it's been a wild kind of successful. The manager roars at the Demon Lord's goblin army, screaming, "Quit slacking right now." On the other side, a fierce female warrior screams for her troops, swearing she'll wipe the demons off the face of the earth. The horned demon commander snaps into action, hunting down Kondo, and he can't believe where she vanished to. Kondo stared in shock, realizing her ally could be out there alone. The old engineer, fueled by grim resolve, barrels a forklift straight into the thick of the battle. The brutal industrial machine rams straight into the human soldiers, blasting them airborne in a wild, chaotic storm of bodies. The forklift barrels through the human army like a wrecking ball, smashing through line after line and leaving pure devastation behind. The demon commander grins and calls it a running iron box while Kondo needles, saying a forklift license is shockingly useful. A human warrior subordinate bursts out, yelling that this machine isn't just some plain old box, it's way more than that. She screams that they've got to hit the operator, only then can they stop that relentless machine. A pack of goblins huddles up, then rams a massive, blade-laden machine ahead, strapped to logs as it rolls forward like a rolling death trap. The goblins gleefully ready their brand new, weird weapon, itching to unleash it. A razor-sharp device is planted right in the forklift's path, waiting for impact. The forklift rumbles up to the device, forks lowered and primed to grab on. The human warrior just stares, totally baffled as the goblin pulls off its wild, bizarre strategy. Yanked to life by the forklift, the device whips into a brutal horizontal tornado of death, slicing through soldiers as it screams. The human warrior jerks back in pure horror as a brutal, blood-soaked massacre unfolds in front of him. The demon commander demands what this monster is, and Kondo shoots back that it's called the spin blade. She tells him the engineer pulled an all-nighter, then slammed the whole thing together and finished it in just 3 days. The engineer slams down a razor-sharp, step-by-step blueprint for his deadly invention, laying out every lethal detail like a countdown. He fires off the wild mechanical and electrical specs at the demon commander, who's left staring in pure confusion. The demon commander is totally flustered, staring at the technical jargon like it's written in a language he can't even begin to understand. Kondo fires off, saying she'd love to hear their story too. The demon commander leaned in and demanded to know what kind of world those strange technicians were crawling out of. Her subordinate chimes in, baffled, and blurts out what in the world an other world is supposed to mean. Engineer Kondasen stares on with a heavy, tired look that screams exhaustion. A flashback slams the story back one whole month to a bleak factory meeting room. President Serial looks utterly defeated, and everyone can tell he's headed to become the demon commander. Portly's factory manager is there too, and his face screams this isn't going to be okay. Serial just dropped the bombshell truth. Turns out every single one of them has been reincarnated into a whole new world. Her colleagues blow up with shock, some look utterly lost, and others fall straight into pure, crushing despair. The manager strides up to President Sirio and calls her the company's second-generation leader. He admits, voice shaking, that he has no clue what sparked this bizarre situation. He points at a slick, mysterious white dome, then spots a single button waiting like a trap. The engineer leans in and calls it out as a strange piece of US military tech. Serial tells her dad's story. He hauled it back from America as a real shot at a new job for them. Kondo flashes a cheerful grin and swears that if it's them, they can fix that device for sure. The employees crowd around the weird object, eyes wide with curiosity, but their caution is screaming loud. Someone can't help but wonder what chaos would explode if they finally jabbed that one stubborn, unmoving button. Someone else says, just fix it already, doesn't matter if it's broken, it's not doing its job anyway. Serial drops into tears, begging for forgiveness because she couldn't stop the company her father handed to her from falling. COVID-19 slammed their main business lines, wrecking the momentum and sending their profits into a brutal nosedive. A new attempt to build a top-tier camping stove crashed in spectacular fashion. The engineer slams his fist down and says, at 400,000 yen, there's no way our product could ever stand a chance. That cheap aluminum back scratcher another employee brought out is nothing but a sad little sign that their big failure is already closing in. A client can't believe it. How did they end up with so many pricey, untold items? The manager chokes on regret over the dreams he never got, being a talent scout and the marriage to a movie star that never happened. Serial starts blaming herself, convinced her huge paycheck was dragging the struggling business down to the brink. Her face twists in sheer frustration, and a blazing, incandescent rage surges through her. Overwhelmed, she snaps her furious kick into the white dome and screams at it to move. A searing pillar of light explodes from the device, swallowing the whole factory in a flash. The lights die down, and suddenly the factory pops into view, stranded in a brand new alien wasteland. The engineer stays stone calm, then calmly lays it out. All right, we've got to map the next moves now. Kondo yanks out her smartphone, stares at the screen, and realizes no signal at all in this new world. The manager panics when he realizes he can't access yesterday's horse race results anymore. In this brand new world, angry peasants suddenly surround them, shouting, "What strange race are you?" As the peasant charges in, one terrified worker blurts out, "We're from Japan," trying to explain themselves over the chaos. A far deadlier squad of heavily armed adventurers bursts out from the woods, and the danger hits like a punch. Factory workers scatter in panic, swamped as a tiny man swings a hoe like he's on a rampage. A sharp-eared elf snaps his hand forward, and a crackling bolt of electricity erupts, stacking the chaos higher than ever. Later, the workers huddled back together, and the older man leaned in, convinced the elf's blast was basically a Tesla coil. In the middle of the chaos, the young woman lets it slip. This gorgeous guy was yelling at her, loud enough for everyone to hear. A tight close-up locks onto a jaw-dropping, beautifully crafted kind of adventure, sleek, futuristic, and way too cool to ignore. The adventure leader sneers that the workers are a worthless race, then chains them as his eternal slaves. The older man just stares, and it hits him. These two aren't getting out, they're chained to this job forever. The word slavers hits his mind like a crash, and pure horror floods his thoughts. His memory snaps into place. He's kneeling in a sleek modern office, facing a smug blonde superior who's lording over him. The superior sneers, "Why are you blaming that machine failure on your own operator mistakes?" He coldly admits the device was rigged with a deliberate flaw just to frame him. The superior leans down and drags him through humiliation, snapping that he better not defy someone like him, because he's just a subordinate. The older man's hand snaps into a tight fist, his knuckles going bone-white as rage pounds down inside him. Rage churns inside him as he swears he'll never, ever forgive that man for humiliating him. His coworkers stare at him, worry spilling from their faces as he trembles with rage and blurts, "What's wrong with me?" Inside their factory, thunderous bangs hammer the metal door, smashing the silence to pieces. The workers snap into panic, staring at the scene like, "Who's here?" because no employee is supposed to be around. A booming voice roars from the other side, ordering them to open up as the pounding grows louder and more ruthless. A young woman's chest tightens as panic hits, because if she doesn't open that door, the intruders won't wait. They'll kick it in and storm right through. On the far side, a horned woman in battle armor steps forward and roars that she's going to smash the door wide open. Factory workers freeze in stunned silence, staring at these bizarre newcomers like, "Who are you guys and how did you get here?" The horned woman sizes them up and declares, "You're the new race," pointing out their strange, unfamiliar clothes. The older worker leans in, cautiously demanding to know who they are, while the young woman's eyes scream fear that they're slavers. As she introduces herself as Cress, she slams the lie shut. No slave, no master, she's their enemy. The young woman keeps stammering "Demon Lord" under her breath, sweat slicking her face as nerves crash through her. The Orcan goblins, monstrous and vile, stare down the world as soon as they hear the name Demon Lord. The blonde man swears they didn't come to get captured, and demands to know what she wants from them. Crest leans in and tells them straight up, Demon Lord's army isn't here to fight, they're here to watch. He drags out a huge boxy machine and quizzically asks Chris what she really thinks about the 3D printer. The machine's printhead slammed into its final pass, sealing the creation of a flawless plastic bird. The man thrusts the brand new bird into the astonished horned woman's hands. Cress stared at it in pure shock, then blurted out just how wild the magic inside it really was. The older man bows in humility and admits their tech is still far from finished. Then the woman steps in, promising, "Come on, I'll show you more." Then he cranks up the machining center and starts carving that unmoving metal slime, watching Cress's face explode with pure shock. The old man pulls out his smartphone and starts showing off the badge photos he snagged at that trade show. Cress gets absolutely slammed by that box because it starts blasting all kinds of wild visions at her. She and her monstrous crew drop to their knees in front of the factory workers. Cressy straight up couldn't believe their own technology wasn't just magic. It felt impossible. 3 factory workers stand there, jaws dropped, completely stunned as someone suddenly shows up with this intense reverence. Cress and her whole troop drop into a deep, formal bow, begging, pleading with everything they've got to be allowed to join the Demon Lord's army. Factory workers stand frozen, hearts racing, completely rattled by the desperate plea. The old man hesitates, then cautiously asks if you both are really good with this deal. The Demon Lord's dark castle looms over everything, wrapped in roaring fire and stinging brimstone. Inside the cavern, goblins clanged and hammered crude metal on primitive anvils, sparks flying as they worked. While the other goblins slaved away, they hauled heavy baskets of rock and dug trenches with shovels in the pitch-black dark. A goblin tinkers with a weird, ring-shaped contraption, and it's wearing a mischievous grin like it just found something big. Crest proudly shows off their weapons factory, and you can see it's humming because everyone's working in perfect sync. Kondo frowns in disbelief, digging into the awful working conditions with hard, burning questions. A cheerful goblin pounds away at the task, bragging that everyone's having the best time at work. A pack of goblins cheerfully waves at them and grins, saying they're fueled by the Demon Lord's magic. Kondo erupts in pure outrage, demanding to know if they even have toilets, breaks, or a cafeteria. His coworkers rush in to calm him down, while Crescent insists this is exactly how it should be for goblins. A dead patch of withered plants hangs there like a warning, dripping with poison and something downright unholy in the air. The workers stare at that bleak wasteland, their faces set in grim silence. Crest thrusts a rough sword and chest piece at them, begging for their help to make it way better. Kondo and his partner inspect a piece of rough, goblin-made gear. The stoutman pushes plaster, then Kondo slams back with a wild idea: 3D printers and FRP technology. Crest's face lights up like a flare as he blurts, totally fired up, asking if they'll truly help. Kondo shot up one sharp, determined finger, like he was calling the exact terms of their teamwork. His face goes stone cold, and when he speaks, you can tell it's deadly serious, because he's about to lay out a condition. He demands they clean up that horrible sweatshop-style workplace first. Kondo can't believe they're forcing the goblins to toil in that filthy, inefficient dump. Crest just leans back and blurts, "Why do you care so damn much about keeping goblins safe?" safe. His face fell into shadow, like he was done with that whole era for good. A jolt of memory hits him, Kondo's Kondo toolbox and the tools from his old factory come crashing back. His former boss is screaming at him to slam the equipment modifications shut within 2 hours. A younger Kondo snaps to attention, clocking that impossible deadline like it's just been thrown in their face. After a brutal long shift, he and his colleague collapse on the factory floor, totally drained. His wary coworker shoots him a cautious thumbs up and admits, with real respect, that he's officially turned into a pro. Right now, his coworkers watch in stunned understanding, finally getting where his wild passion comes from. Crust sees that his conviction is landing, and then he agrees to fix things the way he asked. Relief and all that pent-up frustration finally burst out, one tear slipping down Kondo's cheek. Choked up with emotion, he takes their offer, then snaps that burning the night hours is a vice with zero honor. The clash of steel erupts, and just like that, their new partnership explodes into motion. 1 month later, human soldiers bolt in pure terror as a goblin-driven forklift rips through everything. Kondo leans in at the forklift controls, calm as ice, eyes locked on the task ahead. On the edge of a cliff, Chris leaned in and grilled the young woman about this man named Kondo. The young woman flashes a calm smile and tells him straight up, here, he's the hero everyone counts on. Cress spots a fresh threat and blurts out in full alarm, realizing an enemy is closing in. Blonde elf mage Juno rockets into the sky, and her staff flares with raw, roaring power. The stoutman snaps his eyes on her, realizing she's the girl who blasted them earlier. June's staff snaps with wild electrical power as she sets her attack into motion. She hurls a blazing lightning bolt straight at the forklift. The stoutman erupts in terror as his beloved forklift hangs in the balance, seconds away from getting smashed to pieces. Juno flashes that smug, confident grin, then her attack lands dead on target. Kondo crumples to his knees, crushed by the total loss of the machine. A warrior woman jolts forward while Juno gets congratulated, and a forklift fire rages behind her. From far off, Juno shouts that her attack was never meant to save the hero. She yanks him to speed up with his own job so they can wrap everything up fast. The hero keeps slamming back the monsters, then calmly admits the horrifying truth. She knows she's in June as good as dead. Crest shot her arm to the sky and barked orders. Her goblins unleashed their goblin boomerangs. A ruthless horde of goblins lines up to unleash a volley of weird diamond-shaped shots. Junie calmly surges with power, bracing itself as the attack crashes in. She slams down 2 colossal, mind-bending magic circles, forging an impenetrable wall no attack can breach. Cress and her aides gawk in disbelief as they realize their brutal attack left not a single scratch. The blasts get wiped out instantly, their power fizzing away harmlessly as the shield stands strong. The ground troops get rocked into total confusion when the attack craters and everything falls apart. Perched up on a jagged cliff, Kondo leans in and fires a question at the hero. So what's your next move? Unilin shrugged off the enemy's fresh tactic like it was straight-up inferior skill. She boldly snaps that hard work with no talent is just wasted effort, and then she claims, loud and proud, that she's a mage. A pack of goblins crowds into a tight huddle, whispering through clenched teeth like they're guarding a secret that could shake the whole world. June elevates a bold claim: mages are the closest thing this world has to gods. She winks and teases that the hero could totally be right behind them. The hero stares at June with a confused frown, clearly wondering how she can be so sure. A hand shoots up with razor-sharp certainty, and the magic spectacle grinds to a sudden halt. Kondo's jaw clenches as grim resolve takes over, then he roars the order to activate. June and the human army stare down in total disbelief as a weird machine rumbles below them. The huge cylinder of that industrial monster swings up like a mortar, ready to slam down. A goblin slams into the driver's seat as the wild weapon charges up, ready to blast. Juno's confident grin snaps away and surprise, then pure confusion takes over his face. The hero stares on, worry twisting his face as the machine roars to life. Kondo keeps yelling orders at the top of his lungs, snapping at the generator to kick on. The machines kick to life with a thunderous thrum that rattles the air. He fires up the motor to kick the machine into action, but the worry in his gut won't let up. Finally, he shouts at the compressor to crank up the pressure and fire up the launch. With a razor-sharp command, Kondo shoves the order down their throats and makes them launch the projectile. With a roaring blast, the machine rockets a huge pointed shell skyward. The physical projectiles blast through the sky, streaking straight toward Junus's position. Juna, the elf mage, gasps in total disbelief as a volley of dark projectiles rockets up to slam into her. The impact slams into her intricate magical barrier, and the glowing sigils explode into fragments. Her defenses shatter wide open as that foul substance splatters all over her body. With her magic cracking and dying midair, she tumbles out of the sky like a helpless puppet, slamming into the dark muck below. Down on the ground, her companion, the hero, screams her name, shaking with pure horror. Juno rips into a guttural scream of disgust when she realizes she's covered head to toe in filth. She slams to the ground and twitches in a spray of splatters while the human soldiers stare in stunned horror. A demon aide erupts in cheers as victory hits, right as the commander barks orders for a counterattack. A brutal wave of goblins and monsters crashes forward, smashing straight through the human soldiers. The hero spots the crushing loss and, in pure panic, screams for a desperate temporary retreat. On a cliff, Cress's aide pushes for them to climb down to back up Kondo, and Cress nods, agreeing without hesitation. Up on the cliff, the crew shouts down to Kondo as he waits below, all set to run up and greet them. Kondo swivels toward them, wears that calm smile, and praises them for a job so well done it feels unreal. Below the human army, soldiers scatter in total panic, stampeding across the dead, barren land. Crest cracked a massive grin and congratulated Kondo for their hard-earned victory. She cheers as a young woman in a work uniform pounds her fists, celebrating their victory over the mage. Kondo looks deep in thought because the elf's huge miscalculation is glaringly obvious now. He declares the most godlike presence in this world isn't a mage at all. It's an engineer. His two human colleagues stare, shocked and proud as hell. Cress fired the one question that mattered most. How on earth did he crack her insane, unbreakable barrier? Kondo keeps it short and savage, goblin dung. Cress just froze, staring in stunned disbelief, and kept blurting out dung like it was a question he couldn't believe. He tells you this goblin droppings have a nasty, one-of-a-kind ability to eat away at sacred things. He basically says, all I had to do was hit it with that. In a brutal flashback, disgraced El jets off, drenched from head to toe in that vile, foul stuff. Crest's mind starts racing as the terrifying truth of this revelation finally hits. Kondo seals her silent realization with a knowing, half-smile that says she's figured it out. His colleague leans in and tells him the weapon runs on a screw-type pump. A massive technical diagram bursts onto the screen, and every piece of the spiral cannon gets named and mapped out. Another diagram zooms in on how it's used for real in sewage treatment plants. Kondo flashes back to how brutally hard it was to win over the local villagers and get them to help build it. Crest stands there, totally blown away, marveling at just how mind-bendingly complex this magic really is. Kondo slams his hand down and tells her straight up that it's technology, not what she's implying. He scans the battlefield, then tells Crest, this isn't over, our work isn't finished yet. He nudges his glasses up and declares, we've got way more to do. She tells him the goblin dung is wrecking her castle's environment, and it's spreading ruin fast. For his next move, he's going to grab the dump, rip it apart, and sort it into solids and liquids. He unveils his bold plan, a whole return-to-nature setup that turns biogas into power. With a huge grin, he announces that this is the road that leads the world straight to a bright future. At the human citadel, the chapter closes with Yuna defeated, slumped alone in silence. She seethes over her total humiliation, still reeking and smeared in goblin poop. A whole crowd of elders leans in as she reveals the twist. Her old elders have gone restless and fired up. A bearded general barrels up and demands, "Who are you?" Then he kicks off the next chapter right there. Bruised and filthy, Juna, the young elf woman, glares back with pure defiance, like she's daring the whole world to look away. Kondo and his partner stare in bewilderment, stared at a bizarre, rocket-like weapon. The heroine with long dark hair tightens her fist and swears this humiliation will be her first and last. In the human throne room, the king and his advisor leaned in, plotting their next brutal move. The advisor hammers the point home. They can't afford to be seen losing to some weak demon tribe. The king nods and declares, we will rip our honor back from the darkness, and they set out to restore it. The hero drops to one knee in front of him, and she whips her sword out with a flashy flourish. She declares her sacred mission loud and clear. She's here to protect this beautiful land no matter what. She lifts her shining sword to the sky, bracing herself for the battle that's about to explode. Still on her knees, she declares her master plan, to crush the perfect ensemble strategy. Juno, the captive elf, watches the whole scene like it's pure entertainment, her amusement flashing across her face. The human onlookers are left totally dumbfounded by her wild, dramatic declaration. The hero strides up to Juno and tells her, "It's time, we're leaving now." Juno yells at her to stay back, snapping that nasty smell is hitting hard. The hero fires back, saying the elf's own words are what really reek. And the observer snaps at them, yelling for them to hurry up and get going. Far off in the gloom, the demon lord's castle stands like a nightmare, its silhouette cutting straight into the horizon. A pack of demons, led by a wolfman, roared out their thanks to Kondo for smashing the humans back. The wolfman storm roars that the demon lord is going to be absolutely thrilled. Just like that, another demon crashes the scene, Shankar, the Reformation chief. Kondo's female colleague leans in and confirms it. Shankar's animal-like face is the real deal. The thick-set human man leans in and tells Kondo, "Looks like you've got the demon's favor now." Kondo swears it out, staying useful is their only shot at surviving. Shankar rubs his chin, eyes narrowing as he plots his next strike. He turns to Storm and tells him straight up, "I wasn't even on the battlefield." Storm leans in and demands Sillies take on their brand new allies. Sellers swears their techniques really do work, no doubts left. She tells them their army is desperate for exactly what they're selling. A diagram flashes a goblin all strapped up with some seriously advanced gear. Sellers claims these humans are real innovators, ones who can light the fuse and spark a revolution. She pushes the idea that they should be officially welcomed into their ranks, like right now. That praise lights a fuse in Shankar's chest. He snaps and screams that he's the true innovator. Storm laughs it off, shooting down Shankar's claim on the spot. He snaps back at the fuming chief, reminding him that it was Shankar who tracked him down in the first place. Shankar demands to know why Storm would drag these outsiders into the mix. He calls out Storm, saying she's been wasting time in these weird meetings. A flashback snaps us into Shankar's world as he storms into a sleek, corporate-style innovation salon. Shankar lays it out plain, there's no reason to have two innovators. He brags that he snagged an MBA from a demon university like it's no big deal. Kondo's human coworkers stare in disbelief because what he's claiming sounds impossible. The storm blows over into the condo, and sure enough, as if Shankar's judgment nails it. Kondo locks his face in full seriousness and fires off one simple, brutal line, "I can't do that." Jen scoffed at that, and a sharp, cynical smirk curled across his face. Storm whips back to the condo and demands to know why. Kondo's coworkers rip into his cynical take on innovation and how he always expects failure to land first. Kondo drags his fingers to his chin, eyes locked in deep thought. He totally shoots down Shankar's idea, making it clear that's not what a real technician is. The storm roars like it's having the time of its life, absolutely soaking up the whole confrontation. Shankar throws down the gauntlet to Kondo, demanding to know what he's truly capable of. Kondo kicks off his jaw-dropping speech, and just like that, the goblins finally get a working environment that actually improves. He lays out his every rule for the day, goals, exact work hours, break times, meals, even when he needs the bathroom. His human coworkers are in full shock, shouting that the demon tribe is basically a black company. A storm roars like it's cheering, and the bell screams that Kondo will run under Shankar. Shankar looks absolutely stunned and crushed by this decision. Kondo is left totally reeling when the story flips in a way he never saw coming. The brand new team barrels toward the factory, this dark, cavernous mine swallowed by shadows. Goblin grinds on day after brutal day as the group steps into that cursed, merciless worksite. In a shadowy, rocky mine, two goblins grind away under the cold stares of their human and demon overseers. Technician Kondo bears his disgust at Demon Cress and demands the whole scene be fixed. No excuses. Shankar, his new superior, needles him with a smug reminder. He's just a subordinate, and now he has to obey because governance can't wait. Shankar fires off the question, can Kondo handle the workload? And the one-eyed silly chimes in as if to say, yeah, he's good. The demon lord brags that his magic makes the goblin feel so completely satisfied that they straight up forget to eat, sleep, or even breathe. Sells a line that the goblins look more like they're in pain than anything fulfilled. Yeah, that's what this Kondo shares. Shankar insists they'll never churn out quality goods without those brutal measures, and he aims the message straight at the Kondo. He demands that their only mission is to crank out results as fast as humanly possible. To pull it off, Shankar bluntly claims that relentless, brutal work is a price you just have to pay. So he decides it all comes down to one thing: spark the workers' consciousness and push them to smash through their goals. Kondo keeps dead quiet, but his face screams simmering disgust at this whole philosophy. A hulking orc plants himself and slams his whip down with brutal force, crushing down on a tiny creature that can only cower in fear. The little rabbit-eared creature yelps in agony, and non-stop tears pour from those huge eyes. Kondo's screams in terror as Shankar bursts into laughter, pointing out the orc as the worksite foreman. Rage flaring, the orc foreman grabs the little creature and blasts it for trying to slip out and snack in secret. In one sharp, decisive move, Kondo snaps his hand in front of the whip, stopping the strike dead in its tracks. The hulking orc leans in, eyes burning as he glares down at the human who dared to challenge his authority. He glares with raw fury, snapping, "Who are you and what's your deal?" Kondo leans in and tells the orc to remember, this country isn't the same and its ways have changed for good. The tiny rescued creature trembles on the ground and whimpers out a soft, tearful apology. Kondo's two human co-workers stare at the tense showdown with eyes stretched wide in pure shock. Shankar lunges in, orders Kondo to hold up, because this is a moment that absolutely can't wait. Kondo snapped his focus back to Shankar, his face set in stone and his resolve never wavered. Shankar leans in and tells them the brutal war with the humans is only a week away. Kondo stands there, eyes locked on a spiked club while a kanabo rests on the ground. The impossible deadline just got dropped, and now they've got 7 days to crank out 1,000 of these clubs. His colleagues started panicking on the spot, shouting that pulling off 1,000 in a single week was flat out impossible. Kondo lays out how their sandcasting is dragging along in the most inefficient way, while Shankar slows the whole room down with the tedious process. Shankar's face contorts into a sinister grin as he declares, "That's why these goblins can't ever rest." He thrusts his handkerchief toward the tiny, trembling creature and asks it to join him and work. Shankar sneers, asking Kondo if he honestly thinks he can pull off success with that kind of compassion. He steps up to Kondo and dares him, "Can someone like you, an innovator, really pull it off?" With a sharp push of his glasses, Kondo's resolve clenches like steel. Sellers, the Kondo guys, and everyone nearby lean in with bated breath, sensing that something huge is about to hit. Kondo steps up to the challenge with unshakable confidence, flat out promising he'll prove exactly what he can do. Shankar explodes into wild, manic laughter, utterly thrilled that his subordinate Kondo just made that bold declaration. His co-workers are horrified because they truly believe crushing defying Shen's car's consciousness reform is impossible. Kondo, with that tiny creature trailing behind him, declares he'll own every single failure. No excuses. Shankar unveils the horrifying otherworldly punishment for failure, execution by an electric rabbit. Their sleek modern factory juts out like a beacon, brutally standing against the other world's empty, jagged mountains. A young woman wrings her hands and fires off a nervous question to Kondo. What's the plan for the impossible job waiting for them? In the meeting room, Kondo leans forward and says their real challenge is cranking out 1,000 maces in just 6 days. His chubby coworker leans in and says, "Mess up and they'll fry you straight up to the electric rabbit." Kondo rubbed his tired eyes with just his glasses on, completely lost in thought. He tells them they've got no choice, survival is on the line, and refusing isn't an option. Their colleague flat out says the only way they'll get food supplies is by finishing their contract. She jerks back in pure disgust as her coworker hauls out that grotesque demon tribe meal. A wild close-up bursts into view the meal, and inside a cracked egg sits a grotesque thing, half-formed and writhing like it's not done being born. The portly man freezes in horror and a brutal flashback hits him, because he's seen something just like it in Southeast Asia before. A woman brushes off her fear and swears she'll eat it, and the Kondo bursts into laughter, saying they're just thankful they got it. Kondo grimly says their biggest fight isn't just the food, it's the total lack of infrastructure. He points out that sure, there's a spring nearby for water, but everything else they need is running thin fast. Shankar grins and points out the biogas generator runs on fuel from goblins who refuse to cooperate. The woman stared at their fuel-powered generator, muttering, "How long is this going to last?" The portly man snaps, "That's why we've got to forge the 1,000 maces, this reward demands it." The woman whips around to Kondo and demands, "So what's your plan to crank this out fast?" Kondo nods and admits it, but the sandcasting setup they're using right now is painfully slow. A diagram lays out a grueling, multi-step sandcasting ritual, showing every hard, old-school move from start to finish. With hope shining and desperation clawing through her face, the woman snaps, "So what are we gonna do?" With a huge, tired sigh, Kondo stands up and plants his hands on that ordinary wall like it's hiding something. He throws up his hands and says, "It's unavoidable, then we'll do what it takes, we have to use that." With a brutal screech of metal, that giant freight elevator lurches up from the floor like it's waking up. His two colleagues gawk in total disbelief. The woman blurts, "Wait, why is there an elevator?" The elevator's control panel flashes buttons for the basement levels, B2 and B3, like it's daring him to go deeper. As they drop lower, the woman blurts out, panicked, that if the power ever cuts out, they're finished. With a thunderous WSH, the elevator doors slid apart, and a jaw-dropping view hit me like a wave. In front of them stretches a massive, hidden underground hangar, packed tight with cutting-edge machines and advanced tech beyond belief. They're stunned, catching every wild detail, from those bizarre machines to the raw power of a JAXA rocket engine. The woman is totally stunned, her mind racing as she asks herself how her own father could have hidden that much wealth all along. Kondo drops the bombshell. She's been hiding the truth from her father, the former president. He shot a rhetorical question. Why on earth would something this incredible be buried right here? He drops the jaw-dropping truth with a stone-cold face, because he's trying to dodge fixed asset taxes. The woman's eyes spill over with tears as she finally realizes her father was a ruthless planner who had already set them up to survive. The thick-set man steals his resolve and barks at Kondo to get it ready right now for activation. He nods and says it's finally time to unleash their secret weapon. The three of them march with fresh fire straight toward the towering, boxy machining center. Kondo smirks and declares that tomorrow, he'll tear off to the worksite and team up with the goblins. The very next day, a modern white van barrels across a lifeless, rocky wasteland. Kondo spots the site and immediately thinks, everything I need is right here. The woman behind the van can't stop panicking, thinking the Kondo might have run into real trouble. She can't stop picturing him getting battered, hammered into the ground, as the goblins swarm him and leave him completely overwhelmed. The van screeches to a stop the instant she pulls up, and chaos spills all over the worksite. She blurts out his name in panic, terrified something terrible has happened to him. Instead, she catches him roaring with laughter as he hoists a tiny little creature on his back, giving it a piggyback ride while goblins cheer like crazy. He spots her van and yells for President Sari, insisting this is the perfect worksite. With a huge grin, he swears the goblins are actually the good guys, once you finally take the time to know them. She darts over and snaps a reminder into his face. He's got to talk it out with the local workforce first. He points at the little creature and tells it straight up, getting through is everything if they want their relationship to improve. She jabs her finger at the tiny creature, and the moment recognition hits, her face changes instantly. She still remembers the day before, watching that same creature get shoved around and bullied by the orc form. Kondo stands up, makes it official, and calls the tiny creature his best friend, Gupkichi. Then he jabs a finger at a hooded man with a prosthetic leg, an unbelievably skilled craftsman, but a lone one. A tight close-up locks onto the weary, stone-cold face of that mysterious hooded man. The woman demands to know why a human would team up with the demon tribe, but Kondo shuts her worries down without a second thought. Muta suddenly flips the whole vibe the moment Shankar strides in, alongside a hulking orc foreman. Shankar sneers, eyes narrowing as he wonders what those slackers are up to this time. The orc foreman whips his fury onto the cowering Gupkichi and snarls that he's about to beat him again. Gupkichi whimpers in the dirt, choking out apologies and calling himself a terrible, lazy kid. An orc looms over him, barking orders at the shaking creature, "Get up right now." Kondo shoots between them, all steel and spine, and his voice drops to a dangerous, low growl. Kondo, the older engineer, locks eyes with a scorching, no-nonsense stare that instantly turns the whole moment into a confrontation. That hulking, pig-faced orc foreman barks out his irritation while Shankar, the horned noble, just stares, totally baffled. Kondo storms right up to the foreman and demands to know why he talks to his workers with such disrespectful pronouns. With a snorting, dismissive laugh, the foreman shrugs and admits he has no clue what their names are. Kondo's face twists with rage as he roars that the manager should know every one of his employees' names. The foreman goes dead silent, totally blindsided by that sudden, fire in his chest outburst. A young woman, cheeks burning with nerves, tries to calm everything down, calling out Kondo's name to de-escalate the chaos. Shankar smirked and taunted, "So you're giving a human rights lecture or what?" Kondo's face turns ice cold as he snaps back, making it clear his worry isn't just about rights. He tells the assembled goblins that this is all about tightening up production and squeezing out every ounce of efficiency. He's adamant this is exactly why every single worker needs a name tag, no exceptions. Kondo steps up in front of everyone and snaps into full charge, barking out the rules like a real manager who takes over the worksite. The bewildered foreman whips his head towards Sari, and she tells him, loud and clear, to follow the Kondo's orders. She backs him up, swearing that Kondo is the real pro when it comes to production. Kondo glanced back at Sari, and a small, grateful smile flickered across his face. Shankar explodes, furious that they're burning time they can't afford, and warns they'll never hit that production deadline. Without a hint of stress, Kondo calmly declares it's break time, then lays out a tight work schedule like it's already planned out. Shankar erupts in fury, demanding to know how they're ever supposed to hit their quota if they keep using methods like that. Right on the dot, Kondo flicks his eyes to his wristwatch. He says it with calm, razor-sharp confidence. Now's finally the time to kick off the next phase of his plan. A brutal, earth-shaking rumble bursts out, and it jolts both the orc and the aristocratic Shankar out of their skins. A massive forklift rumbles in, hauling a giant metal block like it's nothing, and Shankar and Sari are left staring in total disbelief. A heavy, precision machine stack of metal plates sits locked tight on the forklift's forks. From the driver's seat, their bulky buddy, Subway, leans back and boasts that their underground machining center is top tier. He brags that the machine carved that massive component at insane, lightning-fast speeds. That advanced machine's accuracy is so terrifyingly perfect that everyone calls it total overkill for this job. Sari huffs out a heartfelt thank you, grateful for the amazing legacy her late father left behind for them. Shankar snorts and demands to know what this toy even is, and whether they really need it for the mission. Kondo shoved his glasses up and pulled out his ace. This isn't a sand mold at all, it's a metal one. Shankar scoffs, wearing a mask of sinister disbelief, convinced they can't possibly churn out 1,000 clubs in just 5 days. Kondo slams his hand down on the mold's case with pure, unshakable certainty. He throws out a wild promise, swearing he only needs 3 days to finish the whole thing. A brand new chapter kicks off as modern construction trucks roar in, ready to rip through the empty land and remake it from the ground up. Kondo checks off every part as it lands, and Sari can only stare at how huge this whole project really is. Shankar barrels in, demanding answers. What does all this trash have to do with their goal? Rage in his chest, he demands answers. How in the world do these materials even lead to making 1,000 clubs in just 3 days? Kondo calmly tells them this gear is meant to build the club-making machine itself. He drops the bombshell that they're about to raise a massive die-casting machine right on the worksite. That strange word just blindsides Shankar and his one-eyed buddy, Seelies, leaving them totally stumped. The kid and Sari stared at their boss with unshakable confidence, certain his plan would work no matter what. Kondo drops to one knee beside the case and tells them he's about to install the metal mold he brought with him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he snaps that he's going to mass-produce the clubs, like all at once. Shankar stares as the construction finally kicks off, and his face twists into a full-blown storm of doubt and disbelief. A wild horde of goblins busts its ass with insane precision, hauling those massive steel eye beams into place like they mean business. The goblin crew doesn't slow down, they hammer in the structural supports and lock in place the new platform. A goblin is caught cranking a lever on some wild machinery, totally locked in and dialed in. Others scramble up the rising structure, darting and twisting with jaw-dropping speed and precision. Sari Sellers just told her she'd never seen goblins collaborate with that kind of proud, parent-level joy. Sari smiles, blurts out the reason. Kondo, their leader, is right there with them. Kondo was caught smiling as he praised 2 tiny goblins, turning their hard work into something that felt thrilling and fun. A tiny winged goblin, eyes huge with curiosity, stared in awe at everything like it was a miracle. A tiny goblin wiggles its hand and shouts at the lone, hooded stranger standing off by himself, far from everyone else. The hooded Maul also lifts a woven flask and takes a long, bone-tired swig. The tiny goblin darts along, grinning, charging straight toward the lone human standing all by themselves, cut off from everyone. A goblin yanks on the man's cloak, bubbling with excitement as it practically drags him into their work. Maul cuts the little creature off on the spot, snarling that he won't lift a finger to join in. Suri snaps, "Why are you just sipping and not helping?" Because the jealousy is eating her alive. Seelies leans in and blurts that he's not some monster, he's human, and he's getting special treatment. The little goblin keeps begging the man, yet he just turns around and strides away, leaving him behind. Sorry, her curiosity detonated the moment she wondered who this mysterious person really was. Sellers flashes a tight smile, admitting she has no clue at all, yet her face stays locked, impossible to read. The hooded man strides away, lifting his flask high, while the tiny goblin just waves back with a heartbreaking little goodbye. He takes another deep drink and declares, loud and proud, that he's nothing but a dropout. That tiny goblin, crushed and shaking, sprints back toward the loud, bustling construction site. Kondo watches the chaos unfold, and perched on his arm is that adorable little cherub-like creature, staring right back. Shinker watches the goblins bust their tails, working day and night to build the new structure with pure joy. He gnaws his thumb in pure frustration, all while wondering why the world keeps throwing this at him. He clenches his teeth, totally baffled. How in the world can goblins be this happy and somehow still get more work done? A tiny goblin perks up and claims that strict rules sharpen everyone's focus, ignite wild new ideas, and even dares to question why Kondo's sweet management runs things like a mystery. Rage boiling, Shankar charges straight at Kondo, who just sits there calmly poring over his digital tablet plans. He lashes out at Kondo, calls it nothing more than him being sick of him, then whips around and stomps off in a full-on huff. Shankar's face contorts with pure frustration as he shouts his own name, Shankar. A brutal memory claws its way up. Young Shankar gets shoved aside in class while his peers leave him standing there alone. He demanded to know why it happened, and his face twisted into a mask of total confusion and rejection. A classmate yells for the group to move, casually ditching Shankar in the process. A classmate throws him a hollow promise, swearing they'll invite him next time. The young Shankar stares as they walk off, his gut screaming, were they ever really friends at all? The memory burns with that brutal feeling of being the outsider. Just him, stuck at his desk, alone. Young Shankar stares on, and a crushing loneliness and deep hurt wash over his face. The adult Shankar lays it out cold. Being popular is the most cruel, brutal game in the whole world. By the next day, a massive, fully functional manufacturing platform is finally finished, fully built and ready to roar into operation. Shinkar's jaw drops in pure disbelief at the insane sight staring him right in the face. Kondo jabs a finger at the central machine and tells everyone the metal mold is locked inside it. Sari rallies the goblins, barking orders as he drags the whole workforce into action. Everyone, get to your positions. Goblins scramble up the ladders like a swarm, scrambling into position on the fresh new platform. Two goblins crouch by a huge lever, muscles tense, just waiting for someone to shout the word and start the chaos. A squad of goblins crowds around the furnace, ready to scoop glowing molten metal with a ladle and dump it straight into the hopper. Kondo roars the first command, snapping orders at the workers to dump the raw materials in. Goblins move like clockwork, pouring molten liquid into the machine with ruthless, practiced precision. Kondo barks for the lubrication process to kick off immediately. A brutal burst of steam, or grease, roars out of the machine's nozzle like it's tearing forward. Two goblins strain their guts as they shove a massive crank, and the machine's gears roar to life, grinding through its twisted inner workings. Another goblin squad grits their teeth and yanks with everything they've got, hauling a massive lever, then the mold finally pops open. A command snaps through, then the ejector mechanism kicks in and the finished product bursts free. With a thunderous, bone-rattling thud, a perfectly crafted club slides down a metal ramp like it's ready to start a fight. The finished spiked Kanabo club hits the ground with a loud, satisfying clang that makes your heart jump. Shankar froze on the spot, stammering that something like this just can't be real. He and Sally lock eyes in pure disbelief, stunned they can't even wrap their minds around how insanely fast it all happened. Kondo squares his glasses and, with a cool voice, declares that this is the real power of metal molds. Cells and Sari stare in total awe, but Shanka's still standing there, totally dumbfounded. 2 days later, a massive mountain of 1,000 finished spike clubs bursts into view. The noble Hornshankar strides forward, while Kondo watches him from behind, eyes locked and tense. He grabs one of the clubs, and a wave of pure confusion hits his face. Shankar stares in disbelief, blurting out what kind of club this is and how it's so weirdly light. Kondo tells him he built it with a lightweight ore canister that lights up, basically the same stuff as aluminum. Shankar's face twists into a wicked grin as he snaps that this outcome won't stand. He snaps that since the clubs aren't iron, they're totally useless. He hoists the club high and swings it down hard, ready to smash the material and prove it's worthless. With a thunderous swing, he slams the club down toward the ground. Shankar freezes in pure shock, his arm shaking hard from the sudden hit. The club slammed into a huge rock with raw power, and the stone shattered while the club stayed perfectly unscathed. He's frozen in shock at how brutally hard it is, and his mind races. How on earth is this even possible? Kondo covers his face like he's hopelessly doomed and smugly tells him, look at the grooves. Kondo's grooves lock the club into strength so solid it might as well be iron. Horror hits Shankar's face in a flash as he finally clicks what this innovation really means. Seals and Serial blared the shout-in alarm, their faces dropping as they realized the new weapon was pure nightmare fuel. Shankar grips his head like it's splitting, screaming that none of this is real innovation. Kondo shoots back with a calm grin, saying he's not changing who he is. He's just doing things the way he never has before. With a furious snarl, Shankar shuts down Kondo's work, calling it nothing but a joke. Dark crackling energy starts to surge in Shankar's outstretched hands. He swears he'll wipe out every single one of those brand new forged weapons. The cereal sellers scream as they spot him, because they know the moment he's about to unleash his magic. With a wicked grin, he promises to wipe them out with the full force of his power. Sally strides forward, swearing she'll stop him, right as a clansman beside him. Shankar rips the world open with his brutal rock-bottom cannon attack. His blast of dark energy rockets toward the pile of weapons. Yubikichi, the tiny-winged goblin, plants himself in the attack's path with fearless defiance. Kondo and his bulky sidekick lean in, eyes glued on the horror, then dive in to pull off the stunts. Cereal sellers stand there, frozen in place, their faces twisted into pure terror and stunned disbelief. Shankar whips his gaze back, one sharp bead of sweat slides down his face as his attack grinds on. The chapter bursts to life on the title page, and right away it tells you the past of an old soldier. Gobikichi stands his ground, swearing nobody will ever tear down what they all fought to build. Kondo blurts out the little goblin's name, but before the panic can finish, alarm hits because a hooded figure suddenly steps into view. Shankar lets out a sharp scoff, laughing at the idea that some lowly goblin could even stand between him and his goal. Sellers shot forward and screamed at Shankar to stop his reckless attack. A brutal beam of dark energy rockets forward, smashing through everything with raw, crushing power. Gobikichi shuts his eyes tight and braces himself, waiting for the impact that's about to hit for real. The factory erupts in a deafening inferno, blasting the sky with light, fire, and flying debris. Two Kondo co-workers jerk their hands up to shield their eyes as the blast detonates with brutal force. Cells and Serial lock eyes, stunned by the wreckage in front of them. Gobikichi is still standing there, staring in shock, trying to figure out why he hasn't been harmed at all. Shankar watches in total confusion, his mind scrambling as he demands, "What's even going on here?" A hooded figure launched himself straight in front of Gorbishechi and ate the blast for him. Maul grunts through the pain as his cloak gets ripped to shreds by the attack. Shankar locks eyes with the mysterious man and realizes he's the one who's been intervening. Gobikichi blurts out Maul's name as the wounded man crumples to the ground. Sellies can't help but praise his bravery, and Serial immediately blurts, "Is the human okay?" Tangled in the ruins, Mauri bends down and reassures the little creature that just saved them. He tilts his head up at Gobikichi and breaks into a gentle smile, praising the sheer courage it took to stand his ground. Sellers comes tearing to his side, shouting for him to hang on while she gets ready to unleash healing magic. Shankar towers over them, a fresh surge of energy sparking to life as he snaps at Maul, calling him a total nuisance. He braces to attack again, and Silly stands there, defiant, staring him down. Celis lifts her armored fist and orders him to stop cold, right before his assault can land. Shankar leans in and demands to know if she understands why that man is still breathing. He drops the truth, Maul's real identity, and then reveals he's a former dragon striker. The story snaps to the Demon Lord's castle, towering, looming, and impossible to ignore. Inside a roaring throne room, Kondo leans in and hammers out a deal with the Demon Lord Sturm. Kondo can't believe it, somehow they actually managed to crank out 100 gold coins. He demanded to know where the machine's energy was coming from. A furious demon woman snaps her head around, because she finally realizes he's talking about a plasma generator. Sturm rips into the air, calling out to Kondo, trapped in the angry demon woman's grip. Kondo steps forward and delivers a proper apology for cutting in. The wolf-like Sturm steps up and promises it'll give you whatever kind of Kondo you want. A frantic inter-college scramble, everyone's racing to lock down the right food supplies. He demanded electricity for the Kondo request, then an animal was hauled in for the electrocution. The demon woman snaps in rage the second Alorbai's name hits the air, screaming at it to die. Sturm stays calm as she agrees to the request, then the shock hits her like a punch to the gut. He clocks that the Ella Reba's last keeper was a total drunk. Selly quickly calls the keeper out and reveals they're actually a human named Maul. Turns out the Ella Rebai are tracking Maul for one reason, he shows up and works on site. Sturm nods and promises to get them everything they need, then leans in and asks, "Will that be okay?" A grim memory hits hard, those last keepers crumbled under neglect. In a dark cell, the alluring girls are chained up beside a passed-out drunkard. The man mauls out cold, sprawled on the icy stone floor. A wild flashback kicks in, there's a dragon soaring through razor-sharp peaks, cutting the sky like it owns it. The dragon rips out a brutal roar, and its mouth gapes wide, loaded with deadly teeth. In the thick of the battle, a younger Maw bursts forward, spring-loaded with rage, and launches to smash the beast. Maul's squad erupts in cheers, shouting their captain's name after he crushes the 12th dragon. Maul drops to his knees and barks orders to the next squad, "Get in there and finish it." With a sly grin, he dares them to throw a grand banquet to celebrate. The celebration crumbles on the spot, and a barren, rocky canyon swallows the joy. Maul and his squad get boxed in, trapped by the very allies they used to call family. A confused Maul is demanding answers. "Why are you forcing us into submission?" His old comrades stare him down and flat out say, "The king ordered it, period." They straight up announce that the dragon strikers are finished for them. No use, no more. Maul gets dropped in a sudden ambush, and his armor cracks like glass in the chaos. He gets hurled off the lip of a towering cliff, blasted straight into the dark abyss below. His face twists into pure shock and agony as he drops like a stone. In a cave, older Mala jolted awake with a start and instantly found the Ella Ribai all around her. Kondo's team finally caught up to him. He was still posted at the entrance of his cave. Maul warily demanded, "Who are you and what do you want?" Sellers leans in and tells everyone, "We've got a request coming straight from Sturm." She asked for a few of his electric rabbits, the Ella Ribi, like she was already hearing the sparks crackle. Maul leans in, demanding to know exactly what they're planning to use them for. Kondo lays out his plan to steal their electricity and power their everyday lives. Malsinisi glares them down and barks, "Stop, these creatures will tear you apart and you've got no chance." He claims that only he has the power to control the Ella Ribi. Zariel drops the bombshell. Maul was the one who kept their machine safe. Touched by what Maul did, Kondo swears he'll craft him a brand new prosthetic arm and leg. No strings, just pure gratitude. Maul is left completely stunned by this jaw-dropping, life-changing offer he never saw coming. At the Isamatani factory, tiny electric, rabbit-shaped little machines scamper around, fueling the entire facility and keeping the lights on. Inside, Engineer Kondo crouches over the hooded Maul's prosthetic leg, studying every inch like it holds the key to something bigger. Maul blurts out, "Where am I?" and this cheerful woman beams, "You're in our factory." Kondo carefully snaps a current clamp onto Maul's leg and orders him in a sharp voice to stay completely still. Maul can't wait, he snaps the procedure aside and demands they hand him sake first. The engineer leans in and tells you this measurement is the make-or-break key for crafting the new prosthetic limb. Out of nowhere, a violent surge of raw electricity blasts between them, and it hits Kondo like a full-body shock. The current clamp rockets through the air, smashing down with a loud clatter like it's totally lost and useless. Kondo's co-workers shout his name in panic, their faces frozen as the violent blast tears through the moment. A stunned silence crashes over the room as both men absorb what just happened, still trying to believe it. Kondo snaps to the truth that a custom prosthetic could unleash power in Maul's that's straight-up jaw-dropping. The horned woman climbs the crest, and her colleague stares on, face twisted with worry. Maul doesn't budge an inch, he just repeats his gruff demand for a drink, unimpressed as ever. In the human kingdom of Liver, the ruthless King Black Mofiv sits on his throne and schemes his next devastating move. He hands the next Demon Tribe mission to two of his absolute best warriors. It's our hero Orion and the C-class mage, Juno, ready to steal the spotlight. The king snaps that they can't stomach another humiliating retreat like the last one. Ryan and Juno lean in, eyes locked, fully feeling how serious their mission truly is. Then he snaps orders for them to bring out the assistant he's been carefully preparing just for this moment. A huge, dim-looking orchid shuffles out of a side passage, waving like it owns the place. Ryan and Juner's blood runs cold as they spot the creature and realize it's a full-on demon sent by the enemy. The orc spits out that he defected because the humans treat him a whole lot better. The king leans in and asks the orc if he'll help with a quick little errand. From the shadows behind the orc, a colossal winged dragon suddenly rockets forward. A monstrous beast slams down with earth-shaking force. Its terrifying target is finally within sight. The hero mage can only stare in stunned shock as horror crashes down. The dragon yanked its huge jaws open, and rows of razor-sharp teeth gape straight at them. It lunges in and clamps down with a brutal bite, instantly terrifying him and crushing the life out of him. The beast jerks its head up, and the orc is still brutally locked in its teeth. The king speaks with steady confidence and reveals that this dragon is the real assistant he's been training all along. Ryan's eyes go wide as he yells, "I thought all dragons were wiped out." The king leans in and admits it. He wiped out the dragon strikers 20 years ago. During that historic campaign, he secretly snatched an unhatched egg with his own hands. He gently pats the grown dragon and can't help noticing how tightly it clings to him. Ryan's face snaps into a confident grin as he spots their blazing new weapon. The king's face snaps into a wild, manic grin as he unveils his brutal strategy. He says he's officially walked away from an elite unit and still keeps it as the vanguard just to be absolutely sure. Marty and Miwa, the other two soldiers, straight up bet their lives on the king's brainpower. The Isumatani factory is tucked deep inside a wild, twisted mountain maze. Inside, the LRBI creatures hum with crackling energy, packed tight, ready to be used. Mole takes a huge swig of that brutal liquor and blurts out that the taste is absolutely unreal. Suboid snaps in panic, realizing his prize drink is gone, but Kondo swoops in and orders him to calm down. Kondo then grabbed Maul and demanded he teach him how to handle those electric creatures the right way. Maul shrugs and tells everyone it's a piece of cake for him to pull off. He hammers the can of alcohol like it's alive, shaking it so hard it practically crackles with energy. The moment those electric creatures spot the energized drink, they swarm it instantly, lapping it up like pure lightning in a cup. Kondo leans in and asks if they're into alcohol, and Maul doesn't hesitate. She bursts out that they absolutely love it. Maul tells everyone that these creatures will do exactly what he says, as long as he keeps that drink in his hand. After they drink their fill, exhaustion hits like a wave, snatching them into a deep sleep so they're knocked out cold and easy to carry away. Kondo can't believe it. This simple little method of control is shockingly effective. He can't believe it. Those ears keep sparking out electricity even while they're fast asleep. He can't wait. He urges his buddy, Suboy, to grab a voltage tester and check the reading. Maul shoots Kondo a heartfelt thank you, grateful for the help and for the drink he brought. Kondo sprang into motion, swearing he'd decraft the finest prosthetic limbs, no matter what it took. Mal coldly snaps back that he doesn't need any of that. Kondo's stunned. He can't believe the refusal and blurts out, "Why would you turn down an offer like that?" Maul's face turns cold as he grills Kondo on his motives, snapping that humans can't be trusted. A painful memory crashes in. There's that wanted poster again, reminding him how that humans sold everyone out for cold cash. While their captain sleeps, his subordinates keep watch, plotting how to bring him down. They pumped him full of alcohol on purpose, trying to knock him out cold and leave him totally helpless. The captain's godlike strength evaporates the second he's drunk. A soldier just stares at the sky, thinking about the insane bounty hanging over the dragon striker captain's head. Another flashes a greedy grin, picturing every last bit of Lesher's reward like it's already theirs. The captain rips groggily from sleep and stares at him as he's ringed by his own treacherous men. His eyes snap wide with pure horror as he finally realizes their betrayal for what it is. He bursts out of his tent in a panic, scrambling to outrun the trap. He snatches up his massive great sword, and the pain on his face turns into a dawning, gut-churning realization. A brutal wall of soldiers is already waiting for him right outside the tent, like they're closing in at any second. He realizes he stepped straight into a trap, like a moth throwing itself into a flame. His former comrades command the army now, muscles tensed as they prepare to seize that brutal 7 million blood bounty. Right now, the Maul shudders like that rage is back, slamming down and crushing a tiny pouch in its grip. Kondo finally admits it. He's felt betrayal too, and it all traces back to the same ruthless pull of human desire. A flashback hits Kondo and his battered old factory square up as rival companies roll in. His colleague leans in and demands, "Why is our rival's gear identical to yours?" The rival smugly leans in and reveals that's why their second order for the machine never showed up. Kondo's colleague explodes with rage and blasts them for stealing their technology. Cooley's rival shoots it down in a heartbeat, insisting their machine is just a simple lookalike design. Kondo spots it, and the memory of those years they poured into building it hits him like a punch. His rival sneered, calling it pure stupidity for him to submit their painstaking blueprints. Kondo leans in and tells his current crew, "I've been burned by betrayals like this before." His colleagues' apologies finally spilled out and they demanded, "So what happened to that rival company in the end?" Kondo shocks everyone, claiming their whole factory was wiped out in a mysterious blaze. He lays it out, those rivals were clueless, and they just couldn't nail the crucial laser component. With blazing pride, he brags about his company's unmatched lens polishing tech. It was straight up a god's touch, so precise it could nail nano-level details. Sari is left reeling, stunned that something this brutal could happen to a skilled company. Kondo warns that if a craftsman betrays their craft, divine punishment will come crashing down on them. He slams the point down hard. Real technicians would never, ever betray their comrades. Mal leans in hard as Kondo breaks it down. Real reward isn't winning big, it's crafting something good. Kondo straight up decides that a simple thank you is the best reward of all. Mole gets it instantly. There's that knowing little smirk lingering on his face. He whips around and strides off, saying he's heading back to the demon worksite. Kondo and Sari stare as he walks off, and that unspoken bond between them clicks into place. The story slams right into the Demon King's castle, an inferno of steel, fire, and relentless industrial chaos. Mal slings molten metal at a roaring foundry, working shoulder to shoulder with tiny goblins that flutter around with small wings. He suddenly winces hard, clutching his side like it's burning with pain. Gafu, a tiny goblin, leans in and asks Shenkar, "Hey, are you still hurting from our last run-in?" Most smiles warmed the little creature, quietly reassuring it, and thanked it for worrying in the first place. Gofu thrusts a tiny, root-like thing into Mal's hands, flashing a bright, innocent grin like it's no big deal. He tells them it's a memento from their sales, then begs it to work its magic and finally soothe Mal's wounds. In a barren wasteland, a tired, hooded man named Mal drops to his knees in front of a tiny, small-winged creature. Gubkichi brags that he's unstoppable, swearing he'll shield Mal with every ounce of strength. Mal can't hide it, she's moved to the core by that little creature's selfless vow of loyalty. As they stalk deeper into a jagged canyon, the earth suddenly erupts beneath their feet, trembling harder than it ever has. A colossal blast of fire erupts from the earth, blasting them both backward through the air. Mal clenched his teeth tight, forcing through the pain as the world around him exploded into chaos. Gubkichi sprawls unconscious on the cracked ground, his body knocked out cold by the blast's raw impact. A raging inferno devours the shadows of smaller creatures around him, and their screams tear through the air like knives. Trap snuffs the flames, and the Mal drops to his knees, screaming for help like his life depends on it. His face twists into full-blown terror as he cranes his neck and stares up at the attacker's source. A colossal dragon looms on the horizon, this monster from his past, staring him down as the fiery sky blazes behind it. In a modern workshop, a technician hunches over his desk, and a female coworker watches every move, eyes locked on the job. Technician Kondo leans in and tells them he's building a one-of-a-kind prosthetic limb, piece by piece from all. He carefully builds the mechanical hand piece by piece, then declares it's going to change everything, an absolute breakthrough. His colleague squints at what he's holding and fires back, convinced it's just a fancy cosmetic fix or some easy little assistive gadget. Kondo steps in and makes it crystal clear, this isn't some fancy theory, it's a functional model that taps straight into the signals coming from the brain. She leans in and asks what makes it so revolutionary, then he smirks and tells her the real secret is the electrical current. The diagram lays it out clear. A regular prosthetic can't rely on weak brain signals alone. It demands an outside power source to make it work. Mole's brain sparks an unusually powerful current, and you can feel it twitching towards some massive, game-changing power. His colleague can't stop worrying, did this current wreck his old gear, and can that motor even take the hit? Kondo confirms the prosthetic joints are already powered by a seriously powerful motor. He lays it all out, this thing runs on next-level tech, like NASA-developed coils and seriously powerful neodymium magnets. Panics, his colleague blurted out a warning that using that tech would break their contract. Kondo shrugs off her fear with a calm grin and says, "It's fine, this is a whole new world." She left him gassed and utterly speechless with that way too perfect explanation. A relentless beeping cuts through the air and your colleague snaps, "What the heck is that?" A blaring alert snaps across the device on his belt. Something's wrong with the injection molding machine's temperature. Cully's gut twisted with worry. What if something terrible just happened at the demon tribe's worksite? A cold, terrible dread crashes over Kondo as a bead of sweat slides down his face. In that other world, a dragon swoops over a battlefield of endless fire, the whole land swallowed by flames. The monstrous beast rips open its gaping maw and blasts a crushing, concentrated fire beam straight out. A blazing blast scorches the jagged crystal ground, turning the small figures in its path into ash. Maul is slammed inside the inferno, gripping a tiny creature to her chest as panicked cries rip through the flames, begging anyone to save her. He clutches the creature close, his face twisted in pain, but his determination won't break. From a safe distance, a fierce female knight and an elf mage stare at the chaos, total devastation spreading everywhere. Juna stares into the chaos and blurts out how terrifying and insanely powerful that dragon really is. The elf mage can barely squeeze out a weak "yeah," her face washed pale with terror. June freezes in disbelief as the dragon's blazing breath lashes out farther than anyone expects and melts everything in its path. She clenches her jaw and watches it all. Their vanguard is wiped out, gone in the destruction. A smug, elf-like man named Mora sneers and brushes aside the little creatures he's fighting, calling them pathetic. His burly knight buddy with the bowl cut nods and tells him, plain and serious, this isn't something anyone should joke about. A busted old bicycle wheel suddenly rolls into frame, scraping over cracked, dead-still ground like it has somewhere urgent to be. Kondo rolls up on his bicycle, slaps on a hard hat, and he looks straight up worried. He gapes in terror at his injection molding machine. Now it's nothing but a burning wreck. His face twists with pure disbelief and blazing fury as he sees his equipment smashed to pieces. That bowl-cut knight keeps the impaled head of a goblin-like creature hanging in plain view. He tosses it off like it's nothing, saying every one of these creatures is weak and not one of them can give him a real fight. His eyes snap to the side and contempt flashes across his face as he spots the figure. Mora, his old comrade, suddenly clocks the whole scene as one wild, jaw-dropping surprise. He spots the human Maul huddled in the blazing flames with a tiny creature. The two adventurers square up before the downed Maul, and their presence feels straight-up menacing and vicious. Maul jerks his head up at them, sweat pouring down his face as his expression tightens like a trap. As Maul stares into the darkness, recognition sparks in his eyes like the night is closing in on something he remembers. He blurts out, "Wait, ain't that the captain of the Dragon Strikers?" and Mora instantly confirms it. Mora flashes a cruel grin and taunts that Maul is the one who lost his limbs to him. Maul barely claws his way out alive after the last showdown, with his bounty gone for good. That night, the Maul gets roasted for surviving, then someone finally finds him and he's in a truly pathetic state. Mora asks if they should just end him, but the knight shuts him down with a brutal, "You're useless. They told Maul no bounty, then you're worth less than a goblin." The two adventurers nod at last and stride away, leaving him to burn in his own fiery fate. Gubkichi steps up without a second thought, shields Maul, and shoots down the adventurers with a warning, "Don't be reckless." Maul yelps at Gubkichi to stop, but the tiny creature barrels into the knight anyway. The knight slams a brutal, contempt-filled kick, sending the tiny creature skidding across the darkness. He snarls in pure disgust and snaps at the filthy goblin, telling it to keep its hands off him. Maul surges forward to jump in, then gets instantly shoved down hard to the ground. Mora howls with vicious, maniacal laughter, reveling in Maul's helpless humiliation. Maul's face snaps into pure shock, like he can't believe the cruelty they unleashed on him with zero warning. Mora shoots him a smug look over her shoulder like she's already won, and she's thrilled about it. Kondo rockets onto the scene on his bike, and in a blink he plows through the adventurers, men like a streak of lightning. Gubkichi and Maul blurt out Kondo's name, stunned out of their minds and somehow drenched in pure relief. Kondo rockets over the pedals with unreal speed, blasting a dusty trail behind him. Rage burns behind his eyes as he vows, cold and unbreakable, that he'll never forgive them. The bowl-cut knight snaps around and demands to know exactly who this newcomer is. Kondo blasts out, yelling for Mal to grab the package he's about to hurl straight at him. The bag slams onto the ground right in front of Mom. Inside is the brand new prosthetic arm and leg. Kondo roars that these are his brand new limbs, flawless replacements for everything he lost. He pushes Maul to throw them on right now, for the sake of what they're building ahead on that worksite. Mora sneers, then kicks the technician's bike Kondo hard, sending the technician soaring through the air like a ragdoll. The ball-cut knight's boot slams down on Kondo's hand, pinning him flat to the ground. Kondo screams in agony as the knight devours his beloved jet-powered Mamikari. Under the cover of night, the world throws the bicycle aside like it's nothing but a pathetic little toy. He towers over Kondo, daring him, like he's about to crush him the very same way, right here, right now. Kondo sprawls on the ground, glaring at his attackers, and snaps that they have no clue what they just set in motion. The knight just shrugs it off, cold, dismissive, mocking, like it can't even be bothered. huh? Kondo kicks off a roaring lecture, pouring out just how much blood, sweat, and sheer human effort it took to create that bicycle. A flashback rips open the curtain on the whole wild process, designing, hunting down parts, and assembling everything piece by piece. A new memory flashes to reveal the bike getting put through brutal endurance trials inside a lab, pushed to the edge of its limits. The finished product lands in pristine packaging, sealed up tight and ready to hit the road for distribution and logistics. Kondo cracks it open for everyone. Those workers' souls are soaked into the bike, and he didn't just build it, he slapped an engine on top. He swears that whoever stole that soul is going to get punished, right here, right now, on this very day. Night stretched out before him, and in his eyes a sharp spark of recognition flickered, along with a little unease. Mura gets asked straight up if he's the same guy from the stampede incident they were tied to. He leans in, squints closer, and gives a small nod that basically screams, "I knew it." A fully restored Maul jolts up to his feet, and those fresh prosthetics snap on like they were always part of him. With blur-fast speed, he rockets past his two stunned opponents. He drops in behind them, blade already slipped back into its sheath, and moves so fast it feels unreal. More on the Knight are frozen in place, their faces locked in total confusion. Blood blasts from their bodies as they hit the ground, crushed and gone in the blink of an eye. Maul turns his head back with razor-calm intensity, his face set in fury, and that brutal mission of revenge is finally over. His former comrades choke on their own blood, and their faces freeze in pure, stunned disbelief. Standing over his fallen enemy, Malkuli roars that this is divine punishment. After everything, he stands unshaken in the ruins, staring down a cracked, desolate world. Shocked, Commander Ryan turned to June and demanded, "How did you pull off that impossible, lightning-fast attack?" Kondo spots a fresh threat, panics, screams a desperate warning, and jabs his finger straight into the sky. With a thunderous swoop from the clouds, a dragon crashes down and snatches the warrior mole off guard. A sudden close-up shows the mole's prosthetic leg, clean, sleek, and packed with modern tech. While everything burns to the ground, Kondo stays ice-calm, cradling a tiny goblin creature like it's nothing. From behind, a winged humanoid rider hangs in the air, seconds from getting intercepted mid-flight. Maul rockets onto yet another dragon and slams the enemy rider down in a flash of blade and fury. With his opponent finally crushed, Maul lets out a cocky little grin, like he already sees his next win. Kondo and the goblin soak in the wind with quiet, proud smiles. The title page blazes with a scorched wasteland, stretching your eyes toward a far-off, shadowy castle looming in the dark. Now Kondo and his goblin crew stare down a giant dragon corpse, its head ripped clean off. His face goes grim as the goblins cheer start up, and you can feel a brutal new chapter slam into place. Maul stares at his brand new prosthetic hand, flexing those intricate mechanical fingers like they're about to come alive. That tiny goblin, Gobokichi, came sprinting straight to Kondo, yelling with joy that the dragon was finally beaten. He nudged his glasses back into place and exhaled. His prosthetics fit him perfectly. Maul flicks his hand and stares in shock because it obeys his every will perfectly. He leaned in and demanded, "What brutal, mind-blowing magic did Kondo use to forge something like that?" Kondo shoots him a knowing look and corrects him fast, telling him it's just technology. From a jagged cliff, Commander Ryan and her troops stared down at the distant battlefield, eyes locked on the chaos unfolding far below. Ryan's jaw drops. He just watched a dragon get wiped out in one strike, and now he can't stop wondering if it was all him. Her elf buddy, Asif Ryan, locks eyes with the mysterious warrior the second he spots them. She nods and says yes, then her voice turns grim as she remembers the day dragons terrorized their kingdom. King Blackmova V sent his elite dragon striker subjugation squads to crush every last target. The strikers were relentless, steamrolling every last dragon threat until it was wiped out completely. Ryan drops a wild rumor. After the mission was over, the whole unit went rogue. King Blackmoa, terrified of them, slammed a massive bounty on their leader's head. Horror snaps across Ryan's face the moment she realizes exactly who they're up against. She locks onto the warrior and declares him Maul, once the captain of the dragon's strikers. Her whole army just stands there, locked in terror, staring at the legendary figure like they can't even breathe. Ryan's calm snaps like glass as she shrieks for a fast, panicked retreat right now. Her soldiers stare with terror and total confusion as the sudden order slams down. Elf Mage Junia snaps back at the command and squints at the sky like, "Are you kidding me? The weather's crystal clear." Ryan swears someone's coming, then she trusts her special gift to feel it before anyone else can. She's fully aware they can't possibly beat that monster head-on in a straight fight. She spots the oncoming danger, straight from the Maul and the Kondo to the Goblin Core of Anger. Panic detonates through the ranks as her troops scramble to bolt from the raging storm. From a distance, Kondo stares as the enemy troops finally pull back from the battlefield. He watches them disappear, face set in cold, unshakable resolve. Mal stared at the blazing landscape as the enemy had already set the whole site on fire. Kondo clenched his fist and swore he'd never forgive them for what they did. Mal yelled whether they should chase, but then he stumbled, his prosthetic leg buckled and betrayed him. He spits out curses in pure frustration, because his leg won't move when he tells it to. Kondo tells him to rest with a steady voice, then promises he'll tweak the prosthetic later. Mal blurts out, "So how are we supposed to build a pursuit force if we've got 0 weapons?" Kondo leans in and reassures him, then drops the bombshell. He still has the very first weapons they ever forged. He rips the cover off and reveals a monstrous mountain of 1,000 reinforced spike clubs. Mal and Gabukichi the goblin just stand there, frozen in stunned silence, staring at the arsenal. The massive clubs get handed out right away, primed and ready for the next wave of the goblin army. Kondo rages forward, driving a roaring pack of goblins, each one clutching a brutal heavy club. Human Commander Ryan blasts out frantic warnings as the enemy closes in fast. Her soldiers whip around in terror, staring at the goblin army that's moving at impossibly fast speeds. Kondo's roar slams in from behind, commanding them to finally live up to their brutal, dark duties. Ryan screams back, defiant as ever, swearing they'll never get her. Right then, elf mage Juno drops from the sky, her staff bursting with glowing light. Juno snaps that she'll cover the rear guard and bring the whole fight to a close. Ryan screams her name, pleading for her to stop, then slams the warning, danger is right there. But Juno clenched her resolve, she'd never lose, and that pride felt like a spell hanging in the balance. Kondo grips his own club tight, bracing himself and ready to slam back against the magical assault. He watches in shock as Juno floats midair, pulling in a monstrous wave of magic power. June's face hardens with fierce determination as she readies her spell. Kondo locks eyes with her, steady as steel, and charges right into her challenge without flinching. June explodes into a cry of payback, shouting that he'll atone for every sin. She hurls a massive lightning bolt that slams straight into Kondo and swallows him whole. The blast hits like a cannon, and the surrounding goblins get slammed backward by pure force. Juno watches confidence flood her as she confirms she hit her mark and seals the win. When the smoke finally thins, the club is still there, burning a little, smoking hard, but totally unbroken. Kondo stands untouched, clutching the club tight as it crackles through the grounding wire. June's eyes snap wide with shock, and she demands to know why it failed. Kondo flashes a ripe-hitting grin and tells her, straight up, it's a shame. Right before her attack, he reveals he jammed the club into the ground to set it up. A wire snakes from the club straight to a stake hammered deep into the earth. Yuna stands frozen, her ultimate attack hits nothing but disappointment, and it's totally rendered useless. Kondo lays out how electricity really moves, tracing the path of least resistance like it's the only road it can take. He declares her attack will fail, and the current can't touch him, won't crawl through his body. Spotting her friend in serious danger, Ryan blasts out a terrified scream, telling her to back up right now. Far off in his throne room, King Blackmo of the Fifth snaps to attention as devastating news crashes in. He's aghast on the verge of coughing up his own breath, screaming that his dragon and his garrison got crushed. He clocks how bad it is and barks for a full military retreat right now. His forces get hunted by the demon tribe, and they're driven straight toward the town of Leftdorf. The king's expression twists into dread as he realizes the one slim hope left is that barrier. On his balcony, he barks an order to his mages, raise the barrier now. The story rockets into the human side of town, the old wharf left behind. The townspeople stare with grim faces as the mages get ready to strike. A squad of road mages forms a tight line, their staffs blazing with raw, crackling power. They slam their feet down and light up a giant magical sigil on the ground, chanting together in perfect unison. A dazzling hexagon-shaped wave of light erupts from the earth, shimmering as it climbs up into the air. The barrier rockets outward, swallowing the whole town and sealing it just before anything could go wrong. Inside the city, Commander Ryan exhaled in pure relief, convinced they were finally saved. Kondo and his merciless goblin horde barreled toward the town, charging like a living nightmare. The goblin horde swings their clubs and smack. They slam into an invisible wall they can't break through. They slam themselves against a glowing hexagonal shield, hard, desperate, and totally useless. Kondo locks eyes on the barrier, stunned by how solid it looks and how crystal clear it is. His brain instantly slams the image into place, calling it the same giant tank they had at Shirami Aquarium. Ryan's behind the barrier, completely thrown off by everything he's saying about acrylic. She grins at the demon tribe and dares them, telling them, loud and clear, they'll never shatter the barrier. Her troops erupted in laughter, safe and sound behind that wall no one could break. Kondo slams to a stop in front of the barrier, moments away from crushing the human army in a full-on ambush. He's still in full awe, blurting out that it's exactly like a giant aquarium tank. An older man stands there in awe, staring at a giant aquarium while his mind reels through every jaw-dropping technical detail. A diagram lays out the insane special lamination technique behind that massive acrylic S. His face hardens the moment he realizes this tech has flipped sides, and now it's the enemy's weapon. He yells at his goblin buddies that the acrylic wall won't break, then orders them to fall back now. The goblins' rage fizzled out as their clubs bounced off a transparent barrier, utterly useless. From up in the wide view, that giant curved barrier has slammed the entire goblin army's advance to a complete stop. An enemy commander stares in pure disbelief, and it hits her. She finally understands exactly what she's up against. The story snaps to a dead, dragon-scorched battlefield, just ruins left behind from some other brutal war. Mal, all shaggy hair and clenched determination, drops to his knees to care for Saylas, the injured horned woman bleeding out in pain. With worry blazing in his eyes, Mal shouts her name. With injuries screaming, she dares to lift her gaze, one eye shut tight in pure agony as she lies on the ground. A tiny winged creature leaned in and demanded Sally how she could have ever been defeated by a dragon. She admits her ice magic can't stand a chance against that dragon's brutal fire. Mal gently tells her to stop forcing herself. Zells finally drops the truth, she's been watching him for ages. She claims she'd been waiting for him all along, while a defeated dragon dwindles into the distance. A mysterious memory snaps to life, showing a full platoon of armored dragon strikers charging on horseback. Villagers glare as they march by, hissing warnings to each other about their brutal cruelty. The platoon leader, still young, glances back over his shoulder with a grim, heavy look. His stare turns icy and unbreakable as he scans the village, stone-cold focused. A tiny horned demon girl lifts her head, eyes blazing with pure, unshakable admiration. She sprints after the departing soldiers, breathless, yelling the name like it's the only thing that can save them. Her mother yanks her into her arms, screaming that the soldiers won't spare her. She'll be killed just like the dragon. The little girl leans into her mom and blurts out, "Can I get strong like you?" Mal hears those words, snaps to decision, and whips his horse around on the spot. With steel-eyed focus, he rips his massive sword free, as if nothing could stop him. A second dragon swoops in out of nowhere, and the villagers completely lose it, screaming and scattering in pure panic. Amid the chaos, her mother screams for her daughter, Sally, desperation tearing through every word. A soldier screams for Mal, the platoon leader, just as the beast drops in. The dragon snarls and hurls a roaring wave of fire straight at the terrified mother and her child. Mal shoots his hand up, ready to jump in and stop the deadly attack. A huge, see-through shield suddenly slams into place, sealing off the dragon's flames like nothing can get through. That brutal attack slams in, but it shatters in parts around the protected family like it can't touch them. Mal whips his gaze back to the mother and child he just pulled out of danger. He waves it off, telling them they don't owe him a single thank you for what he did. That little girl just freezes in place, eyes wide with total, unshakable awe for the hero who saved her. He rockets toward the beast the second she thrusts her hand out for him. Her face radiates pure heroism, innocent joy blazing like proof that courage can be real. Right now, grown-up Sally looks her mom in the eye and offers a heartfelt formal thank you. They sit close in the calm, and a wave of grateful thanks quietly passes between them. Mal looks thrown off by her gratitude, fidgets through an awkward shrug and tries to brush it all away. The story snaps over to Kondo and his crew as they step onto a wrecked worksite, staring at the damage like it just screamed their names. His colleagues stared in grim silence at the wreckage, calling it a full-on burnout field. The woman beside him stares at the ruined world and can't stop wondering, how in the world are they supposed to bring the land back to life? Kondo's crew huddles up and decides they've got to rebuild, using whatever the locals have right there. He throws out a deal: he'll rebuild the whole operation, and in return, he'll trade it for provisions for his employees. Celis, dressed as a full-on demon general, confidently tells Kondo to hand it to her. In a demon throne room, Cell seethes and demands to know why no one warned her. A long-haired demon leans in and tells us their leaders, Sturm and Shankar, are gone. Sellers erupted in fury. After that trip, nothing changed, and it felt like a total betrayal of their duty. The formal demon, Shankar, snaps and blames her for abandoning the front lines. Shankar watches with pure contempt as the argument spirals into something far worse. He whips his scorn straight at Kondo, demanding to know what exactly he's ever done. Kondo just shrugs it off, calmly saying he only showed up with backup. Sellers spills the truth. Kondo's prosthetic leg for the mall was the very thing that finally downed the dragon. Shankar is left completely speechless by this jaw-dropping revelation. The Demon King Sturm bursts into a booming laugh, genuinely impressed by Kondo's skills. Sturm steps up and declares, "I'm appointing Kondo as the new Reformation Captain General." Shankar fires back, insisting Kondo is still a fresh face, and that this promotion hits way too soon. Sturm barrels in and lays down the rules, dead serious that he's expecting big things from Kondo's restoration work. Kondo's female colleague shoots her hand up and lays out their conditions. She makes it crystal clear their workers must have the basics, real food and proper clothes. Sturm roar is a pact, one that promises they'll hand over whatever they need as soon as they rebuild. Kondo and Shankar lock eyes like a duel, and right there, a fresh rivalry ignites between them. Shankar refuses to even acknowledge the presumptuous upstart. Kondo and Mal stare at the wreckage of the condo and the mall, then hash out their brand new responsibilities. Kondo leaned in and demanded to know, does Mal really mean it when he says he's okay being the site's supervisor? He spots a treasure trove of orange stone and realizes they've got to build the basics fast. Mal finally cracks and admits all he's ever known is fighting, and it makes him feel totally useless. Kondo leans in and tells him, clear as steel, no warrior can stay a warrior forever. He pitches a wild idea: ditch the mall life, become an engineer, and swears he'll never have to stress about food ever again. Mal's eyes widened and her heart fluttered. She's stunned by the offer, and she immediately agrees to Kondo's request. He stares at his prosthetic arm and gives a quiet nod. Kondo made this for him. Kondo's colleagues beam as they watch those two men finally lock into a real connection. Mal locks eyes with Kondo, gratitude hits hard, and he blurts, "Thank you." Kondo, touched by what he said, admits it straight up. This makes him so happy. He says that for a technician, nothing hits harder than that kind of reward. That tiny winged creature flapped up to Kondo's team and demanded to know where they'd come from. The little creature can't help it. It blurts out its wild curiosity about where it really came from. Kondo leans in and tells him, "We're from a world Mal has never heard of." He points at the dome-shaped device and tells them the truth. During repairs, they got transported. His stocky colleague bursts out with a blazing, heartfelt need to get back home. Kondo breaks it down. His analysis proves the device can't work because it's missing the one thing it needs: fuel. He lifts that tiny, glowing capsule they just ripped out of it, like it's the last piece of hope. Ma stares at the thing, her mind racing as she thinks it might be their ticket back home. He peers into the capsule and spots those tiny, shimmering crystals sparkling back at him. Recognition flashes across his face as he realizes it's a dragon's tear. A brand new chapter kicks off to purchase supplies. The whole crew crowds around the transport device, buzzing with ideas as they plan their next deadly move. Kondo confirms it. Dragon's tears is the fuel source they've finally nailed down. The subway enthusiast immediately nods along, trusting Mal's word, because he'd been a dragon striker himself. Mal remembers seeing the same kind of thing back when a dragon was sobbing. He nods with total confidence, declaring that this is, without a doubt, a dragon's tear. If the kids fired up, push the idea, catch a dragon and you'll get even more. He blares that they've got to hunt down a dragon somewhere and capture it, because its tears are the prize. His colleague's warning hits like a crash, and panic bursts in his chest. Then it hits him, the dragon they just crushed, and he blurts out that they should steal its tears. Kondo shot a hand up, silencing his frantic rant before it could explode any further. Then he blurts out the truth: those goblins swarmed in and devoured the dragon's corpse. Their hope shatters the moment they realize the simple route home has vanished. A tight close-up snaps onto Kondo's stern, bespectacled face, an older man who looks like trouble with every breath. Kondo tells his crew they can head home, and it totally shocks everyone around him. Sati, panicked out of her mind, rushes to explain that every single employee left in the building is clawing to get out. Her stocky buddy Subway blurts out his worries, no pay and fear for their families. Kondo tells their families to be more grateful, and it totally riles up his coworkers again with his cold, detached take. With pure frustration boiling over, a foot slams down on the ground like a thunderclap. 3 fresh recruits, Masui, Akawa, and Akinos, stormed in to confront Kondo and demand answers about how he leads. "I quit," with burning intensity, begging everyone to cooperate, because if we don't, we're all done for. She lays out their brutal living conditions, voice cracking as she mourns the fact that there aren't any electricity beds or showers. Kondo stays cool and starts laying out his brilliant plan, winning over the local demon tribe like it's the smoothest move in the world. He spills the truth: they've been getting steady supplies right on schedule because they've been paying their dues with their contributions. His coworkers can't help but wonder if these supplies actually include real necessities like shampoo or retort pouch curry. A massive crate gets ripped open, and inside lies a disgusting mix of alien creatures and bizarre vegetables. Ikawa and Masui snap back in horror, faces twisting with pure disgust at the gruesome food supply. Kondo calmly shrugs and admits he's gotten used to that weird diet a long time ago. Ichinot looks sick and snaps that Kondo's been acting wildly strange lately. He can't wrap his head around it. How on earth are they supposed to prove the nutrition from food this vague and unidentifiable? Kondo whips his head toward every one of them, grilling, "Have you been eating anything at all?" Ichinot smirks and swears he'd never, ever touch something like that. He triumphantly unveils his secret stash of multivitamin supplements. With tears streaming and a manic grin blazing, he snaps that his nutrition plan is flawless, while his colleagues stare in worried silence. Masui, the manufacturing chief, jumps in and says, "I get every anosis point, but there are still other problems on the table." Sadie shoots him a question: "Are you talking about a technical problem?" Masui breaks it down: what powers them, and why the Ella rabbit is safe as long as it gets its drink and falls asleep. The rabbit-like creatures spark electricity wildly, and the whole setup feels dangerously unreliable. Kondo pinched the bridge of his nose and realized they needed a more structured, reliable solution. No more guessing. Rage sharpens his face as he slams the door on hesitation and chooses a brand new plan to fix their power crisis. He lays out his wild plan to harness the power of a nearby waterfall by building a hydroelectric generator. Sadie can't wait for the idea to take off, but Subway panics and blurts out where they're supposed to find the materials they need. The whole crew crowds around the table as Kondo gears up to drop the bombshell about their brand new funding. Kondo flips open the massive chest and declares that whatever's inside is the key to their success. He rips the lid off and boom, unleashes a colossal pile of weird, glittering money spilling out everywhere. The employees stood frozen, staring at that towering mountain of demon money, an absolute fortune that blew past anything they could have ever imagined. The boy can't believe it. This other world runs on the same brutal rule as his. Money calls the shots. The whole crew huddles beneath their workshop's towering ceiling, and the moment their new mission clicks into place, everything changes. Kondo pitches it: grab their fresh new funds, then hit the demon tribe's town and shop. Subei's jaw drops as he blurts out, "Wait, do the demons really have a whole town of their own?" Kondo shot back that a Mutani factory sits right near theirs. A jagged wasteland stretches out before us, and far off, the Demon King's castle looms like a nightmare on the horizon. They burst into a booming demon city, surrounded by strange domed architecture and bustling streets that never stop buzzing. Subei can't believe his eyes as the thriving city bursts with race after race, each one more astonishing than the last. Sadie spots a bustling marketplace, and there, a bird-headed vendor is hawking weird one-eyed pineapples. Kondo eyes two goblin-looking creatures parked at an outdoor table, clinking drinks like they own the place. The group can't believe their eyes. Humans are walking around with every demon tribe, smiling and mixing like they've always belonged there. A grizzled old vendor leans in with a knowing grin and says they don't feel like ordinary humans at all. He props his chin on his hand and lets out a tired, world-weary smirk that says he's seen it all. The vendor immediately clocks them as human, just like him, and it leaves them absolutely stunned. Kondo leans in and demands, why would a human choose to live in a demon town when they've got their own kind right there? The vendor scoffs at the question and snaps that the human has parked them in a stuffy, miserable spot. He tells you straight up he'd way rather hawk his junk right here, because it's way more fun than anything else. Two boys lit up with it, shouting that the demons are finally free. A loud, packed street roars with beastman humanoids, all weaving through their day like nothing could stop them. The subway roars with energy, and strangers shout at the old vendor like, "We're ready, let's make a deal." A shady vendor slips up and offers him a love potion brewed by a witch from a cursed forest. Ikawa and Akinos clock the scam instantly, jump in and warn him, "Don't fall for this shady BS, don't believe a word of it." A red-faced boy can't stop daydreaming about handing that potion over to a woman named Chris. While two boys tumbled through his romantic daydream, Kondo coolly leaned in and demanded the vendor's price. The vendor flashes a grin and calls out a wild price, 100 million broad for that tiny vial. Sadie detonates in rage, shouting that the price is a total ripoff, and there's no way they've got that kind of money. The moment they doubt him, the vendor's smile drops. He turns hostile and threatens them for not believing. He whips a knife through the air and it slams into the wall, jolting the whole group into pure terror. The whole team bolts in total panic, sprinting away from the furious old man. A towering dome tower with a razor-spiked crown shoots up into the sky like it's daring the heavens. After their razor-thin escape, the group ducks into a quieter alley and finally slows down to gulp in breaths. H and O is still reeling, so they decide to split into two teams like a strike plan to get things done faster. Kondo breaks into a confident grin and admits he came prepared with exactly what this moment needed. He pulls out a pair of vintage, short-range wireless communicators like it's a secret lifeline. Each INOS tells them, use the devices to regroup, just make sure what you need is within 30 meters. Sadie nods along with the plan, and her and Kondo team up to go hunt down construction supplies. The boy gets handed the job of grabbing the daily supplies for the whole group, every single day. His crew drifts into a back alley that looks like a giant city, packed with weird faces and strangers. The boy snaps that the alley is getting sketchy, then immediately decides they're done worrying. Now it's time to go have fun. He declares that now they're here, they should cut loose and enjoy themselves without holding back. A charming demoness with tiny horns and a gothic dress slides up and asks, sweet as poison, where they're headed. Tsuboi Akinos and Aikawa are totally wrecked. Her stunning beauty has them completely captivated. Subway can't contain his excitement as he jabs at a sign and swears it's a demon girl's bar. The demoness flashes a wicked smile, lures them in with promises of a nearby drink spot cheap as can be. Tubei's got zero hesitation. He's all in, nodding hard while Akano scrambles to stop him. Akawa and Akino yank him back, snapping him out of it and reminding him, mission first. They've gotta buy the necessities. Subway declares that for him, that beautiful demoness isn't a want, she's a daily need. With a grin blazing across his face, he drags his protesting coworkers along, hauling them straight toward the establishment. The demoness whisks them through an archway, guarded on both sides by two huge round golem bouncers. She darts a mischievous look over her shoulder at the golems, like she knows exactly what they're about to do. As the golem comes to life, its eyes flare bright, locking onto the newcomers and tracking them straight into the bar. Inside, the crew crowds around a table and Tsuboi grins as he lifts his glass, toasting his lucky break. Aikawa just stared at the drink like it was totally worthless, pure, effortless disinterest. You all know you've got questions ready for him, why he showed up here instead of grabbing the stuff you actually need. Two boys shut him down, brushing off his worries and calling it a valuable lesson. Akawa grumbles, swearing that his wild stories from back in the day are way more loud and dramatic than anyone wants to hear. A stunning demon hostess flashed a sweet, killer smile like she was having the time of her life. With a tray in hand, she steps up and says, I'm MSA, then straight up offers to sit with them and grab a drink. To boys completely smitten, she burst into joy and shouted her name like it was music. He slaps the seat next to him with excitement, then urges her to come sit right beside him. She accepts, and right then, Subway starts serenading her with a painfully cheesy love song. You all know the drill, straight to the point. You cut in and blurt out, okay, how much does this place cost? Imasa dishes out its 1,500 yen deal for a full hour of all-you-can drink, and they make it sound way too good to miss. She says it's a steal because one plain fruit juice out there costs 500 bucks. A kid insists the pricing is super careful, but I can't shake the feeling something about it still screams suspicious. When Emma drops the bomb that she's got liquor worth 50,000, everyone shoots their glasses up and drinks like there's no tomorrow. Outside, the golem bouncer stands stone still, gripping the moment, waiting for the cue to move. In a roaring demon city, horned and winged races rush through their days like it's one wild storm. Salihay, a weathered old man in a work uniform, leans in and studies a bizarre plant that's actually talking. His female subordinate steps forward and declares she wants to track down useful items for the mission. She then blurts out her worry that their coworker, Tazawa, might not be doing his job the right way. Seilhai shoots her a confident smile and tells her, straight up, that Tezawa is an absolute beast of a man, capable, dependable, and more than ready. In private, the subordinate drops a quiet thanks to Zawa for being utterly useless at his job. Sally lays it out, their company's stock is running thin, so they have to hunt down production materials fast. Right in the middle of the market, a huge round figure barrels through, and his attention snaps to it instantly. He grabs his subordinate and demands answers about the bizarre rock-looking guy he keeps spotting working just a few steps away. The stone golem keeps grinding away, piece by piece, like it's got one job and zero mercy. Simple design, deadly efficiency. Sully clutched the notes with wide-eyed awe, watching the golem redo the exact same loading move over and over. With a ponytail flicking behind him, the young man stands tall and declares that the creature is a golem. He tells them that since he's a golem user, that rock doll will obey every command he speaks. Sally suddenly snaps to it. This golem isn't magic at all, it's an industrial robot. He yanks the golem user over on the spot and fires off questions about their modern programming language like he's desperate for the answer. This young man is totally lost because Sally Hayes is throwing out wild tech jargon he's never heard before. He just straight up makes it clear that golem is powered and controlled by spoken incantations. Across town, inside a gritty stone tavern, a tipsy Kondo throws back his drink and joyfully shouts at someone nearby. His cheeks are flushed from the drink, and he keeps shouting for Hinos with non-stop energy. Tezawa slams Kondo with a warning about his drinking, but Kondo shrugs it off and swears he's got something figured out. Drunk out of his mind, he blunders that their colleague class must secretly be in love with him. Busy snorts at the ridiculous idea, slams back her drink, and recoils in disgust. Kondo snaps his focus to the crying hostess, MSA, and promises her, "I'll listen right now." Imasa grins and slyly asks, "Will you really listen to everything I say?" He can't wait, he nods right away and even offers to shell out $50,000 for the after-party. Imasa then drops the truth. Turns out the real bill is a jaw-dropping $171,500 broad. Kondo's hit with a shock that snaps him sober. His money pouch suddenly feels like it's been vacuumed dry. Tozawa's eyes go wide with pure horror as he stares at that impossible, jaw-dropping sum. Busses aghast and one heartbreaking tear slips down her cheek. Kondo tries to play off the bill as a joke, but Emma sees right through it and swears it's the real deal. She slams down the itemized list and right at the top, a jaw-dropping bill for her own company. Emusa flashes a sweet smile and demands he cough up the bill, every single last bit, paid in full. Kondo jerks back from the table, his face frozen in pure, jaw-dropping shock. He sinks back in his chair, snaps that it's a total ripoff, and flat-out refuses to pay. Baosei's body went tense, he felt it in his gut that something was off, and the irritation finally boiled over. Emma's smile vanishes and cold certainty hits her face as she reminds him, word for word, about his promise. With a sharp crack, she snaps her fingers and unleashes a spell. Her eyes flare with eerie light as she howls out a strange arcane incantation. Two giant stone golems lumber into the tavern, summoned by the recall. The whole group jerks back in pure terror, staring at the monsters like, "What in the world are you?" Imasa grins and rolls out her adorable golems, casually revealing she's the one who can use them. A golem surged forward, and those blank, menacing eyes pinned you in place. She brags that every one of her creations will fall in line and do exactly what she says. A towering golem slams its fist into the table, and everyone scatters in panic. The terrified group huddles in the corner, shaking as tavern wreckage piles all around them. Kondo's drenched in sweat as he begs, "Please, you've got to pardon us." Imasa barges in and warns them, "Pay up or you're getting minced into meatballs." Kondo throws out the horrifying word meatballs again, and pure disbelief hits him like a truck. She leans in and tells them they're going to be chopped up and served to the beast tribes. The moment they grasp what's coming, being chewed up piece by piece, the whole group erupts into panic, staring their gruesome fate in the face. He'd basically handed him a final showdown, either pay the bill or get turned into a meatball. The group falls into pure despair, until a frantic beeping blares and slams the moment into something far from over. Amiset whips his head around, stunned by that sudden blaring electronic noise. A fresh voice, Icecom, tells him straight up he doesn't have to pay that bill. Salihay and his assistant rush in, Salihay clutching a beeping device, while the Kondo lets out a shaky cry of relief. Imasa watches with a faint, unimpressed smirk, and then her comm snaps back into place. She calls Sale parent and presses him straight up, does he plan to pay that bill? Sully stays cool and fires back, asking what will happen if he refuses her demand. Emma screams orders to her golems, and they all churn into meatballs. A massive golem surged forward, its stone fist cocked and roaring towards Saliham, ready to crush him. Sully erupts with a command in a weird arcane tongue, and it cuts through the air like a spell. The golem's fist hangs millimeters from his face, its momentum suddenly trapped in midair. Imasa just freezes in stunned disbelief, her confidence gets ripped apart in an instant. The rest of the crew just stares, utterly stunned by how everything suddenly flips. The golem's hand hangs there, locked in place, just floating midair like time stopped. Salah thrusts his hand into a tiny rectangular slot carved into the golem's head. Emma demanded answers, pressing him hard. How did he gain the power to control her creations? He calmly fishes a thin rectangular card straight from the golem's head. Sully points out the command he used, an all-purpose emergency stop incantation. His baffled coworkers cornered him and demanded, "Explain what's going on." Sally leans in and drops the bombshell. The golems aren't free at all, they're under her control, just like robots. He leans in and tells her that card isn't just a card, it's a memory card packed with your program. Sailhai shoves the keys into Tasawa's hands, the programmer who will run the expert analysis. Tazel stares at the card, and a sudden click of understanding lights up his face. He pieces it together, it's nothing fancy, just a basic visual program built to hit non-paying customers. The group stares in shock at the jaw-dropping truth, those creatures are basically robots. Imesa crushed the pushback, refusing to reveal how Sally learned the stop code. Selahi drops the truth, he snagged the code from the other golem user for a whopping 200,000 broad. His coworkers stare in shock at that price, saying it's even higher than the scam bill. Salihe locks eyes with Amasa and says the sky-high price isn't a burden, it's proof she's worth every cent. He stares at her, leaning in as he asks straight up if money troubles are hitting her. Salihe shot her an offer, asking if she wanted to team up with them. The chapter title explodes into view right in the middle of the tavern's wreckage. Sally Hayes flashes a grin at the golem user and straight up asks what he thinks of his offer. He insists her golems follow her incantations to the letter, and her own golem immediately backs him up. He tells you, where I come from, this is basically an industrial-grade robot. Solly's crew huddles close, buzzing about how her programming could flip their whole manufacturing process upside down. Sally shoves his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and pure determination hardens his face. He leans in and tells Amasa that her insane skills don't deserve scraps, they deserve real, proper pay. Ima leans in, listening like it's life or death as her golem lays out his business pitch. She spills her past like a confession, then sends golems out to hit human mining sites for labor. Still, she tells the chilling truth. Eventually, the humans quit paying her for her services. She spills the truth, the current king banned her slave magic, so she got chained to servitude instead. In the end, the goblin's mind tossed her away, and she couldn't earn her own way in life. She remembers getting dragged into scamming strangers like the Mankindo, just to survive day to day. She was forced to sell her basic incantations for insane prices just to keep herself fed. She shoots back that she can cast way more advanced incantations than that. Imasa leans in with that sliced smile like, "So, am I hearing you right? Are you saying I'm worth a fortune?" His subordinate practically blurts, "Boss, give it a shot, we've got it covered in the budget." Salik fires off his offer with raw intensity. He's offering a monthly salary of 1 million broad. A bob-haired woman snaps her head up, shouting in pure disbelief at just how massive the proposed salary is. A big, burly man squints and asks if this is for a section chief, while his buddy shrugs and admits he's got absolutely no frame of reference. Emma, the woman with tiny horns, wears a cool, confident smile as they talk about her. Later, a big truck barrels up to the plain Izumitani factory building. Smiling factory workers burst into action, yanking open crates packed with fresh, exotic-looking fruit. The bountiful harvest is finally here to throw a real, satisfying meal your way. Inside the manager's condo, he and his colleague Sari popped open the fruit and dug in. Then he couldn't stop praising how insanely delicious it tasted. Kondo cradles a tiny white round fruit and studies it like it's hiding a secret. He leans in, praising the thing's jaw-dropping freshness, and Suri instantly labels it a top-shelf delicacy, Sweden. She adds that this same fruit is brought out every year as a sacred offering to the Demon King. From her golem throne, Ima leans in and confirms it, then lays out the brutal, mind-bending rules behind the offering selection. Kondo and Sari lean in hard, eyes locked, like they can feel how massive this offer really is. Ima warns that everything will fall apart if the offering fails. Then, out of nowhere, she blurts that she wishes she could become a golem. Sori's jaw drops at the shocking confirmation that the Demon King truly exists. exists, while Kondo calmly seems to already get it. They stare at the fruits in the Kondo notes, clocking the wild shapes, and realizing this sorting job is going to be a real headache. A sly, confident grin blooms across his face as he says, "This could get really interesting." Suri's eyes go wide with alarm as she stares at him, demanding to know exactly what he's about to do. Kondo clenches the fruit in his fist, then just tells her, "Watch closely, then you'll see." In the modern office, Kondo leans into his programmer and growls that it's finally time to shine, like there's a spotlight waiting right behind that nose. Echino's rants about condos with wild, impossible ideas, and right nearby, Emma lounges on a rickety Gollum chair. Emma pops a piece of fruit into her mouth, calmly eyeing the programmer like it's the funniest thing in the world. Each one of those groans screamed, "I'm starving," while they got forced to learn a brand new programming language they'd never seen before. He points straight at Emma, grabs her attention, and slides in a sharp question. He leaned in and demanded to know exactly how she summons her golems. Emma points at her golem chair and nods like, "This is the one you mean, right?" It's like she explains him he's got the basics down, but he feels a hidden truth tucked inside every smooth move they make. Emma confirms it on the spot. "That's right," he says, and the truth lands like a punch. She leans in and tells him she pumps complex incantations straight into the clay while she molds it. Echino's cracks her magic into cold, technical terms, tracking every sense source and fine-tuning the joints as if she's dialing in perfection. He realizes her whole setup is just a simple program the moment she flashes her talisman code. She tells him the talisman doesn't force the thing to move, it just feeds it a precise chain of commands. He stares hard at the spell code glowing on the talisman she's holding. He nods like he finally gets it, and locks in on the exact idea she's trying to explain. He swallowed his pride, admitted he had no confidence, and pleaded with her to teach him this new language. "Please," Emma beams at how fast he gets it all, then teases him with a joke about his huge salary. The story snaps to a chilling view of the demon tribe's worksite, all shadows and ominous silhouettes. They're overseeing the rise of a brand new, jaw-dropping stone fortress from the ground up. Kondo lauds the build and the one-eyed demon Maul shoots back, admitting she's genuinely impressed. The rugged foreman Maul doesn't just talk, somehow the goblins actually listen to every single word he says. Goblins and orcs pack the area, grinning like predators, totally ready for the next orders from moles. Maul tells Kondo that the goblins kneel to him only because he once crushed a dragon. Kondo and Sari watched the cheerful goblins rejoice like crazy, and realized they'd even gone and installed plumbing. A rough wooden cart jolts ahead, and its wheels hurl up a cloud of dust with every rattling turn. A furious aristocratic demon named Shankar stomps in, hauling a giant cart packed to the brim with fruit. Kondo and Maul tighten in, then clock the card. It's packed to the brim with sweetie fruit. Shankar explodes with rage, demanding answers. What do they think they're doing at this critical moment? Maul snaps to it. This is the deal meant for the Demon King, and Kondo confirms it without hesitation. Shankar roars that if they don't pull it off, the Demon King's wrath will slam down on them, and disaster is guaranteed. He snaps at them to halt the build and start sorting the fruit right now. Kondo rubs his chin, calm as ever, and tells everyone not to panic. Shankar's stunned by how calm he's acting, and he's left wondering if he's even lost his mind. Kondo tells everyone he's handed the sorting job to the goblins, right there as part-time workers. Shankar snorts at the plan, but Maul, along with another worker, steps in and promises they'll run the whole process. Kondo snaps back that this is exactly what makes goblins the ideal crew for the job. A deafening thud slams through the worksite like a warning that something's gone horribly wrong. Shankar whips his head around in pure confusion, demanding what he even means by perfect. He stands there stunned as a fresh procession barrels in, right on the scene. Emma is hoisted forward on her golem throne, while two hulking golems tower at her sides in Ichanos. Shankar and Malster shouted, while Shock and the rest surged in yelling, "Golems." Shankar erupts in rage, demanding to know what these useless constructs could possibly do. He waves them off and snaps that they can only obey simple commands. Ichinos slides a row of labeled plates into Kondo's hands, then tells him to step forward and begin. Ima leaps off her throne as a golem stomps in, hauling a box right toward her. Ichinot's stash sits inside a huge bin right on the side, on a plate stamped DAMAGD. Then he starts lining up plates for the SM and L sizes. Up next, those plates are made for LL, plus top grade quality no less. With the last special grade plate dropped into place, the sorting station finally clicks shut and gets completed. Each O and Emma roll up to their spot with a fully prepped fruit sorting station ready to go. Shankar and Maul just stare, totally baffled, blurting, "Wait, what are you two even trying to pull off?" He knows his eyes blaze with power as he chants that ancient arcane language. At his command, the two giant golems jerk to life, their arms swinging straight toward the fruit. Shinker freezes in disbelief while Kondo grins, staring at the text magic as it's about to explode into the world. The GULMS slam their many-fingered hands into that towering heap of fruit with jaw-dropping force. Shanker just stands there with his mouth hanging open, while Kondo watches him with this calm, smug satisfaction. This moment hits like a wild collision, magic and tech smashing together inside a deadly factory from another world. The golems kick into overdrive, sorting at lightning speed and hurling fruit into the special grade and LL bins. Shanker blurts in shock as the golems rip through high-speed sorting like it's nothing. The battered fruit gets flung into its own bin with razor-straight precision. One golem grinds on without rest, its blank face giving nothing away as it carries out the impossible. Kondo, Ikanos, and Imas stand there, eyes locked on their own handiwork, watching their creation hit with pure, collaborative brilliance. Shanker leans in, poking through a pile of fruits, and his jaw drops as he realizes the golems have sorted every single piece perfectly. Kondo makes it crystal clear these golems don't have free will, they only obey every command they're given. He explains that a golem is basically a robot, and that his talisman's incantations are the real program driving it. He pins the breakthrough on one thing: Emma and Hinus teaming up and changing everything. Emma coolly swears she only taught them the bare minimum words needed to activate the talisman. Each one just can't stop staring in awe. She learned the system and put it to work fast enough to blow their minds. Kondo, squeezing his weary eyes shut, nods and admits every nose has absolutely crushed it. Ichano shrugs off all the praise and snaps back that his work still feels amateurish. Imao watches one of the golems clamp up and shut down, and she can't even guess what could have triggered the malfunction. Crest panics this stout guy, screaming that one mistake could turn into catastrophe, and everyone better claw their way to perfection. Imao watches him with sharp annoyance, baffled that he's actually grinning like he can't wait for the chaos. Ichino figures Crest isn't just building a system, he's chasing one that's even more flawless. Ima glares, convinced that if the system gets too perfect, her own job is about to get crushed. She swears to herself she'll never, ever teach them how to forge golems out of clay. Crest beams with pure excitement and raves about Emma's genius like she can't believe it. Ima snaps, "Don't touch me," then threatens to bury him alive inside a golem. Crest is shoved right out of a golem's body, clutching his head in his hands as he blurts out a shaky, non-stop apology. Shanker snaps into command, screaming that they've run out of time. He barks at the goblins to sort the fruit and get it packed for shipment, right now. The one-eyed demon warrior, Maul, watching with a sharp, satisfied grin, says things finally worked out after all. Goblins and orcs are busting their backs at work, and Kondo and Shank are watching like hawks. Shankar admits they needed help, but not because the Kondo was strong enough on its own. Kondo humbly nods and hands the whole win to his outstanding crew. Once the weapons are done being forged, Shankar slams down the decision and declares they're charging straight into the next job. Kondo cuts in and says walking away is a total waste of all that potential. A flustered Shankar snaps, demanding to know what on earth he could possibly mean by that. Kondo tells them their current profits are just the opening move, nothing compared to the bigger business they're about to build. When the noble demands answers, Kondo just shrugs and tells him, plain and simple, to watch closely. Shankar says the finest fruits are headed straight to the Demon King, but Kondo snaps back like, no, that's not nearly enough. The engineer steps up and reveals his wild plan. He'll sort the fruit by grade, then crank the prices up or down based on it. Shankar clocks that this strategy will match the needs of every kind of customer way better. A crate slams into view, packed with ugly, bruised fruit that looks totally useless. Kondo grins and points out that even these wrecked supplies can still be used to whip up jammer wine like a pro. A Shankar finally realizes they've been shoving out every okay fruit they've got, instead of only the best. With a fearless grin, Kondo leans in and says, "All right, this is where it gets really interesting." Then he fires a sharp question: what happens when the harvest fails? Worried sick, Shankar confirms that if this disaster hits, it'll spark pure fury in the Demon King. Kondo strides in, slams a metal can onto the table, and insists it's the answer to everything. Shankar locks eyes on the weird iron container and demands to know what in the world it is. The engineer puts it on display and calls it a kanzium, basically a canned good in disguise. A stunned Shankar blurts out the strange word again and again while Kondo gets ready to swing the door open. He yanks the tab and boom, the fruit segments inside are perfectly preserved, like they were frozen in time. The demon noble looks at it and shrugs like it's nothing, just fruit. Kondo carefully selects just one piece to hand over. After tasting it himself, he urges Shankar to take a bite. Shankar finally, still shaking with doubt, takes the offered fruit slice. He lifts the juicy, shimmering fruit to his mouth and bites down hard. His eyes snap wide in shock, and he blurts out that it's unbelievably delicious. Kondo drops the bombshell, this fruit's 4 years old, and Shankar instantly spits it out. Rage blazing, the furious Shensar demands to know why Kondo would serve him rotten food. Kondo snaps back coolly, insisting the food isn't rotten at all. He breaks down the modern canning game, vacuum sealing to lock everything in, then heat sterilization to wipe out the danger. He lifts the can and swears it won't spoil as long as the seal stays unbroken. He lays it out like a promise, steady supplies, and no chance the Demon King snaps his fury. Shankar stands there stunned, his mind scrambling as he realizes the food could, at least on paper, last forever. Kondo sweeps his arms wide, loudly announcing he'll build a canning factory right here. Demon nobles stare at the mining reels, and the moment it clicks, greed explodes, because the profits they could rake in are absolutely massive. Kondo stared on, grinning with purpose, and his eyes burned crystal clear. Shankar realizes this isn't just another product drop, it's a full-blown revolution. A massive shadowy monster suddenly looms behind them, and its sheer presence hits like a command. Storm, the mighty wolf man, strides in like a thunderclap, then leans in and praises the beautiful scenery around them. Shankar and Condor jumped back, stunned by his sudden, totally unexpected arrival. Even their colleagues, like the one-eyed warrior Klessa, watch in stunned silence. Klessa can't shake the weird feeling that he's here, while his nearby colleague frets like something's about to snap. Storm grins and drops the bomb. He's got a special proposal for every single one of them. He roars out the plan for a company trip to a hot spring, daring everyone to break the ice and forge closer bonds. Kondo and Shankar go wide-eyed at the sudden bombshell of a hot spring. A bulky employee blurts out, "Does a place like that even exist?" And the answer hits back with a clear, confirmed yes. Storm leans in and tells them this place isn't just scenic, it's a tourist spot where battered bodies can heal after battle. That heavy-set man is instantly swept away by a wild daydream. He's already chasing the idea of getting closer to Klessa. His daydream jerks into the spotlight, and now another female colleague, Imasa, slides right into it. Klessa, totally unmoved by his flirting, snaps coldly, "So who are you?" Then she swings toward the quiet, dark-haired Maul and basically tells him, "Go here." A shocked girl stares at him and blurts, "Wait, are you talking to me?" Klessa's cheeks go rosy as he admits his wounds probably haven't fully healed yet. Jealous and round-bellied, the man snarls that the hot springs are supposed to work wonders. A factory woman bursts into cheers, practically vibrating with excitement because a real bath is finally coming. Kondo jumps on the plan, declares it's brilliant, and tells her to go straight to the other employees and spread the word. A stiff-suited man looks totally drained as a gothic woman leans in and asks him if he's going. A hooded figure lurks in the woods, unseen and watching, then it slips away into the shadows. A hooded scout comes barreling across the field, clutching the news like it's burning a hole in his hands. His message is heading straight for the unbeatable fortress of the human kingdom of Liver. A spyglass snaps into view as it locks onto those distant scout signals in the horizon. Through the scout's lens, he spots a flag waving and fires off a report about the hot spring trip. King Black Moa roared, 5 seeds burning with fury after his dragon was slain and their vacation got wrecked. He clenches his teeth and pure, nasty rage takes over his face. Elf Mage Juno leans in and asks if he's really thinking about the thing she swears she sees in him. In his throne room, she challenges him. Does he have another reckless attack brewing? The king shuts the idea down for good, because the Dragon Striker is already on full alert. Juno leans in, eyes locked on him, her face set in stone like she's hiding something. The king's expression contorts into a wicked smirk as he unveils his brand new plan. The factory workers huddle up, trading fears and rumors, then one of them shrugs and says it won't be that hard. A buzzcut man clenches his fists in silent fury, swearing he'll hunt down the betrayer. The mighty fortress of the human kingdom of Liver looms back into view again. King Black Moa 5 confidently tells Juno to chill out. His clever strategy has everything under control. That gut punch makes Juno wonder, can she really pull off a job that huge? The king strides up the steps to his throne, and the whole hall seems to bow to his sheer power. He stares down at her with rock-solid confidence, telling her, like it's already guaranteed, that she can do it. He leans in and calls the kneeling elf Juno by name. He drops the truth. He's been watching her fight her way through the struggle of passing the B-rank magic user exam. June goes totally speechless, staring in disbelief and begging how in the world he could possibly know that. The king struts around bragging that he sees every single thing in his kingdom, so close to a god it's basically terrifying. Then he declares loud and final that he is, after all, the king. Juno stared on, sweat dripping down her temple in that one silent beat of panic. The king slams a deal in front of her, promising he can pull strings and get her through that exam. He dares her to pull it off with her eyes shut, but warns her the trick costs more than she thinks. Juna's voice trembles as she blurts out, "So what role am I supposed to play in return for this favor?" The king snaps that she'll use her skills to hunt down the betrayer hiding in their midst. He leans in with terrifying intensity and tells her, cold as steel, that she'll do it herself, hand to hand. The team bursts into a huge, grimy mountain settlement, where everything looks like it's been stained by trouble and time. The workers aren't buying these accommodations at all. One even blurts, "So, you really staying here?" Kondo steadies everyone with a calm smile, while his colleague frets that ghosts and bugs are about to show up. They're met by Storm and, oh man, other demons snap at him for downing a drink way too fast. Storm roars out a warm welcome to the fresh arrivals from Izumitani Manufacturing. A demon noble leans in and tells Storm, "This is where you always stay, the same stormy lodging every time." He adds that they even used it for the demon tribe's baseball team training camp. Kondo steps forward, bows so deeply it's almost reverent, and pours out heartfelt gratitude for the invitation. He leans in and says it's an honor, because they haven't had a real bath since they showed up. The demon noble leans in and tells Storm, "Don't you dare complain after I invited you so kindly." A guy storming in brags about condos, then blurts out that it's officially time to hit the hot springs. A quiet traditional Japanese interior stands empty in the hallway, and the whole place feels like it's holding its breath. Three guys in work clothes sprawled on tatami, and one of them just couldn't stop talking about how it all hit him with pure nostalgia. Murata takes a drag, then suddenly flashes back to that wild company trip to Atami. Kondo just grins, nodding like, "Yeah, so much crazy stuff went down back then." The stoutman stares back with a knowing smirk, like he's already one step ahead and can't wait to cause trouble. Murata suddenly remembers this wild little incident, but Kondo snaps at him and says, "Don't even bring it up." Kondo's thoughts keep slipping back to the total chaos from that karaoke bar. The memory kicks off with a fresh-faced drunk salesman throwing a full-on tantrum at a company party. Drunk out of his mind, he staggers in and demands the factory workers thank him for selling their products. A younger condescendingly glares from the table, and the irritation keeps rising in their eyes. A cheerful coworker, already drunk, loudly egged the irritated Kondo on to sing. The salesman lurches right up to Murata, totally blanks on his name, and then shoots straight past the line with pure disrespect. Murata's patience finally cracks. He swings a tambourine like a weapon and smashes it over the salesman's head. The salesman crumples to the floor, and his coworkers stare in stunned disbelief. Murata fires back, insisting that you can't forgive someone for disrespecting their fellow workers. He yanks the man's hair and screams that a guy who's never even stepped onto the factory floor has zero right to get this cocky. In the present, Murata tries to brush it off, but the stout guy can't stop staring. He's blown away by the sheer violence. Murata grimly claims they punished him for putting his hands on someone during that meeting. Kondo picks up the thread and spills exactly what happened to that salesman right after. Every single day, the salesmen stormed into the factory, scribbling nonstop and soaking up every detail of how the work was done. He couldn't hide it. He was dying to learn their craft, real and honest. Even with that earlier rage still burning, Murata stepped in and took him under his wing, ready to teach him. A younger, bitter sub-boy slumps there with them, burning with resentment, and can't stop wondering why he's still stuck with these old guys. Kondo beams as he declares the salesman finally soared to the top, proving he's a dependable powerhouse they can count on. Subway's eyes blazed with a craving for more power. He wanted to rise higher, to become something bigger than himself. The story snaps straight to the women's hot spring entrance, where a demon emblem glares from the gate. It's a natural hot spring, one of those rock-lined pools where steaming vapor curls up from the water like it's alive. A human woman and Ama, the horned demon girl, sink into the steamy bath and exhale in pure, satisfied bliss. The woman teases, laughing that Emma and their colleague Subie would make the perfect couple. Ama's face floods with heat as she panics, insisting there's nothing between them, but her blush screams the truth louder than her words. Ima tries to dodge the question and slips around the truth that she's on a business trip with a guy named America. She perked up as if she'd heard America before, like the name was buried in her memory, buzzing with familiarity. The human woman suddenly clocks it. She's having a full-on girl chat. From a choking cloud of steam, a massive, power-built demon woman bursts out wearing an eye patch, and then she roars that she's absolutely huge. The other two women are left completely speechless, their hearts thumping as her massive presence towers over the room. The giant woman roars that she's climbing in, and the others shove aside, staring mouths part just enough to make a path. She slips into the water, and even with that intimidating presence towering over her, her face goes calm. The human woman turns to the giant class and asks, "So, are you and Molly really getting along?" Kless's smile drains away, and worry creeps into her eyes as she can't stop thinking about him. She's panicking because he's been shutting himself in his room all day, drinking alone, and she has no idea what to do. She's convinced that if she isn't right there propping him up, he'll collapse for good. A close-up locks onto Mal, his face twisted with worry as he stands alone. The human woman grins, like she already knows Kless is worried about her companion. The banquet hall is buzzing. Humans and demons clink their glasses together like there's no line between them at all. The massive wolfman and the human woman clinked their mugs together, toasting their shared prosperity like they'd just won the world. The older men soak up the party like it's pure heaven, surrounded by non-stop laughter, cheering, and wild, joyful revelry. Two boys drift down a dead-silent hallway, slipping away from the celebration. He clocks that Kless vanished in the middle of the party and his head starts spinning. Where on earth did she go? He cranes his head around the corner and spots Kless propping up a stumbling, drunk mess. She swoops in to help the drunken Mal, grabs him by the arm, and demands to know where his room is while he can barely stay on his feet. As the boy crouches in his hiding spot, he watches the scene explode in front of him, his face giving nothing away. Mal slurs out nonsense, utterly wrecked and stumbling in a full-on drunken haze. Kless barks at him, snapping, "Is this how a former striker captain should act?" Then he leans in and whispers, "Dragon." Mal, half-crazed with delight, demanded, "Are the dragons still coming for him?" Kless peers down at him, and her stern face melts into something gentle. He blurts out the truth. He's terrified, hands clamped together like he can't stand the fear anymore. He whimpers, confessing he's terrified to go back to the strikers. He finally crumples from the booze and the emotional burnout, passing out cold. Kless's frustration melts away, and a warm, loving smile blooms on his face. She scoops up the vulnerable warrior in her arms, holding him close like a fearless shield with a heartbeat of silence. The subway worker keeps watch from the corner, eyes locked on that intimate secret exchange. The story snaps to the men's outdoor hot spring entrance, right at the doorstep. Two boys stood alone in a steamy rock pool, letting the heat soak into their skin. He leans back and replays the whole night in his head, his face turning pensive as the memories hit. Staring up at the painted sky, he blurted out a wish, right then, for an angel to crash into the world. Up in the sky, a tiny figure gripping a staff rockets forward toward us. Subway's face cracks into a bright, hopeful grin. A shadowy figure drops out of the night sky like a falling nightmare. A stunning elf woman slams into the water with a thunderous splash that sends ripples flying everywhere. Subway shoots up in shock, demanding, "Who are you?" He spots her instantly. There's no mistaking it. She's an enemy from the opposing army. He blurts out a joke, and just like that, he clocks that she's an elf from the enemy side. She shoots back calm as ice, saying elves want in on the bath too. Red-faced, he blurts out, "This is the men's bath, so what are you doing here?" She shoots him a sly, unreadable smirk and shuts down his protests without a second thought. On the subway, he panics and blurts out that he's been crushing on her for ages. Juno the elf locks eyes with him and demands to know, will he be her friend? The subway car goes totally silent when a sudden romantic proposal drops out of nowhere. A distant horn blasts through the mountains, bouncing off the peaks like a warning you can't ignore. Frozen in disbelief, he jabs a finger at himself and blurts, "Wait, do you really want to be friends with me?" Hope sparks across his face, and then disbelief crashes in. She laughs and splashes him with water, teasing him like, "What's the big deal? Why does it matter?" He fidgets and blurts out, "We're enemies and it's hopeless," like the words might explode in his mouth. She suggests they can link up every now and then, and she even calls him by her name, Juno. She scoots in close and whispers, "Relax, this stays our secret." The boy's stomach drops as panic slams in, because being caught would be deadly. A gigantic splash of water explodes up around her as she closes in on him. She softly pats his head with her staff, leaning in and asking what's wrong. A sudden blush creeps across her cheeks as she locks eyes with him. When Sube's touch hits, she slips straight into a euphoric, bliss-drunk delirium. Juno leans in and whispers that love is the one thing that smashes the wall between enemies. He's fully won over. He doesn't just agree, he wholeheartedly gives in to her. Suddenly, Kondo and Murata burst into view right at the edge of the bath. Kondo's booming voice cracks with disgust as he yells the subway's name. Subue jolts back to the moment and frantically shakes his head, swearing nothing, absolutely nothing, was going on. He stammered out, "My body's acting on its own, I swear." He scans the now empty hot spring and can't stop thinking, where did she vanish to? He blurts out, completely confused, "Did you already leave?" Kondo spots Subue's betrayed face and immediately calls him out, saying he's clearly flustered from having drank way too much. Juno shoots off into the distance, and her plan to hook that gullible man lands perfectly. Elferman Jr. flashes a calm, knowing smile like he's hiding a secret only he understands. In a steaming hot spring, Kondo and Murata lean in close as they talk about the wild truth. Juna is a mage and she can fly. Murata lays out a wild 3-step machine plan, detailing exactly how the cans get made. He says no motor than a goblin or a golem has to crank the roller. Murata grips his head, rattled by the crushing engineering nightmare staring him down. Kondo flashes him a calm, confident grin, fully sure he can build it. A boy sits by himself, staring into nothing, cursing the fact that this is not how he wanted to waste his time. He's drowning in hopelessness because his colleagues only care about cold, technical stuff. At a dust-choked quarry, a brutal horde of goblins churns and hammers their way to building a stone fortress. Ima, the golem user, snaps her fingers with a sharp crack that cuts the air, issuing her command like a lightning strike. A monstrous stone golem clamps onto a massive beam with insane strength, like it's nothing at all. The golem casually hoists the beam like it weighs nothing, while Kondo, Shankar, and Emma stare in disbelief. Kondo beams, calling out just how insanely helpful the golem's massive power really is. Two of the mighty constructs haul heavy materials up the ramp with razor-sharp precision. Kondo shoots Emma a grateful nod, praising her for keeping the work running so smoothly. On the job site, Kondo spots the mistake right away, and the drive that once pushed him forward suddenly evaporates. He strides up to the slumped Maul, leaning in as he asks, "You good?" Maul clutches his head, grimacing as his hangover still pounds through his skull. Kondo softly warns him to slow down and be careful, because he's the site supervisor. Maul's face tightens the moment he feels that familiar, bone-chilling presence closing in. He tells them that lingering aura has him on edge, so bad he needs a drink right now. Kondo snapped at Maul, demanding to know what kind of presence he was sensing. Maul snaps his gaze to the heavens and spots the ominous presence. Right away, it's a dragon. Shankar scoffs at his own worry, waving it off like, "It's nothing, just some giant monster." Kondo steadied Maul and swore that thing wouldn't come near, especially with the gob kitchen lurking nearby. Shankar watches their exchange with a sharp, annoyed look that screams pure cynicism. The woman snaps, "Cut the idle chatter, back to work now." Gabkichi expertly carves a razor-precise groove into the sandstone block. Kondo watches Gabkichi train, nodding like, "Look at you go, your practice has really paid off." He breaks down the whole technical game plan for splitting stone with wedges, step by step. Gripping the pickaxe, he says this whole thing is manual labor for now. He slams the stone with crushing force, showing off the coring technique in a flash. His face tightens as he swears he'll automate the whole process for maximum efficiency. Gabkichi tells them the quarried stone won't sit around. It's going straight into the surface buildings. Stone blocks are already being hauled in to build a goblin dormitory. He bursts out with a bold plan, building their very own stone canning factory from the ground up. Gabkichi hums a bright, catchy tune about canned goods as he grinds away with non-stop focus. That underground hideout keeps their food locked in fresh condition, like it was made for survival. Shankar tightens his grip, secretly plotting a takeover the moment their bold plan crashes and burns. Dust erupts and tiny pebbles start raining down from the cavern's ceiling. The quarry rips and jolts like it's alive, and the Kondo and Maul blare alarms as an earthquake hits. When the shaking finally fades, Kondo snaps to attention and demands answers about that eerie low sound he keeps hearing. Maul stares on with a hard, knowing look, silently confirming the sound is real. Cress hammers a massive cauldron of curry over the roaring fire, cooking up a feast for the workers. A screaming crowd of goblins, glinting jewels, and pure anticipation, as the curry simmers finally take the stage. President Cereal strides in, snaps that the food's ready, and orders everyone to hit the line. Kondo leans in and praises her, saying this is the first real step toward a company cafeteria. Crest leans in and tells them she used the curry roux the company handed her. That bubbling curry churns with a wild mix of strange, totally unfamiliar ingredients. Cereal tells Kondo that she picked the ingredients based on the crests. She storms in, furious, and snaps that Crest was a terrible pick for the job. Kondo leaned in and demanded to know what went down during her ingredient selection process. Crest pitched a grotesque unicorn head bug idea, and it left Cereal absolutely horrified. She even suggested poisoned tonguegrass, and that Cereal was so nasty, it made her idea sound tame. Cereal sees that her own taste buds just don't match Crest's at all. Crest rattles off the weird final ingredients, like a human face potato, no joke. They slam a bowl of that finished, weird-looking curry onto the table. Gobkichi digs into the curry with bread, grinning wide as he blurts out, "This is insanely delicious." Kondo cautiously takes a bite, and his face stays unreadable as he weighs every flavor in silence. Two boys sat there by themselves, quietly chewing their portions while cheerful goblins partied all around them. His face is locked in this dreamy, love-struck gaze like he's lost in a fantasy world. He clings to Juno's words, "Love doesn't stop at enemy lines, it smashes straight through the wall." He's clutching his bowl of curry like it's a love letter, wearing a goofy, full-on romantic grin. He's convinced her magic cursed him so hard that he can't even swallow a single bite of his meal. Staring up at the sky, he whispers that Juna is his sinful, heaven-sent angel. He can't stop wondering when she'll drop back down to him, ready to fight with him like her life depends on it. He can barely breathe, his heart is pounding so hard he's sure their bond has ripped past love. A brutal rumble crashes through the quarry as the ground starts to shake under every step. A frenzy of flailing mist erupts, and right from the ground, a monstrous mouthful of jagged teeth bursts free like it's been waiting for you. In a calm little room, the tiny Gubkitch with small wings curled up and slept like a baby. Kondo, Maul, and Cereal finally crawl into real beds and let the relief hit, sleeping like they actually deserve. Kondo grins, thrilled that they finally built a dorm for the workers. Gobkichi sprawls out and snores hard, powering up for tomorrow's grind. Cereal pressed Kondo hard, asking if he was really okay teaming up with their old enemies again. Kondo leans in and asks, what happens if the project's creator isn't even there? Sario stared down at the sleeping workers and snapped that she couldn't ever do something like that. The sinister demon noble, Shankar, creeps up on Subway from behind, closing in fast. He taunts Tsuboi to his face, mocking him as if that terrible luck of his is the punchline. He clocks it instantly, Kondo's overflowing with skill, yet everyone treats him like he's cold air. The boy shoots out a shaky protest, insisting he's not being handled like he's fragile, because deep down, he knows he's genuinely loved. Shankar drops the idea that it'd be way better if Subway became his power. Subway shoots a confused look, demanding to know what Shankar means when he talks about power. That power-packed warrior Cereal with the eye patch stands tall like they own the battlefield, zero fear in their stance. Shankar leans in with a wicked grin and taunts the boy, asking if he wants her. Chubi's eyes suddenly light up, razor-sharp with intense interest. Shankar huddles them up and pushes the idea of teaming together to win over Cereal. Two Boy lets out a low, knowing chuckle, and it instantly throws Shankar off. Two boys crash into each other, words spilling out as apologies, but one insists he's already got someone. Shankar is completely stunned, blurting out, "Who on earth could it be?" Two boys turn on their heels and stride off, muttering that he's got to go. He raps out these poetic words about a wild promise, stars for dessert. Shankar's eyes widen in pure horror when he realizes Suboi is flying a death flag. Two boys and Junas crowd together on a big tree stump beneath a sky full of stars. They sink into a comfy quiet, and a little creature curls up right next to them. Juno gazes at Two Boy with a warm, gentle softness that feels like comfort. On the subway, he's blushing hard and stammering out that he's just so happy he finally got to meet her. Juna smiles, basically said, "We can talk about everything," and sounded like he really meant it. She vividly remembers him telling her about his father and the family home he grew up in. She also remembers him bringing up Kondo's plan to build a canning factory. Subway admits he almost never opens up about his private life to anyone. Beneath a sky blazing with stars, Subway just keeps replaying those words, like they might have finally landed. Juno snaps his gaze upward, hit with the shocking realization that he already knows every one of her painful struggles. He admits that her mage exam has to be brutal. They huddle side by side as he inks down King Black Moa's cruelty, glaring at every brutal detail. He steps in with real, heartfelt support, urging her, "Don't quit, keep going." Junos couldn't take it, his heart caved in, and he suddenly burst into tears. A stunned two-boy blurts, "What's wrong?" as he clocks the total panic on her face. She's wrecked with sobs, cursing that vile king and mourning the beloved dragon he had killed. Junit snaps that Kondo's crew wrecked something vital to her. She cries out that her mage license is getting revoked. The boy finally realizes he can't fix this with words alone. With fresh grit burning in his chest, Juno watches Subway rise up, unshaken and ready to fight. He whips his gaze to her and flashes a gentle smile, telling her to stop crying. He swears that he and the stars will hunt down a way to save her. Juno tilts her head up and tear-streaked hope trembles across her face. In a massive stone quarry, golems and goblins pound the rock nonstop, turning the whole place into a battlefield of labor. Kondo kneels with care and slides a brand new name tag onto the little goblin. Gopsuki the goblin stares at his ID like it just shattered his whole reality, eyes bulging with pure confusion. Sorry, he grins as he happily watches the goblins finally start getting real names and tags. Kondo flashes a grin and promises that the time cards will crank up their efficiency even more. A deep low rumble keeps rolling through the quarry, echoing like trouble coming closer. Sorry and Kondo spun around, hearts thumping, trying to figure out what that creepy noise was. Kondo shrugs it off, "As long as it doesn't mess up my work, it's totally fine." Outside, the whole team crowds near their van, huddled beside towering stacks of quarried stone. A sporty woman blares lunchtime, while a horned woman snaps back, "I'm starving." He peeks over the boy's head from behind the van, and his face tightens with unstoppable resolve. His face burns with determination as he leans in and whispers Juna's name. His hand snaps into a clenched fist, and he chooses to stall the work for now. He slams the band's gear selector into drive with raw force. With a wild, manic grin, he's convinced he can tear straight through to his goal. Sori flashed a soft smile, like her work for the day was finally done. She yells out to Kondo, "I'm going to lunch," and points him ahead. Kondo tells them to go on ahead, he'll stay put and guard his priceless tools, making sure everything's perfectly organized. Sori shoots a quick glance back, annoyed as he realizes he's stuck behind alone again. The van suddenly roared toward the quarry entrance, blasting through the goblins and scattering them everywhere. Maul and Crest stare at the oncoming vehicle with their mouths hanging open, completely frozen in disbelief. A subway panic spikes behind the wheel, and the van careens out of control. Sorry, an alarm blares and he panics, staring at a car sitting right at the entrance. The van screeched, flipped hard onto its side, and smashed shut the only exit. Ima's face hardens as she realizes it's only a golem that can shift this wreckage now. Sorry snaps his voice across the noise, calling out to Kondo and pointing as the rumbling suddenly surges louder. Kondo snaps his head up, and the second the shaking gets worse, panic flashes across his face. The quarry's stone walls start to crack open and splinter into rubble. Kondo's eyes go wide in pure shock when he realizes the whole place is about to come crashing down. A giant chunk of stone rips loose from the quarry wall and crashes down in an earth-shaking blast. With a deafening blast, the whole wall rips apart and caves in all at once. A hulking circular maw lined with rows of razor teeth smashes through the rubble and destroys everything in its path. Sori lets out a blood-curdling scream as the creature bursts into view. The sporty woman and the horned woman scream in terror the second that sound hits. The warrior Crest stands poised, his face set in grim focus like he's about to unleash something big. He zeroes in on the beast, and it's a worm, a ravenous thing that devours absolutely everything in its path. A grotesque worm's toothy maw lunges right into the frame. Kondo suddenly lights up with an idea. He clocks the part as the shock absorber. His glasses spark as his engineering brain takes the monster apart, piece by terrifying piece. Crest shrieks at the top of his lungs, begging the others to race in and save the Kondo from that creature. Ima stares, her face twisted between stunned shock and real worry. The worm doesn't go after people at all, it snaps toward Kondo tools. Gears and machinery are met with a chorus of jaws snapping wide, ready to tear the equipment to pieces. Kondo freezes in front of the towering beast, gripped tight on his tools, ready to charge down his own path. He erupts, screaming that swallowing his tools is unforgivable. He slams his pickaxe into the dirt with unshakable defiance, right before the monster closes in. He swears that if that thing wants his tools, it'll have to come and get him, right to him. He's yanked straight into a whirlpool of teeth, and his pride gets hammered down. Sori sobs his name in pure terror while the team's single work show gets ripped away and left behind. A memory kicks off when the old president grills Kondo about the injuries from the workshop. A young Kondo worker freezes, totally thrown off by the bombshell question his president just drops. The president fires the same question again. When do workers get hurt the most? Kondo nudges his glasses up and stares hard at the question, like he's about to crack it any second. He tells the president, like it's painfully clear, that the answer is right there for anyone to see. Kondo warns that the deadliest moment hits when you start feeling overconfident. He compares it to driving, until the skill clicks in and becomes second nature. The president lays it out. This is the exact time when accidents are most likely to strike. The old president grins, tips his cap back into place, and shoots a knowing look like he already sees everything coming. He tells Kondo, "I'm close, just not there yet." He explains that overconfidence isn't random, it's buried in your subconscious, quietly steering you before you even realize it. That's when your brain slips into its hidden autopilot, and suddenly everything feels like magic. The president thrusts up 5 fingers to drive his point home. He reveals the deadliest window, 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after work. The old president leans in and demands to know if the Kondo finally understands this life or death lesson. Inside the worm, Kondo suddenly snaps. He realizes he forgot his mentor's words. Right after work finally shut down, he catches himself, swept up in pride and running on pure overconfidence. The president's voice keeps booming in his head, shouting Kondo's name like it's right on the edge of his ears. He declares the cost of this mistake will be brutally high. Kondo's eyes snapped wide as the painful truth slammed into him. He'd messed up. He snaps back into consciousness, palms scraping the ground as he crawls forward in that fleshy tunnel. He whips his head around the grotesque, living-looking chamber, desperate to figure out where the hell he's landed. He drags himself upright on the sticky, pulsing ground. As he stares down that long, ridged throat, he finally understands this is it. His fate is sealed. He finally realizes that the monstrous creature didn't just bite, it swallowed him whole. He finally snaps to it. He has to be trapped inside the worm's stomach. A wave of nausea slams into him as the heat crawls over his skin. The moment he steps down, the ground gives way, soft, squelchy, and nasty under his foot. His mind snaps to his colleague, praying sorry won't get him hurt. He snaps his gaze to the light blazing at the end of the tunnel. He can't stop worrying about her. His fear fights for control, but concern wins every time. Outside the massive worm, it thrashes and thrashes, shaking the quarry like it's alive. Sari shrieks in terror as the monster tears through the worksite like a storm. A panicked worker rockets out of the place, screaming at the top of his lungs that a monster has just shown up. Sari screams that the wrecked van is blocking their only way out. She shrieks that Kondo just got swallowed whole by the beast. A bob-haired young woman pops out from the cover, yelling, "We've got to rescue our friend, he's about to get digested." Her chubby, buck-toothed co-worker panics, finally clocked what he'd done. He'd blocked the exit, and that one mistake detonated the whole disaster. His terror skyrockets when he spots that serene, elf-like woman perched on a high staff above all the chaos. The mysterious elf woman flashes a calm smile, watching everything unfold from her lofty, untouchable perch. Emma, the woman with tiny horns, thrusts her arm forward and screams a command in a bizarre language, right at her 2 golems. The moment she says the word, the 2 round golems heave and strain, trying to shove that white van out of a tight, blocked passage. Her bob-cut hair framed a face twisted in pure terror as she practically screams for them to hurry, now. Down on the ground, she erupts into screams for help as the monsters chew in, those gaping maws lunging straight for her. Armored and horned, Cleese roars Maul's name like a war signal and launches straight into the battle. Maul, face all clenched and rugged, demanded how she could possibly bring down a beast like that. Klez lays out her plan to blast the worm into a frozen stop with her ice magic, then whips around and barks a command at Maul. She thrusts a massive greatsword into his hands and tells him to hack the worm's belly open, then save the Kondo that's trapped inside. Maul hesitates, his eyes clouding with doubt as he weighs the terrifying task ahead. He steals a quick glance downward, grimly nods along with her plan, and says he gets it. Klez locks eyes on him, her one wide gaze buzzing with anticipation, as his gauntleted hand clamps down on the sword's heel. In a rare crack in his armor, Maul gets held close by Klez, and the feared warrior finally breaks, admitting he's terrified. Snatch him up, panic in your voice, tell him he's their only hope because he's desperate to feed a dragon. Maul sinks into deep thought, wondering if this rush is the pure thrill of battle, or if it's gratitude to Kondo pushing him forward. His resolve hardens like steel. Right then, he chooses to save Kondo and he grabs the sword. Klez Rower, the battle-named Dragon Striker, drives him forward, swinging hard into the fight like a thunderbolt. The worm's massive tooth snaps forward, unleashing a nightmare of instant doom. A streak of motion snaps across the scene as someone moves at jaw-dropping, life-saving speed. The woman on the ground breaks in despair, convinced it's finished for good and that she's completely doomed. Mal rips her out of death's jaws and yanks her into a shielded embrace, sword raised like he's daring fate to try him. He glares at the monster, teeth clenched with raw determination, and throws himself in front of the terrified woman. Kless's face erupts in a triumphant, fanged grin as she yells, "You did it." Her party braces tight as she cups her power, then unleashes her ultimate ice spell like it's the end of the world. With a fierce scream, she rips open her ice trance, avalanching, summoning Zirania as her eye blazes with raw power. A cataclysmic burst of icy energy detonates and rips across the area, instantly trapping everything under jagged, crystalline ice. Mal stands over the worm now locked in ice and grills the class. "Did you freeze it solid?" Her spell worked. Ice has sealed the worm's head inside a full tomb of frost. The rescued woman, shaking with relief, practically begs Mal to rush inside the beast and save Kondo before it's too late. Kless drifts the camera with shaking exhaustion, admits her magic is tapped out, and tells Mallet, "Your turn." Suddenly, Mal gets encircled by a pack of armored soldiers, his old comrades, blades snapping up as they draw their swords. A stunned soldier demanded to know how Mal could turn on them after they'd battled side by side as comrades. Another soldier spills the real reason they hate all this: Mal's gotten way too powerful, and they can't stop him. A scarred knight thrusts his sword up and snarls that Mal is the reason he became a famous dragon striker with a bounty. Still kneeling on the ground, Klees shrieked Mal's name at the top of his lungs, pleading for him to hurry and slice that worm open. Mal stares around like he's drowning, betrayal crushing him, his face twisted into raw anguish and pure confusion. Kless glares at him, one eye bulging wide, pure terror and desperate hope crashing together. Mal whips her around, voice shaking, and asks if she's going to betray him too. He stands alone in front of her, shaking with vulnerability as the world hits its breaking point. Kless's face twists as she erupts in a furious roar. She won't betray someone she admires, not for a second, because she's no fool. A faint, heartbreaking smile slips onto Mal's lips, and her unshakable words melt the cold edge off his face. He whirls around, strides with iron purpose toward the towering frozen head of the worm, and lifts his sword. He shrugs off the charging mercenaries and launches into the air, slamming his blade down with brutal force. The great sword comes down hard on the frozen head, and the ice bursts apart with a deafening, thunderous crack. Klees and Mal can only gawk in sheer terror as the ice detonates outward like a brutal blast. The worm bursts out at last, tearing through the glittering shards of its prison, and its maw opens so wide it practically swallows the light. The creature's wild thrashing hits like a wrecking ball, and the swordsman gets blasted flying backward from the sheer force. The horned woman's eyes widen in terror as she realizes only an absurd amount of power could smash her ice prison like that. The worm's flabby, puckered tail snaps through the air like a whip, spraying a thin mist everywhere. A thick mist explodes outward as the creature braces for its escape, right into the earth. Mal drops to his knees, staring in pure shock like he can't believe what he's seeing. He clenches the hilt of his massive sword so hard his knuckles turn white, frustration and failure boiling in his chest. It zooms in on his eye, and you can practically feel the crushing defeat bearing down on him in this make-or-break moment. The camera snaps to it, his blade is shattered into two perfect halves, and he spits curses at the useless hunk of steel. The earth starts to roar and tremble like crazy the moment the creature digs its way down beneath the surface. The worm coils that massive body up tight, then whips into motion, ripping a brutal vortex that grinds the stone floor to dust. With one earth-shattering tremor, the monster dives straight into the darkness it just spawned. Mal and the horned woman grip the edge of a brand new abyss, staring as it slips away from them. The massive, perfectly circular tunnel it carved into the earth swallows into pitch-black nothing. Klees asked if they should bolt after them, but Mal's face went grim. He cut in, saying they'd better not. He tells them that going after the warman inside its own burrow would give the creature a brutal, unbeatable edge. He stared at his broken sword and groaned, realizing this blade can't slice a single thing. He can't stop thinking, if I just had a stronger sword, I could have ended it. The prepared woman panics in full, blaring, "Are you really just gonna leave this condo so something can digest us?" The stout man is wrecked with guilt, spiraling over Kondo's fate and pinning every blame on himself. Close states that a rescue right now is off the table, too risky, too dangerous, and just not happening. She suggests they assemble an elite squad, and the stocky guy lights up, volunteering to lead the charge. With comic outrage, he screams that he'll get it done. He's got to get the condo back. A young woman sobs tears of joy and thanks Subway, while a horned woman stares, shocked, wondering why he's sweating so hard. The whole scene fizzles with static, like the story is ripping through its own limits to kick into the next, brutally intense moment. Two weird leaf-shaped symbols flicker out of the static, like a punch you feel in your bones, pure physical strain. A massive, power-packed man comes into view, hammering the pedals on a wooden stationary exercise machine like his life depends on it. A tight close-up shows the bearded man drenched in sweat, his eyes locked with pure strain. The power he unleashes keeps a tiny pot bubbling on his small stove in his humble workshop. It also spills soft light over his plain wooden bed, and right above it, sketches are pinned to the wall. A massive fan powered by his own grind too whirls inside the window, blasting fresh air in. Once you step into his workshop, you see a whole living system running on nothing but his non-stop pedaling. The machine groans and bucks violently, shaking under the crushing force of his non-stop, relentless power. With a brutal snap from the drive belt brakes, he spits out a curse, because the whole system just flat out dies on him. Hands on his hips, he's stuck in thought, wondering what to do next, and praying a soft touch might finally fix it. A sudden knock rattles the door of his ramshackle shack, and he snaps his attention straight to it. He can't stop wondering who would show up at a time like this, and he's basically asking himself if he's the one who was supposed to expect them. The burly, bearded man swings the door open to his weird little hideout, cut off from the world. The camera yanks back and boom, his shack sits jammed right inside the worm's massive, fleshy gullet. A man in a work uniform lies sprawled and unconscious on the rippling ground, like the world just swallowed him whole. Inside, a voice shoots out, dripping with disappointment, because it's just some soaked, middle-aged guy. A small oil lamp crackles on a wooden table, throwing warm light across a plain, rustic room. Kondo lies in a plain wooden bed, slowly clawing his way back to consciousness. His eyes snap open, his face blank with confusion, as he wakes up in a place that makes zero sense. He spots the back of his host, a thick, muscular, bearded man working the stove like it's his battlefield. Zack spun around, shot him a quick "you awake," and told him to hold on while he finished the meal. A steaming plate of food gets shoved in front of a baffled Kondo, and its wild, mouth-watering smell floods the room like a punch to the senses. Zack snaps his fingers and names the meal, a stir-fry cooked from the worm's third stomach wall. Kondo was still reeling, not knowing where he landed, and his eyes snapped to the strange, ripped body he was trapped inside. Zack chomps down a huge bite of his own food, then launches into how they ended up in this totally bizarre place. He leans in like it's no big deal, tells Kondo they're trapped inside the worm's stomach, and declares, "This is my castle." Kondo is totally stunned. He blurts out, "Who are you? And why haven't they dissolved you with stomach acid?" A hulking dwarf with a beard that practically sparkles strides up and introduces himself, Zack, a long-time resident of the worm. He tells everyone his life was saved by a brutal little ventilation fan, one that shields him from the creature's acidic fumes. The bespectacled man clicks his glasses into place, then nods like he finally gets it, eyes sharpening at the dwarf's brilliant ingenuity. Zack jabs a finger at the filter membrane taped to the ceiling, telling everyone it cleans the air that gets sucked into his janky little home. Kondo watches with open admiration, murmuring his approval like it's a victory he can't wait to celebrate. Inside the workshop, Zack hands Kondo a plate of food and leans in, firing a quick question at his new companion. Why is he here? Kondo jolts as he remembers the monster swallowing him whole, then spits out the truth. He's just a technician from the nearby mining site. He bites into that weird food, then straight-faced and proper introduces himself as Kondo. Zack asked Kondo if he's planning to run, but he warned him off, swearing he's way happier staying right here. A terrifying vision blooms, shadowy silhouettes of past escapees twist and melt away in bubbling acid pools. Zack rips into them, saying he begged them to listen, yet they ignored every warning and ran straight into a nightmare. Kondo pauses, suddenly hearing the real meaning hiding in his words, and he realizes there's a shot at escape. The dwarf snorts at the whole idea, like it's about as believable as a god and a demon lord slipping out for a date. Kondo's face tightens with pure resolve, and in the dwarf's dismissal, he spots a thin, trembling thread of hope. The ventilation fan starts rattling like it's about to explode, snapping both men's attention to the failing machinery. A close-up hits, and you can see the blades whipping around, wobbling like they're about to break under the pressure. Zack stands there with hands on his hips, grumbling that the machine's drive belt keeps popping off again and again. Kondo stared at the dwarf with real worry, firing the question, "Do you've got a place to go back to?" Zack spins away from him and in a soft voice says his home is gone for good. He tells you his dwarf kingdom was wiped out, massacred by the human army marching under King Black Moa. He clutches his face heartbroken because his people are scattered to the wind, gone, lost, and unreachable. The camera lingers on the weapons nailed to his workshop wall, cold trophies from the life he used to live. Zack rubs his chin in panic, realizing the worm's acid is getting deadlier by the second, and his house is right at the breaking point. Kondo offers to repair the fan, but Zack snaps back with a furious roar, like it's never that simple. He proudly boasts that he built the whole house, machinery and all, single-handedly from scavenged scrap. With a smug grin plastered on his face, he taunts Kondo, daring him to patch up what Zack couldn't fix at all. Kondo doesn't even flinch. He strides straight toward the malfunctioning device like he's hunting answers. Zack stares as Kondo studies the machine like he's done it 1,000 times, calm and fully confident. Kondo leans in and declares he's got the device's mechanism down to a T. A crisp technical diagram shows how a pedal-powered belt and pulley system drives the fan. Zack watches and grudging respect flashes on his face as he sees Kondo's confidence. Kondo cracks open the housing on the machine, ready to expose the core problem hiding inside. Inside, he jabs at a frayed belt wrapped around a grooved roller and declares it's the exact thing causing the trouble. He says it straight, that belt is slipping off this exact pulley and it's the real problem. Zack can only choke out a frustrated grunt, silently admitting the diagnosis is dead on. Kondo snaps forward with a sharp, no-nonsense move, yanking the broken piece out of the machine before it can cause more trouble. As Kondo yanks the component free, Zack erupts, screaming at him to stop right now. Kondo lifts that grooved roller, the very thing causing every bit of the dwarf's trouble. Zack jabs a finger in the air and explodes, demanding to know exactly what you're doing with that critical gear wheel. The dwarf squints at the Kondo and demands to know what they're planning to do with the masterpiece he carved with care. Kondo flat out ignores him and starts grinding down the roller surface with the calm precision of a pro. Zack barrels ahead, screaming at him to stop that seemingly unstoppable, destructive act. The dwarf demands answers. Who is this man, and what on earth is he doing here? Under that intense focus, he doesn't beat around the bush, he's just a technician. The chapter title page slaps you with a sickly scene of that busted, ramshackle house, right inside the worm. The sharp scrape of the file keeps screaming as Kondo carefully hammers the metal roller into perfect shape. Zack snaps, yelling at Kondo, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" A fresh chapter title slams onto the page, and Zack roars about how they've shaved his pulley. The dwarf demands a straight answer. Will this really fix his gear for good? Kondo announces, "My job's done." He's so sure the fan will finally run exactly as it should. He slams the newly modified part into view and declares it's a drum-shaped pulley. As Kondo starts reinstalling it, Zack snaps that he's just ruined a perfectly straight piece. Kondo snaps the new pulley into place with full confidence, grinning as he says it'll finally work. He points at the pedals and dares skeptical Zack to start pedaling. Zack squints in doubt, then steels himself and gets ready to put the modification to the test. The dwarf drives his mighty legs into the machine's pedals, forcing them to churn with all his strength. He's wheezing, firing off one question after another. Has the belt slipped off yet? From his observation post, Kondo steadies his voice and reports that the machine is spinning just like it should. Totally normal. The fan spins like a dream, and Kondo confirms everything's running perfectly. Zack demands to know how a change that small could possibly crush that stubborn problem for good. A diagram lays it out. This crown pulley keeps the belt perfectly centered, unlike Zack's flat one. Zack fesses up that as a weaponsmith, this kind of applied mechanics is totally out of his league. He stares at Kondo with pure awe like, did that guy just invent genius with his bare hands? Kondo fiddles with his glasses, then leans in like, alright, here's the real reason I'm this good. He shuts down the genius talk hard, saying his power isn't magic, it's forged through experience and a ton of brutal trials. Staring at the house, Kondo admits Zack's creation isn't just impressive, it's the crystal-clear result of pure hardship. He tells the dwarf he's picking up the exact same smell from another fellow craftsman, like fate's pointing at the culprit. Zack smirks, clocking that they're trapped deep inside the belly of a worm. He can't believe they're even having a conversation like this in the very first circle of hell. The dwarf clenches his fist tight, and a fresh sense of purpose ignites between them both. Far away, a hefty man named Yi stomps in, rallies his troops, and blasts out the news. The Kondo Rescue Squad is officially forming. A ragtag squad of warriors watches, side-eyeing EY's skills like, really? while Mal fires off tough questions about the whole team. Y stands right in front of them and declares, loud and fearless, that yeah, he's got a plan and it's all part of it. Meet the team's first recruit, Mal, the stoic warrior. Next up, the horned woman, eye patch on, Klez, steps into the spotlight like a warning. At last, the goth-looking Amasa finally steps into the spotlight, along with her 2 golems. Y spills his miraculous scheme. He'll freeze the worm solid and Mal will slice it open. Amasa erupts in rage, blasting out, "There's nothing miraculous about risking my golems." A woman reminded her that she'd been calling them disposable robots the whole time, all because of the mess they caused with customers. The woman remembers EY charming clients with ease, but MSA isn't buying a word of it. She screams through clenched teeth that their opponent isn't a customer at all, he's a scum worm. Klez barrels into Mal and demands answers for the way he treats the golems with cold, ruthless cruelty. Mal stood there looking totally rattled, then bluntly asked if she didn't have a sword. Klez thrusts a magnificent great sword into his hands and orders him to take the blade and use it. She cracks the truth, it's her father's memento, and she's ready to hand it to him. Mal snatches the weapon, and pure, crushing responsibility floods his expression. Klez smiled, trust in him so total it felt absolute. Back inside the worm, the ragtag little house squats right inside those thick, fleshy walls. Kondo snaps into an argument with Sak because Sak straight up tells him his whole plan won't work. He demands they slap on a second belt tensioner to keep that hand drill hanging in place. Zach shot back in protest, groaning that it was a total hassle, and insisting the board had to be perfectly balanced. Kondo erupts on the spot, warning that if you drill straight in, the shavings will get blasted into the pulley's bearings, then the whole thing will get wrecked. Zach roars back at Kondo, warning him not to badmouth the way the master of the house runs things. The exasperated guy in the Kondo snaps at him to do it his way, flat out saying he doesn't care what happens next. He snaps his back to everyone, drops into his chair at the workbench, and crosses his arms like a wall, pure stubborn refusal. A crushing silence drops over the workshop as Zach strides back to his forge. Zach's hands rattle as he fights to work, and his whole body shakes like something wild is tearing at him from the inside. The fan keeps whipping around, and that strained, rattling screech just won't let up. Zach looks completely shaken, and he can't even push through his work anymore. Kondo whips his head toward him, feeling the dwarf's rage and fear roiling inside. A hulking, bearded dwarf tilts his head back and unleashes a booming, full-throated laugh. When they asked why he keeps apologizing, he admitted the whole mess stirred up a wave of nostalgia that hit him hard. A memory crashes in him, snapping at his son as they forge a sword side by side. And off Kondo blurts out, "So the dwarf has a son," and the warrior suddenly jerks, flinching hard. With a grief-struck face, Dwarf Zach finally admits he has no idea what happened to his son. Zach whips around and points at the magnificent grade sword, grinning as he tells you it's a blade he forged with his own hands alongside him. He spots it instantly. The blade is a dragon striker, a dwarven sword so popular it flew off the shelves. Kondo's face hardens as he demands to know why the dwarf kingdom collapsed. Zach's face hardens as he kicks off his story, declaring that his people forged their kingdom deep underground. He lays it out since they're masters of forging, they expanded their dungeon realm with one clear goal in mind. Their one and only target was the legendary dragon's hoard, a gigantic ocean of glittering treasure. But then they stumbled on a nest packed with dragon eggs, and they decided to raise them, turning them into a brutal, powerful army. His son spots a weird, shimmering liquid in the air, and Zach snaps, warning him, "Don't you dare touch it." He says it's a dragon's tier 1 drop said to unleash insane power, but the price is brutal, an incurable disease you can't outrun. Spec says a dragon is probably lurking nearby, guarding its massive treasure hoard. A caption pops up and boom, everything turns as marching footsteps thunder through the air. A menacing army of human soldiers storms into the cavern, and every single face vanishes behind a helmet. The humans launch an all-out attack the second they hear the dwarves snagged those precious dragon eggs. King Blackmore, cold as cruelty and stuffed with endless greed, ordered the assault. The dwarves got crushed and left broken, and the few who lived were dragged into slavery by the human kingdom. Zach tells the wild story of how he miraculously survived and got swallowed by a worm while chasing the human army. Kondo sits in silence as the tragic tale unfolds, his face going heavy with grief and his eyes brimming with empathy. Sek throws in the towel and admits it. Rebuilding his kingdom feels like an impossible dream now. Right then, the busted little place they're hiding in starts rattling like it's about to tear apart. The tremor hits like a hammer, slamming Kondo off his feet. Kondo blurts out what's going on and Zack snaps back, grim-faced, "We're at our limit." He tells them the worm's getting ready to pupate, and when it happens, it breaks itself down with acid. With a tearful smile, Zack declares it's over, but you can tell he genuinely loved their last wild argument. Kondo digs in and refuses to quit, declaring with fierce grit that they'll break free together. Skeptical Zack blurts, "Wait, how do condos end up pointing up?" And his face lights up with sudden inspiration. He spots a filtration membrane up on the ceiling and vows it won't let a single drop of acid through. Kondo leans in and says, "Wrap yourselves in it," then the damage gets cut in half. Zack steps in, dares him to prove it, asking whether he really understands just how deadly the creature's acid is. Ignoring the warning, Kondo gritted his teeth and started ripping the membrane apart by sheer force. Zack stared him down, and as he talked, his voice sharpened, telling Kondo he can't afford to give up. With a blazing fire in his eyes, Kondo declares that non-stop trial and error is what forges every real technician. Zack stared at him, snapped, "Idiot," and somehow there was a flicker of respect underneath it. A slow, real grin crawls across the dwarf's face as he finally takes the one-shot plan in his hands. Kondo yanks the giant protective sheet down from the ceiling, ripping it into place. Now they shoot a determined thumbs up, fully locked in, no backing out of this desperate escape attempt. He grabs his massive greatsword, the Dragon Striker, clenching the grip until it's rock solid and battle-ready. With gratitude blazing in his eyes, Kondo looks at Zack and declares him his savior, vowing they'll break out together. With the membrane now draped like a cloak, Zack pleaded on the power and surged toward rebuilding his kingdom. A streak of steel snaps through the air, and that's when their new, solemn pact kicks off. Zack grips his sword, nods at the quest, but then fires back. Why is Kondo hiding behind that cloak? Kondo, hood up, snaps that they have to escape. Then Zack fires back that only one person can use the filter. The technician tells them that if they trade turns, they can pass the acid damage around instead of taking it all at once. Zack just stares, unreadable face on, as his mind grinds through the plan's logic. The dwarf keeps asking, and the others realize the cloak wasn't just handed over. Someone needed to know who it really belonged to first. Under everyone's stare, Kondo's composure snaps. His face tightens into a frantic, breathless panic. He blurts out a massive apology, admits he got swept up, and then pushes hard for Zack to wear it anyway. Zack snapped, said "I'm fine," and shoved it onto himself, grumbling that those stubborn dwarves never listen. Kondo fires back, yelling that Zack isn't listening, while Zack grips the cloak, ready to snatch it up. With a strained grin, Kondo insists he's totally fine, and claims Zack shouldn't even be considered. Zack clenches his teeth and tells him again he doesn't need that protective garment. Their argument spirals fast, and before anyone can stop it, they're grappling in the mud like it's the last cloak on Earth. Kondo collapses in sheer exhaustion, sweat pouring down his face after that totally ridiculous brawl. Zack grimaced hard and threw all his strength into yanking the cloak out of Kondo's iron grip. He finally slams Kondo down for good, roaring at him for pulling stunts at the worst possible moment. The Kondo crumples to the floor, defeated and wrung dry after that ridiculous, brutal fight. Face down on the dirt, he gasps for breath and accepts the brutal truth in the X words. Zack jabs at an axe lodged in the wall and snaps that their shelter is done for, it's at its breaking point. He shoots back that if they don't clear out right now, Joe will wipe them and the whole shack straight off the map. Kondo's face hardens with grim resolve as he declares it's finally time to leave. The two men plunged into the worm's long, ribbed, fleshy tunnel, sprinting deeper with every heartbeat. Every step they take sends their feet squelching through the slick slime, coating the living floor beneath them. Zack, still wearing the cloak, fires up, explaining their grim escape route straight through the creature's anal portals. Kondo was praying for a quick getaway, convinced they'd slip out of the creature fast. Zack slams the hope right out of him, warning that the acid turns nastier as it nears the exit. Kondo blurts out, "How do you even know if nobody's ever escaped before?" Zack finally admits he's listened to the last, gut-wrenching death screams over and over from everyone who tried to survive. He describes the gut-churning noise as they get slowly ground down and dissolved, day after day, for days. He compares their fate to a sickening rondo of pain and pleasure, a duet where torment never lets up. Kondo admits the metaphor's a beast to understand, and Zack shoots back that it's just way past some folks. Zack's heavy boots pounded across the uneven, fleshy maze inside the creature. They stumble into bubbling, steaming caverns, then the horrifying truth hits. This place is the second stomach. He points to a razor-thin, treacherous ledge, scraping along the slimy wall, because it's the only way out. Zack snaps a warning: if they tumble into those pits below, the worms will turn them into dinner. Kondo swallowed hard, terror draining the color from his face. One wrong move and it's all over. They kick off their terrifying trek, inching along the slick path with every step trembling underfoot. Zack cautioned him to be careful in the condo, because the floors were slick as ice and one wrong step could turn deadly. Sweat poured from him, fear clawed at his chest, and he finally grasped the harsh warning staring him in the face. His foot skids the moment it hits the slick, living pulse of the ledge. His balance snaps in an instant. His foot shoots off the tiny path and slips away completely. Kondo lets out a scream, pure terror exploding as his body starts to plunge toward the acidic pit below. Zack's hand rockets out, snatches his shirt, and yanks him back from the edge like the last second might be the end. He yanks the Kondo to safety just in time, jaw tight as he mutters, "That was way too close to the end." Kondo digs his foot into that slick ledge again, and his heart goes wild. Zack leaned in and demanded to know if his companion skipped physical training. Kondo, shaken but safe, tells you straight up, this isn't about raw muscle, it's all technique. As they press on, Kondo realizes with a jolt that raw physical strength is the fuel that keeps his skills sharp. He suddenly gets it: Zack's strength isn't just skill, it's a raw, living power forged by this brutal world. Kondo swears that once Zack finally gets out, he'll make sure Zack shows this life force to everyone else too. Zack flicks his eyes over his shoulder to the Kondo, and you can practically feel his thoughts buzzing in the air. He lurches down to his knees, blurting out that they just shattered through the second stomach. When Kondo asks how much farther they've got, Zack grimly smirks and says they're only halfway through. Kondo's worry spikes as he spots the acid fumes. Those Zack's lungs are going to wreck everything. Zack shrugs off his pain, yanks his cloak tighter, and locks in with fresh, unbreakable resolve. He tells Kondo, "My own well-being doesn't matter. Only your survival does." Zack jabs a resolute finger in the air, swearing that Kondo is getting out of here alive, no question. With a soft smile, Kondo flat-out refuses to leave his companion behind. Zack, the mighty dwarf warrior, flashes a grin filled with grim understanding. Kondo's eyes go wide, she gasps in pure horror as she steps into the beast's grotesque third stomach. Inside, a nightmare scene crawls across the fleshy walls, swarming, writhing bodies fused in place. Shocked, the Kondo tenant blurts, "What is this place?" while Zack shoots back that they're the worm victims. Zack keeps up his grim monologue, sneering that they're nothing but lumps of flesh wearing human shape. Soggy with sweat, they stare at this Kondo and wonder how in the world they'll ever push through this nightmare. Zack clenches his sword so hard his knuckles ache, and the nightly screams of death come crashing back to haunt him. He drags out his massive greatsword and tells his companion, "Wait right here, I'll be back." Zack rockets straight into the wall of bodies while Kondo just stares, his face frozen in pure shock. Kondo blasts out a warning, screaming that Zack is too weak to handle the danger. He blows off the pleas, eyes locked on the mask of pure determination as he lines up the strike. The assimilated figures lurch forward, their desperate silent screams bursting out as he charges in. With a brutal two-handed swing, Zack slams his massive blade down like a thunderclap. A brilliant flash bursts across Kondo's glass windows the instant that brutal blow lands. The blade slices through the grotesque wall in a heartbeat, carving out a clear path the moment it lands. Zack stands frozen among the quiet, severed remains, staring at the path that's finally opened up ahead. Kondo just stares at the blade's razor-sharp edge, amazed, and blurts out, "Is that how it's supposed to be?" With pride blazing in his chest, Zack announces it, his dragon striker, the sword he forged for a king. His companion couldn't hide it. He stared at the weapon like it was pure legend. Zack pushes forward first, blazing a trail through that eerie, organic wasteland. Finally, they barge up to a throbbing, sphincter-shaped gateway. The exit is right there. Kondo leans in and demands, "Can your brain even figure out how we're supposed to open this thing?" Zack points out that the system is already pulling in outside air through the draft. Even with his companion still on edge, they blurt out, "How are we supposed to smash that door open?" Zack blurts out that the worm is puppeteering everything, so they don't have to crack the door themselves. Instead, he throws out the idea that some kind of stimulus could spark the reaction. Zack's totally thrown off by Kondo's brand new, modern wording for this, and then it hits him. Kondo breaks it down with a brutally crude analogy, like forcing someone to vomit to make the idea stick. The dwarf gets the whole plan: poke the sensor and trigger a stomach reaction like a switch flipping. Kondo points at the fleshy lumps on the ground. daring everyone to see them as the trigger. With grim resolve etched on his face, Zack steels himself and gets ready to unleash the bizarre plan. He crashes his clenched fist into the soft mound with a brutal, wet squelch. Right away, the far-off exit explodes open in a blinding burst of light. Both men explode into loud shouts, and pure shocked joy hits them as their last-ditch gamble finally pays off. Right on cue, the hatch slammed shut again, yanking them straight back into darkness. Zack spits out a curse, clocking that the opening he saw lasts just one impossible second. Defeated, he collapses to the floor, and that tiny spark of hope gets snuffed out in an instant. His thoughts spun at a breakneck pace as he started measuring the door's distance with nothing but his own foot. He figures that at just 10 meters, even a full-on sprint won't get there in time. With a face full of pure hopelessness, he blurts out that they'll never make it in time. Zack's smile fades into a grim stare as he lays out a brutal alternative, one that terrifies all of them. Kneeling side by side, he snaps that only one of them will make it out alive. Somewhere out in a lifeless wasteland, a modern van sits parked beside a stone fortress, like it's waiting for something to go wrong. A chunky guy named EY rallies his troops like a battle bell, swearing he'll rescue their comrade, Kondo. The brand new rescue squad, scrappy warriors and wild mages mixed together, stands poised and ready to spring. The stoic swordsman Maul clenches the hilt of his massive great sword like it's about to strike first. He draws the gleaming blade, calm as stone, eyes locked on the fight. Horned warrior Crest barrels into Maul with a sharp question, because their so-called leader feels completely untrustworthy, and somehow he's still all they've got. With a grim shake of her head, she steels herself, because from this moment on, their lives are locked to this shaky mission. I boast certain that if his plan lands right, they'll wipe the board and come out on top. Sweat pours down his face, and that greedy, hungry grin shows up as he can't wait for his reward. Crest glares at him, her face twisting with disgust as she catches the lecherous intent burning in his eyes. He got swept up in a daydream of being the top student leader everyone worshipped, with girls all over him. His face twists into a creepy grin as he daydreams about how brilliant his own talents are. Ima, the cat-eared golem user, glares at him with pure disgust, like she can't stand the smug little smirk he's wearing. She rants about the brutal mission, then bluntly asks if they even stand a chance of pulling it off. She leans in close to the tiny goblin, Gubkichi, and asks if he feels it too. Gabketch's face twists into a full-on mask of terror, and sweat pours down his brow like it can't stop. Ima swats his fear away and tells him he has no clue what she's worried about. A flashback slams into the scene, her van crashes right into the quarry entrance, while she's left reeling, desperate to understand why it happened. She lets out a heavy sigh and snaps that this whole mess is a total, maddening mystery. Her face snaps into shock as a terrifying realization finally clicks into place. Gubkichi leans in and whispers, "AY is terrifying," shaking his head like he can't even fathom he'd do something like that. Emmeline leans in close, gripping the goblin with a trembling stare as she demands, straight up, what he really knows. She leans in, eyes sharp, as he drops a dark, brutal secret about their leader. The video snaps to a crushing, pitch-black pit sunk into the earth, like something evil is waiting down there. A hulking, grubby larva wriggles deeper and deeper into the blackness like it owns the dark. The creature's grotesque, flesh-and-blood head barges into the frame, and every nasty detail makes your skin crawl. Trapped inside the worm, Kondo and Zack lock eyes as they face that endless, squirming organic tunnel ahead. Zack clenched his jaw and accepted the brutal truth. Only one of them could slip through that 1-second opening and get out alive. The exit is just too far, there's no way they can reach it before it's too late. The dwarf warrior snaps that there's only one move left, no other path exists. He tells Kondo to hang by the exit, and he steps forward as the bait, ready to sacrifice himself to make it work. Kondo shuts down the plan as a guest and with fierce insistence, swears they'll break out together. Zack leans in and tells him they've got to chase every last possibility, even if the odds are razor thin. Kondo lifts a tiny dragon-shaped striker blade and announces it as their shared hope. Zack admits they might be able to slash their way out, but he knows it'd take forever. He admits that pulling off something like that isn't nearly as easy as it sounds. With a grim smirk, he leans in and asks if Kondo will let the beast spit him out by force. Kondo's under pressure, but he still nods, because in the end, their hunger to live hits the same nerve. They gear up for their last-ditch move, staring straight at the faraway exit like it's the only way out. As Kondo screams the signal, Zack clenches his fist and slams the ground again. All at once, a corrosive acid shower starts blasting down from the fleshy ceiling. Zack screams in alarm, instantly clocking the deadly downpour. He panics as he realizes the exit was bait all along, and now that lure snaps shut like a fatal trap. He shrieks that they can't handle the acid one more second, and they have to fall back right now. Kondo screams in agony as that corrosive liquid blasts down and soaks everything around them. Two men huddled shoulder to shoulder under Kondo's shadows, clinging to whatever meager cover they could find. Kondo's gut drops as he realizes the acid won't quit, and he knows they can't get any closer, not even an inch. Zack coughs hard and his strength crumbles as he finally admits it's over, because they can't both escape. He crumples to the ground, his strength giving out mid-breath, and he yells Kondo's name like it's the last lifeline he has. He grabs his friend by the collar, shoves his sword into his hands, and screams for him to run alone, out of this living nightmare. He tells them, "I'm running out of time, and all I'll do is slow your mission down." He pleads with Kondo to live on, and to chase their dream of rebuilding the dwarf kingdom together. Head bowed under the acid rain, he finally gives up and accepts his fate. He pushes Kondo to stay in the fight and never quit on the dream they're building together. Kondo shot his friend a look and said life isn't something you just live, it's a product you have to finish. Zack nods and says, "If I quit now, that's disqualifying, no technician gets to give up." His face is set like a stone mask, utterly exhausted, yet locked in to make the ultimate sacrifice. With a weird little prelude, Kondo kicks things off and starts laying out his insanely bold escape plan. His companions eye him with sharp suspicion, asking if he's got any real ideas to save them from this mess. Kondo breaks the truth open. If they want to survive, they've got to get their hands on Zack's legendary great sword, the Dragon Striker. His plan is brutal. They both hang by the exit, and then, when the moment hits, he flings the weapon. The second that blade slips past the sphincter, it rips the passage wide open. This tiny razor-thin window will let them break free together. Kondo locks eyes with Zack, grinning like their big win is already sealed. Zack shoots down the good idea like it's a fairy tale that could never happen. He snaps that the sword forged with his son is way too precious to ever leave behind. Stunned, the Kondo fires back at Zack, calling out his words and forcing him to remember the survival philosophy he's lived by. Zack finally clears it up. What he was telling him to survive wasn't some fantasy mission. It was the Kondo he built his whole life around. Kondo fights back with desperation, yelling that it's Zack who has to be the one to live. Zack clenches his fist, his resolve snapping into place as he braces himself for the ultimate sacrifice. He won't let this Kondo win. He yanks the kneeling dwarf up off the ground. He screams Zack's name in raw agony, his face twisted in total disbelief. Zack digs deep into what's left of his strength, bracing for one final, earth-shaking move. His face hardens into a grim mask as he locks in his decision. He sweeps Kondo and that precious sword under a protective cloak. Kondo shuts his eyes tight, bracing himself for the brutal weight of his friend's sacrifice. With a sharp goodbye to his fellow technician, Zack hoists him up for one last, unforgettable farewell. A sorrowful farewell breaks across the dwarf's face as he chokes out his final words. A flood of memories hits him, laughing, hammering sparks in the forge, right beside his son. With a final roar, he rockets the Kondo toward the far-off, glowing exit. Kondo rockets through the sky, a living missile wrapped in a protective cloak. The hooded figure rockets through the long, fleshy tunnel, racing straight for the light. Zack watches him leave, hands stretched out one last time, offering support like it's all he's got. He clenches his fist as the sacrifice is finally done, his mind racing with all the dreams they could have built instead. A defiant roar bursts out of him, raw with effort and emotion, right as his act is finally done. From the worm's point of view, the cloaked figure climbs straight up toward the blinding exit. The creature lets out one last silent goodbye, swearing that someday, somehow, they'll meet again. Kondo's limp, unconscious face is revealed, tucked deep inside the cloak as the world around him dazzles with razor-sharp craftsmanship. The camera jerks back and reveals the huge, empty tunnel the worm tore through. In a cavern lit by flickering torchlight, the crew gathers close, crowding around a massive, ornate chrysalis. A dark-haired man can't believe it. Someone actually slipped out of the worm. A chubby guy riding a tiny creature couldn't believe it. He'd burst free on his own. As the chrysalis finally splits open, Kondo's face is exposed, and he looks completely lost, like he just woke up mid-nightmare. The horned woman with an eye patch snaps, "Are you okay?" while someone else blurts out that he's alive. Barely awake, Kondo sputters, "Where am I?" while his winged companion stays right there beside him. The dark-haired warrior snaps, "Don't move," because the acid has wrecked his body from the inside out. Kondo's first thought rockets straight to his friend. He blurts out, "Where's the dwarf?" The two horned women stared each other down, totally thrown off by his question. He panics, swears Zack is trapped inside, and demands they save him, right now before it's too late. The warrior orders Kondo to quit, but Kondo snaps back that Zack has to be nearby. He breaks down the terrifying biology. When the worm pupates, it straight up dissolves its victims. The dwarf is now fused with a thick cocoon, and then right from that cocoon, Kondo bursts out. Kondo realizes his one shot at revenge is to sit tight and wait for that worm to finally crawl out. That little creature just can't wrap its head around it. Why would someone so kind and amazing get dragged into a tragedy like this? A massive greatsword sprawled on the cavern floor snaps a woman's gaze in place. The one-eyed woman with the patch points her weapon and declares it's none other than Zack's own sword. The warrior murmurs Zack, and the second his name lands, recognition hits him like a shockwave. He finally clicks, this is the exact dragon striker sword Zack was crafting. The warrior snatched the blade, and in one glance he confirmed it was the exact one Zack had with him. He calls it a true masterpiece, crafted by the master himself, Zack Milligan. The crew gathers outside their workshop, buzzing with anticipation, ready to hear Kondo spill his entire story. The camera sweeps across the plain, everyday front of the Izumatani manufacturing plant, daring you to guess what's really going on inside. Every member of the team crowd around a huge table, ready to lay it all out in a tense debrief. An elegant demon sneers at the very idea of rebuilding the Dwarven Kingdom now. Kondo's face hardens as he declares, I've heard there's still a way, yes, it's still possible. He leans in and tells you the truth, there's a mountain-sized treasure locked behind a dragon and it holds the key. Kondo tells the gut-wrenching story of how the dwarves craved revenge against the humans, no matter the cost. Greed oozes from the Black Moat King as he stares at the dwarves' dragon egg, hungry to steal it. A young woman's world shatters when she discovers the kingdom was wiped out by a biological weapon. The one-eyed woman with the eye patch grimly clocks it, the king's ruthless way of doing things. A heavy-set man can't stop fretting over the next sneaky move the king might be cooking up. The young woman blurts out how grateful she is that Kondo is still alive. Zack made it happen. Kondo slams both fists into the table, and his resolve locks in like steel. He lays it out flat. This is the exact reason they can't move a single step forward without a real, solid plan. Grim-faced, he declares that it's time to surge forward, no more waiting. His plan is simple and ruthless. He'll crank up the working conditions at their brand new factory. Once construction wraps, he's determined to crank up a full-on mass production system. His whole plan is to blow up distribution, lock in steady profits, and never let the money stop coming in. Only after that, the demon girl leans in and says they can finally ready themselves to tear into the dungeon. The young woman shoots back, what do you mean, what kind of equipment? Kondo unleashes his secret weapon, a shield machine, just like a slice meal shock that hits you in the gut. The stoutman freezes in pure shock, realizing he's staring at a colossal tunneling machine. The young woman nods and says it's absolutely massive, an infrastructure project on a whole other level. Kondo called her President Sari, and though his face looked drained, he still pushed forward with iron determination. Sorry, don't beat around the bush, ask him straight up if he doesn't want to go back to Japan anymore. Kondo leans in and tells them the dragon's hoard is stuffed with the tears they need to pull off their return. He lets them in on it, turns out the treasure hides the fuel that powers their transport devices. The stoutman suddenly snaps into a wild, manic understanding. He slams the truth down, they've got no choice, this plan gets carried out, no excuses. From a doorway, Juno, the young elf girl, peeks in with a face full of heartbreak. Right as Juno's breaking point hits, another woman snaps her name out loud, clocking her distress instantly. Juno's eyes are glassy with tears as she begs someone, don't go home please. Tucci starts to spin out, his resolve crumbling in real time as despair crashes in. He digs in his heels, refusing to leave his girlfriend behind while he goes home. Juno from the doorway shrugs and says the reason is simple, he just likes her. Tucci crumples onto his knees, sobbing uncontrollably as the weight of that sin crushes him. Suri smiled and clocked it immediately. Kondo was the one who truly needed a full rest after everything he'd been through. Katir'd Kless shoots her hand up, ready to jump in and interrupt with a question. She grapples with the nightmare of that van slamming in front of the exit. She calls the crash out as totally unnatural, like it didn't feel real for a second. A goblin-like creature nods along, convinced it was all deliberate on purpose. Kless snaps her eyes to Suchi, and her suspicion practically shouts. Gubkichi, the tiny winged creature, watches everything unfold with a knowing little smirk. Tuchai leans in and tries to steer everyone towards something better, urging them to stop staring at the past and focus on what's next. He gives wings, declaring they should live with style and grace. Gubkichi blasted out a shout from Suchai's shoulder, yelling that it was Suchai who was driving. Sari gets ripped right out of the air as the eye patch woman snaps into a full-blown fury, demanding to know what Susa did. A horned little alien woman crunches her cereal and spits out harsh words in a language you can't understand. Her colleague, a chunky guy named Subway, is shown completely losing his mind in pure, shaking terror. He shrieks in pure terror as a massive round golem lifts a stone fist high, ready to smash him. Two-Boy drops into a deep bow, spills the truth about his guilt, and leaves his comrades stunned. With a tiny winged creature at her side, she admits she'd been expecting this exact outcome all along. Sweat drips off the ground as the boy blurts out, "This isn't what it looks like." A bob-haired woman snapped, insisting Siab, her longtime comrade, would never ever betray them. A chilling serial voice slithered into his mind, whispering that maybe the human army had paid him off, and letting that dark suspicion hang in the air. Still bowing, Subway blurts that he lost control of the car while desperately trying to carve out an escape route. A sharp-eyed woman in an eye patch scowls and challenges whether his story's even believable, then slams him with a chilling warning of severe consequences. Shankar, the elegant demon, steps in with a cruel grin and seals it with one cold truth: the punishment is death. Two boys stared in horror at the sentence, swearing he only tried to move the vehicle. Shankar Niels declared, "Betrayal is taboo, but don't worry, I'll personally deliver the punishment myself." He sadistically lays out his plan, turning your skin into a baseball glove and your bones into a bat. Shaken to the core, the terrified Subway clings to Crest for help, and Crest blasts Shankar as a demon for his cruelty. The older man Kondo steps in without a tremor, telling Shankar that Subway didn't act with any malicious intent. Shankar lets out a smug smirk, convinced he'll never truly get a read on what this guy is feeling. Kondo bursts out with a bold declaration, claiming his crew are the technicians behind Izumitani's manufacturing. In a brutal flashback, you see the team's bond ignite, each one burning to level up their skills and every collab turning passion into real progress. In another memory, Kondo lays it on the line about how helping your comrades at work can be the difference between survival and failure. The Subway rattles and trembles, then he reaches for his jacket, clinging from behind, and spots him like a real technician the instant he recognizes him. Tears of righteous fury streaming down his face, Kondo roars that no technician could ever sink that low, because that kind of betrayal just isn't possible. Then he yanks the sobbing Subway into a tight, comforting hug, whispering reassurance until the shaking eases. Two boys' relief snaps into something worse, creeping fear crawling in right away. A shadowy dark castle towers in the distance, and smoke claws its way up from spire after spire. A colossal curved stone structure rumbles, grinds, and shifts underfoot, like it's announcing that a massive construction project is about to explode into existence. They finally reveal the newly built Otherworld factory, just a plain stone building, but with a massive water wheel turning like it's got a whole plan in motion. In the middle of a busy gym scene, Masui in her athletic jersey leaned toward her colleague Aikawa and demanded a quick status update. Aikwa cracks a grin and confirms the motor's spinning like it should, then tells her to grab the reading right now. Masui sets her multimeter in place and can't believe Kondo's brilliant plan for their power source. She can't believe it, using a water wheel to power their canning factory has her straight up stunned. IQI lays out the trick of flipping a motor's roll, so instead of driving, it starts generating power. He says they're basically putting one of their company's motors to work for the job. Masui's device starts chiming, and with a bright grin she blurts out that the voltage is climbing perfectly. Aikwa huddles over the plan, dialing the voltage just right and flipping the power into AC. Then he clocks the worried look on his face and blurts out, "What's wrong?" Equal stared at the spinning motor, worry hitting hard as he wondered if it would actually be enough. Masui finally admits she's just as freaked out as everyone else about how massive their project is. After a long stretch of hard work, the finished factory finally rises, standing tall and silent in the empty, barren land. The whole squad and their demon allies huddled together in front of that brand new machinery they just installed. Kondo beams with pride as he unveils their massive new factory, built to crank out cans in bulk. He tells them the real nightmare isn't anything else, it's figuring out how to crank out the cans in bulk. He unveils the inverted body maker, a Wild Devices colleague Morimura cooked up. Ikawa, worn to the bone, grumbles that building 4 of those machines was brutally hard. The demon noble cereal in all the worst ways lets out a sharp snort of doubt, slicing through every claim that this device actually works. A female coworker leans in and asks Kondo, so how are we going to handle filling the finished cans? That tiny goblin, Gufkichi, practically bursts with excitement and pitches a deadly goblin-human wave tactic. Kondo calmly lays it out. This semi-automated conveyor system will crush efficiency like nothing else. The bob-cut woman leans in and warns that the machines are going to guzzle an insane amount of electrical power. Serial stalks up to Kondo with a smug grin, needles him about the power problem, and drags him through the dirt with each taunt. He sneers and demands to know how on earth they're supposed to get the electricity they need to keep everything running. Serial leans in and reminds them that their electric-generating creatures are already powering up another factory. He can't help but wonder if they can really run a canning factory when conditions are this tight. Ikwaz fumed through Serial's non-stop taunts as the president scrambled to calm him down. Serial challenged them to face the brutal price of cramming a factory into the goblin dormitories. He lays out his plan to stop their weapon production cold by rerouting the workforce that powers it. Serial erupts in furious blame, tearing into Kondo for the massive financial hit this failure is about to unleash. He demands an answer. How on earth is Kondo planning to survive this incoming disaster? Serial presses Kondo straight on the spot, asking if there's any way he can even salvage this disaster. The factory's giant roll-up door starts rattling violently, then rips open with a brutal, ear-splitting clatter. Masui flashes a bright smile, swings the door open, and declares her job for the day is finally over. Saudi and the president both freeze, then burst into relief, firing off the same question. Is that water wheel ready yet? Masui hoists a pair of chunky electrical cables, terminals snapping into place like the start of a countdown. She steps forward, chin up, and proudly declares, I brought the electricity we need. He stood there, drenched in sweat, utterly baffled by the shock of what just happened. Kondo shot back his thanks to Masui, who begged to be wired into the main breaker so everything would finally power up. Serial scoffs, smugly convinced that the puny power from just one water wheel can't possibly keep the factory running. Masui hunches over the breaker box, panicking that the power might not handle everything they're about to do. Trusting Kondo's plan, she braces herself and reaches for the main switch. Overhead lights snap on and flicker, blasting the whole factory floor into full view. Kondo tilts his head up and grins, pleased that the light has finally flared enough to get to work. Sadie blurts out that every light is alive, but the machinery is still totally dead. Masui double-checks her gear, and her stomach drops when she realizes the machines really aren't moving. Serial just stares, eyes narrowed in confusion, but you can tell he's waiting for something big to happen. His confusion snaps into mocking laughter as he struts and boasts that their prize machines have stopped working. He throws his arms up like he just won, shouting that the canning factory is a total disaster. Saudi demands answers as the president's face twists into grim dread, stuck on a Kondo. The president grumbles that it was a top-secret scheme, one built to unmask the human spy. Sati and the hefty man snap into shock the second the word spy hits the room. Serial slams the plan down. He's taking over, and he'll kick weapons production back to life right now. He taunts Kondo, daring him to own up to the failure or face the death penalty. Serial hammers out call after call to Kondo, and he just can't wait to hear how he'll answer after this crushing defeat. Kondo stays perfectly calm and says it was all exactly as he expected. Then he kicks the device into motion. Serial's completely stunned. How on earth are these machines running without a single drop of electricity? Kondo snaps out a sharp command to Muramura, telling him to kick off the next phase right now. Each second, it yanks down a huge, heavy belt from a hook bolted to the factory wall. Serial just stares in confusion, wondering why he's dragging around that broken machine. She screams at them to quit, convinced their defeat is total and the end of the road. Call after call comes in until the little goblin, Golf-Kichi, finally has to answer, waiting up above, ready for whatever's next. Golf-Kichi pops out with a bright grin from up on that high stone wall opening. He keeps raising that long, heavy belt higher and higher, whipping it up toward the goblin's open, waiting hands. Golf-Kichi snatches it from the air, eyes widening as he realizes, yeah, this crucial mission is officially in his hands. Down there, fit after fit gets shoved into place, wrapping the other side of the belt around that giant pulley on the machine. He just stands there, mouth hanging open, utterly stunned by the wild, bizarre preparations. She whips her head around the factory like, what is going on here right now? demanding answers on the spot. She jabs a finger at the belt system and demands, "Why are we hanging a belt from the ceiling?" Kondo bursts into a sharp explanation. This machine isn't magic at all, it's just a clean, connected pulley system. He explains that by turning the police cuts, you can load the cans and activate every linked mechanism. Kondo breaks it down. Back when motors didn't exist, they had to make everything run on just one spinning source. He finally drops the real name of that Industrial Revolution tech, an old-school line shaft system. A stout man stared in disbelief as the woman dropped a jaw-dropping revelation, and pure shock hit them both. Horn Demon Lord Shankar erupts in fury, demanding to know exactly how they're going to generate rotational energy. A finger jabs up toward the factory ceiling and the point lands hard. No steam engine, no water wheel anywhere. The stoutman and his crew protested, saying they don't have the electricity to power those Kondo motors. Kondo Kamlai claims electricity is pointless, because those 4-can-making machines will keep running even without power. The boy and the cereal just gaped in total shock, staring at him like his words couldn't possibly be real. Kondo shoots a determined glance, wheels around, and makes a formal request to each of the anicaps. Programmer Ikanos and Emma, the golem user, step forward with total confidence, golems flanking them like loyal guards as they take the job. With a cool, knowing smirk, she snaps her fingers and unleashes her power. At her command, 2 tiny, simple golems lurch forward and close in on a huge crank wired to a line shaft system. One of the golems clamps onto a wooden bar bolted to the crank, ready to shove. The moment the crank starts turning, the belts snap to motion and the line shaft's pulleys begin spinning. Shankar stares in pure shock as the gears above clank, grind, and suddenly kick into action. The boy burst out cheering and shouting in pure joy, because all 4 machines kicked on perfectly. 4 massive can-making machines roared to life at once, their gears and levers snapping in perfect rhythm. Kondo's eyes sharpen with focus as he raises a flat sheet of metal. He slides the sheet of metal into the first machine on the production line with razor-sharp care. Shankar stares on, utterly dumbfounded, as the machine erupts into action with a violent clatter. With one thunderous stamp, the machine shoots out a flawless metal ring, perfectly formed. The whole factory floor is roaring with machine motion, and you can feel a brand new strategy taking shape. Those finished metal cans clatter across the floor, flashing their wild, hard-earned success like a victory banner. Kondo just watches, grinning like he's won, because his wild plan worked flawlessly. Shankar's face turns into a full-on mask of total disbelief, frozen in utter shock at what he's seeing. A spiky-haired worker leans in and methodically feeds a stack of metal sheets into another machine. An endless stream of empty cans spills out of a chute and clatters onto a collection tray. Shankar can't believe his eyes as he mutters under his breath, staring in awe at how those cans get churned out, one after another. Kondo leans in and reveals that this is the CAN manufacturing machine, powered by one single twist of rotational force. With a sharp, knowing smirk, he nudges his glasses up and calls out the tech. That's a line shaft system. He points to the golems overhead and tells them how their powerless state is really made possible by using their own strength. 2 tiny golems crank the wheel with non-stop effort, and their simple grind powers the whole factory. Emma beams and proudly claims that every single bit of the golem's work is powered by her, because she's the one using it. Each one calmly steps in and blurts out, "I'm the one who wrote the program for you." The golems keep circling the same route, and he has to admit the system still isn't perfect yet. He tells them they've got to keep their walking speed locked in, or the production and the consistency both fall apart. You all know critiques work, admitting the program still feels too basic and missing the follow-through. He blurts out, where does a golem's energy even come from? And then he keeps pressing like he's trying to decode what that fatigue really is. Emma throws a dramatic declaration into the air. Her energy source is nothing less than the breath of life itself. Echinosis stared in disbelief at her mystical explanation and blurted, "Wait, are you telling me it's something like nuclear fusion?" A memory flashes. Emma stands in a quiet field, laying gentle hands on a huge resting golem as healing light floods its body. She tells you it's her affection, the creator's love, that breathes life into them. She's basically saying it plain, she's the power source fueling those golems. Echinosis' mind spun out, realizing this power isn't something modern technology can ever reach. He realizes, horror crashing down on him, that Emma is the one thing they can't do without, because she's the key to controlling the golems. His thoughts spill out his old life as a freelance golem programmer, and now he can't stand the idea that his own creations are unfinished without her. He breaks out in a sweat, admitting to himself that he's just not cut out for this kind of thing. Emma clocked his weird behavior and blurted out, "What's wrong with you?" She strides in, her heeled boot thumping the floor like it's daring the world to get going. He gets totally flustered, scrambling to explain that he pours his own life into every one of his programs. She brushes off his pain and tells him he's way more incredible than he even has the clue to imagine. Everyone who meets her starts stammering, and the moment she's in front of them, their words vanish into thin air. Emma's patience snaps like a rubber band and she explodes, demanding he speak up clearly if he's got something to say. He throws his hands up like, "I'm done," utterly crushed with no strength left to fight. Blushing hard, he sputters that there's no way he can sprinkle something called love into his work. Emma's face burns red with a brutal mashup of rage and pure embarrassment at the wild way he interpreted it. She erupts at him, screams he's an idiot, and demands to know what's wrong with his sanity. She makes it crystal clear, for her system to run, someone like him isn't needed at all. Now that the machines have proven themselves, she says the only thing left is to fire up the production line. During a tense meeting, Serial and Subid throw around the idea of using goblins as laborers. The real question hits hard: what kind of canned food do they crank out on a massive scale? Kondo leans in and tells Shankar, "Forget everything else, we're going after Sorti, the demon tribe's specialty." Shankar nods and says he'll get them all the fruit they need. The president ordered him to take charge of distribution all across Stomach Country too. Shankar snatches it up in a heartbeat and declares, "Trust me, this is my specialty." Serial jolts his focus. Now they've got to tackle conveyors, vacuum sealing, and those labels too. Shankar suddenly realizes he nearly got swept away by his own excitement and that overpowering sense of purpose. Rage simmers in him as these model students boss him around like it's nothing. He swears he'll prove he's got the business brains and make everyone finally rethink just how capable he really is. The story kicks off at the towering fortress of the Chemo Kingdom, straight up dominating the horizon. Inside King Slackmore's palace, the fifth ruler leans in and addresses his mage, Juno. He demands answers. What are these demons building besides weapons? Their moves feel way too suspicious. Juno spills that they're building a product that keeps food fresh for the long haul. An ancient advisor steps forward and calls out the tech for what it really is: canned goods. The king thunders the word again and again, like he can't shake the feeling that it holds a secret meaning. He leaned in and asked the old head of the Royal Academy, "Have you heard of this before?" The advisor breaks it down. You vacuum seal the food inside iron containers so nothing can spoil. The king's jaw drops as he finally realizes just how deadly it could get once that kind of product hits the world. The advisor slams the brakes and warns that if this goes wrong, it could bring the entire human food business crashing down. The king slams his fist and vows this will not happen, then turns straight to Juno. He tears into her, furious that she couldn't slow the demon's construction one step. Juno's face twists with horror as she remembers how she failed to wipe out Kondo and his whole team. The queen rages over her failure, saying the damage cost them everything, and that excuses won't fix a thing. He snaps back that she hasn't even cleared the C-rank exam yet, and she bursts into a flood of apologies. The advisor throws the useless mage one last shot: take it or get out. The king slams down his command and orders Juno to infiltrate the demon lord's army again. This time, he warns, it's her final shot. Back at the factory, the production line roars to life and clatters nonstop, fully operational at last. A ruthless machine slams the lids onto those filled cans with cold, unstoppable mechanical precision. Cans glide effortlessly along a conveyor belt and the whole thing runs on autopilot. No human hands needed. Another machine clamps down, sealing the cans tight to lock their contents in and keep them fresh. When the final products hit the end of the line, they roll right out, primed and ready for the next stage. A huge crate looms open, packed tight with round, pale sword fruits. Masked goblins move fast, scooping fruit into every empty can like it's their mission. Shankar watches it all unfold, grinning because every step is going exactly by the plan. A perfectly sealed can rockets down the chute, just waiting to get labeled and shipped out. The president demands a finished can, and even though there are still tweaks to nail down, he calls it a solid start. He and Sariel shoot their hopes through the roof that everything will sell like crazy, trusting Shankar to take care of it. The story slams into the stone archway of the Demon Lord Army's reform office. Inside, Shankar locks eyes with the disguised Juno and points her out as the new merchant. Juno humbly cracks and admits she's still a total beginner, then asks what he wants to talk about. She drops the bombshell that she knows he's churning out canned goods, then hits him with the real question. Why is a mage playing pretend as a wholesaler? Shankar leaned back, visibly blown away, and nodded like, so you really made sure those free samples hit every corner of the stomach country. June, in a disguise with a turban, steps up and grills Shankar on how humans really feel about their canned goods. Shankar rockets up to his feet, practically vibrating with excitement, and announces that the long-awaited product is an absolute smash hit. Juna Miles confirmed she'd actually heard people chanting about it like it was a full-on food revolution. Shankar proudly boasts about the free samples and promotional flyers he handed out to spread the word. Juna flatters him non-stop, showering praise for his sharp business mind and blasting his name across the demon world as his reputation skyrockets. She finally gets him alone, gripping his attention while she complains how brutal it is to hide her long elf ears inside the turbine's heat. Shankar leans in and says the product isn't just new, it's built for wars and disasters that haven't happened yet. Juniskov's clocked the genius marketing plan and realized it was really just condos, not magic. The second someone brings up his rival, Shankar's face hardens with rage, then he snaps, "What's your point?" He steadies himself, leans back like he owns the place, and asks how many cans she wants to buy. Junina starts pitching her offer, and that sly little smile tells you she already knows you'll say yes. She proposes a crazy bulk deal, 10,000 cans at 1,000 floored each, an absolutely massive order. Shankar's eyes blew wide with pure, jaw-dropping shock at the massive number she just threw out. His mind spins out wild numbers, calculating a profit so massive it'll smash their entire year's earnings like it's nothing. He's treating this like his one shot to finally slam the truth down and show Kondo he's the better man. You see his hand flash into frame, an unmistakable sign that he's about to make the bold move of his dreams. With a crazed grin, Shankar boasts he'll go for 100,000 cans, 10 times the amount. Juno watches him like a hunter who just landed the perfect shot, mission accomplished, and that sly, triumphant smirk lights up her face. A fork swoops down and snags a chunk of fruit from one of the finished Tudenomi cans. In his massive grand hall, King Black Moa plucks the fruit, takes a bite, and gapes at how unreal fresh it tastes. His gaunt advisor steps up and grimly confirms it. Word about those canned goods is already spreading like wildfire through the streets. The king raises his goblet for a sip, then snaps that this new twist is trouble. The can rests on the plate in front of him, and it's basically a warning flare for the economic war that's about to explode. He slams the rule down hard. Goods from uncertified factories won't be allowed to move a single step inside his kingdom. The chapter title slams onto the screen while a non-stop, automated factory roars in the background. A lonely stone factory sits out in a barren mountain wilderness, staring at the world from the outside. Crammed shoulder to shoulder in a raging mass of goblins, they swarm forward and diligently pack those cans with tiny, round fruit. A huge machine thunders into action, slamming each can shut with a heavy, rhythmic press. Kondo grins as he tells his team, production's flying at this rate will be done in just 3 weeks. A stout colleague leaned in and told Cresto that this colossal order was going to hit the demon tribe like a gift from the gods. Cresta's gut twisted with deep suspicion. She couldn't believe Shankar actually swallowed the deal. A female colleague shuts her concerns down, then praises Shankar for his relentless grind in business. Kondo stares down at his clipboard, brow locked in focus as he tightens every production detail like it's mission control. Cresta can't stop worrying that Shankar is letting his recent win go straight to his head. Kondo snaps his gaze up from his work when a shadow slices over him, sensing someone just arrived. Shankar streaks down from the heavens on a massive white griffin, throwing on a grand, theatrical greeting to the workers below. 2 factory workers snap their heads up in pure shock, blurting out in disbelief at how huge that bird is. Cresta took one look at the mount and declared it a high-class blackbird, an absolute monster worth a jaw-dropping 10 million floor. Shankar Wink smirked and bragged that he nabbed the pricey creature on loan. The griffin erupts in a proud cry, blasting through the sky while it hauls its master along in midair. Cresta's jaw tightens as he demands, point-blank, why in the world he'd blow all that cash on something so ridiculously extravagant. She screams that the demon tribe is over the moon, because he just secured the 100,000 can order for them. Shankar shoots a thumbs up and announces he's about to hand the workers a special bonus. Cresta's disgust hits hard. He can't even believe he got played by that arrogant, simple-minded fool's deal. Kondo strides up and tells Shankar point-blank that they still haven't been paid, and the farmers are still waiting on the money they're owed. Shankar snaps at Kondo to shut up, barking that he needs to lock in on mass production. He declares that this is the proof he's far superior to Kondo, while his two colleagues watch in silence. After barking one last order for the workers to obey him, Shankar turns and gets ready to leave. The whole team stares as the Blackbird rockets into the sky and shrinks into nothing but a tiny speck. Cresta tells Kondo to chill, but when the words leave his mouth, he admits, yeah, something in this whole situation feels seriously off. Gafu, the tiny goblin worker, grins as he balances a freshly made can on his head, proudly showing it off like a trophy. Kondo snaps his gaze onto the little creature, and his tough face suddenly melts into softness. Gofu proudly holds up the can, showing off just how perfectly he nailed that label. Kondo leans in and tells Gofu that canned food is the secret weapon for surviving the winter. Then he watches it spark joy in everyone. Gofu is practically exploding with joy because this is the first time he's ever created something that actually makes people smile. A female colleague suddenly freezes, realizing with a jolt that their main product all this time has been weapons. Kondo softly scratches Gofu's head, smiling like they just finally cracked what real manufacturing is all about. 3 weeks later, the story crashes into the towering fortress of the human kingdom. Fire crackled and hissed, flames dancing higher and higher, licking the dark night sky like they owned it. King Black Moa stares down as a colossal pyre of wooden crates roars in flames, then grins and congratulates his mage, Juno. He confirms that this is the whole shipment of canned goods, and every last can is getting smashed and destroyed. Inside the blazing crates, thousands of cans gleam for a second, then the inferno swallows them in a roaring feast. A lone scorched can sits on the ground, lid ripped open like a scream, and it screams betrayal loud enough to make your stomach drop. The king stands blazing with authority, announcing that the demon tribe just doesn't get it. Humans run this country. His advisor nods and shuts it down hard. Products from uncertified factories won't be allowed to hit the streets. The king spits out a sneer and shuts it down. Paying for them is absolutely out of the question. The advisor fawns over the king's call, nodding so low he bows his head. The advisor leans in, muttering that those foolish demons have no clue about the king's massive master plan. Back at the factory, Kondo pinches the bridge of his nose, looking wrecked and running on pure exhaustion. He sits across from disguised Juno and her masked partner, locked in a tense face-to-face meeting. Shankar slams his fan down on the table and roars, demanding to know why they can't cough up the money for the 100,000 cans. Juno calmly breaks the news. A brand new law just got passed, and it wipes out every product made in uncertified factories. Condomicron owners erupted in protest, insisting the goods were already delivered. Juno's companion points out that because no one ever signed a contract, there's zero duty to pay. Shankar's face twists with fury as he demands they hand back every single can right now. Juno flat out says they broke the law, so those goods had no choice but to get handled the right way. A single scorched can slams onto the table, a brutal warning that the whole shipment is already gone. Shankar finally clocks the trap, and Kondo glares at him like he's ready to interrogate him on the spot. Kondo snapped, asking how they could pull off something like that after his crew busted their tails. The two merchants tear off their disguises like a magic trick, then hit you with the ripoff. They step forward, reveal they're the hero Ryan and the magic user Juno, and then they strike a cocky, confident pose like they own the moment. Ryan sneers at the demons, telling them they should have stayed exactly where they belonged. Shankar's rage ignites the moment he spots them, human army soldiers plain as day. He snaps a fireball into existence and bows, daring them to try leaving alive. Juno streaks forward in a blur, her sword slamming into the magical blast to deflect it with a thunderous crash. Ryan screams at her to shift Shankar to ash, then shoves the rest of the job onto her like, you handle it. While Juno locks up with Shankar, Ryan rockets past them, zeroing in on his target Kondo. Kondo snaps back in pure shock as the hero barrels straight toward him. Ryan flat out declares that close quarters combat is his playground. Shankar snaps into action and blocks the hero's blade at the last second with his arm guard. The impact crashes like thunder, rattling Shankar with a shock wave, yet he refuses to budge. Juno yells at Ryan, telling him to go now. Ryan breaks off, flashes a quick promise, he'll be right back, and sprints for the exit. Shankar explodes in fury, demanding, so you're really running away. Ryan launches onto Shankar's prize Blackbird mount, shouting that he's taking it. He and another demon woman bolt for the exit while Shankar screams at them to stop. With a wicked grin, Ryan rockets into the sky and needles the foolish demons, screeching that they're just cow-eared humans. Kondo and Shinkar are left gasping, staring at the truth. No matter what they build, this world's power crushes it every time. Ryan bragged that the hero and the magic user are the ultimate duo, and Juno's face twisted with pure embarrassment. He flashes a confident thumbs up as he takes control of the stolen mount, locking in his win. With a nasty sneer, the horn demon tosses out a pathetic pity payment for all the trouble they caused. A lone human drops a wide coin onto the dirt like a brutal insult. Shinkar spits out his Shinkar seeds at the mockery, while Kondo glares on in cold, furious silence. High above the jagged peaks, the hero's crew rockets away in a stolen bird, fleeing for their lives. Shankar grabs his head and howls in agony, crushed by the loss of his prized blackbird. His composer crumbles in his hands as panic detonates. He's drowning in massive unpaid debts. Kondo stands there with his back turned, posture locked tight as rage simmers behind his teeth. His coworkers swarm in panic, demanding to know what happened, then they spot it. The Alpha's tuna. Kondo's face hardens as he declares that something unforgivable just happened. His face tightens as he snaps that this is a straight-up insult to the spirit of manufacturing. Saria's baffled by what he's saying, but Cleese won't budge. He swears Juno would never pull something like that. Kondo squeezes his arm as the truth hits. Someone planned this attack on their company. He stands his ground and pure determination hardens inside him as the attack crashes down. Tearful and trembling, the little goblin Gafu rushes up to him, clutching a can he's proudly crafted with his own hands. He shot a question at her, is the can spoiled? Because he couldn't shake the fear his own label was the culprit. The innocent creature's heartbreak smashed Kondo's calm to pieces. Tears pour down his face as he bows, because he's dead set on never forgiving them. He rages over how they stomped out his workers' pure, heartfelt efforts. Klez clocks his need for payback and demands, so what are you planning to do? Kondo shoved his glasses up, and a ruthless new resolve sparked in his eyes. One lone tear slips down his face as he swears, no mercy. He'll bring about their total annihilation. He raises the insult coin to the light and announces, with zero shame, that he's going to forge counterfeit currency. In a shattered chamber, Shankar slumps in pure despair, and that title teases a story where trust is the real battlefield. He shakes in pure terror, convinced his master, Sturm, will end him for good. He remembers all 100,000 cans, shattered, trashed, and left for dead. The stolen bird he lost and the enemies who mocked him won't let him sleep. He clenches his teeth because he just knows Sturm, his master, has to be fully aware of his mess. He pictures Sturm's fury and swears he'll tear him apart in the blink of an eye. Crouched in the wreckage, Shankar panics and scrambles, desperately hunting for a way out. A desperate plan snaps into view in his eyes, wild, terrified, and desperate for a way out. He snaps and decides to pin the whole disastrous mess on Kondo. Kondo and his squad stand poised, faces set in stone as they brace for what's coming. The wolf-like demon king, Sturm, narrows his eyes and shoots a skeptical look. Can they really pull it off? Kondo nods with a calm smile and says it's totally doable, all because of the sample the hero brought. He explains that with nothing but a flat metal plate, their stamping tech is already more than enough. Sturm leans in, eyes lighting up at the mention of this wild stamping technique. A diagram lays out the two-step combo. First you punch the blanks, then you slam the strike to etch the design. Sturm gets it, the faster they crank out results, the better. Sorry to jump in, but can you break down how this world's currency system actually works? Sturm calls forth Cleese, the eye-patch demon, so he can spill the truth and explain everything. CLEZ lines up the human broadkins and the demon-worn broadkins side by side, letting you see the difference with your own eyes. A chart flashes a bunch of almost identical bills, and the only way they're different is the crest stamped on each one. Please break down how much their canned goods are worth in the local currency. Two guys dream up buying a house in Juneau with a massive 100 million broad. Kondo shoots a sharp question, where in the world are these coins actually made? Cleese leans in and drops the truth. These things are forged in a far-off land that keeps the whole world alive. Sari leans in and demands, who really controls the money supply like the Bank of Japan? Klez drops the bombshell. It's a whole nation of genius brains, experts who twist the economy like it's their personal puppet. Kondo's eyes widen when he realizes there are whole other nations out there beyond this one. So tell me, are they trying to kick off hyperinflation in the human kingdom? Kondo nods and then drops the real bombshell. His true target is King Black Moa. He's hell-bent on crushing the king where it hurts most, by hitting him with real economic damage for those unforgivable acts. Sturm spills the truth. There's a ridiculously valuable 100 million broad coin out there. Kondo and Subway are left utterly stunned when they realize this kind of denomination actually exists. Sturm leans in and tells them this treasure is one of a kind, something only humans can ever claim. It's a flawless masterpiece, forged by the greatest craftsman humanity has ever produced. Cleese adds that the craftsman is long gone, which makes those coins ridiculously rare. Storm uncovers the truth. King Blackmore is greedily hoarding the last scraps of power he's left. Kondo leans in and asks if they've got a model they can use for the forgery. Sturm grinned and swore he didn't need it, then said he could pull it straight from memory. Sari and Subway are holding on to hope that they can build the plan straight from his drawing. Sturm bursts into a thunderous laugh, like he's about to unleash his artistic genius on the spot. He proudly shows off a laughably crude, childish scribble he just carved into the paper. The whole team freezes in shock as Sturman sheepishly admits he's terrible at drawing. Claus snaps, disgust flooding his face, and tells them to do whatever they want. He's done. Sorry if they don't pull off the drawing, their whole plan collapses for good. Kondo snaps there's no choice left, so they sneak into the castle. Sari is absolutely horrified by the brutal plan. She's convinced they'll get killed. Kondo shuts it down fast. He makes it clear they don't have to steal anything. They just need to lay eyes on it. He whips out his secret weapon, a 3D scanner that grabs the data in seconds. Toboy and Siri realize this means they can pull the data without stealing it. Kondo tells Klez, don't worry, my machines can carve a replica without breaking a sweat. Sturm makes it crystal clear, this infiltration won't be a walk in the park. He tells them the fortress is built like a twisted labyrinth, meant to trap and stop any intruder dead in their tracks. Shankar stays quiet for ages, then finally asks, can we really pull this off? Smirks like he struck gold, because this just handed them the perfect opening. The squad closes in on the fortress and Kondo clocks the advantage. This win feels locked in. He locks in this is their moment, and they have to move right now. Sturm waves them off, telling them to stop worrying about the infiltration. Shankar steps forward with a grin. He's already snagged a map of the fortress. Kondo rips into the room with praise, hailing his subordinates for knocking it out of the park with brilliant, proactive work. Suddenly, Sturma snaps with rage, storms up to Shankar and confronts him over that earlier failure. He rips into Shankar, blaming him for that brutal can deal that detonated into a massive loss. He slams the decision down. Shankar is dismissed, and he's sentenced to die on the spot. Shankar panics, scrambling for someone to blame, Kondo first, then the goblins. Shankar gets flooded with furious screams, so loud they accuse him of shameless deception. Cleese lunges in to stop it, then admits she fought the plan, until they shut her down and overruled her. Sturm's face burns with fury, and you can tell nothing in the world will shift his mind. Kondo steps up and grabs Sturm's verdict as their fault without a fight. Sturm finally admits it. He should have stopped that shady deal way earlier, and he knows it. Kondo steps in and declares, I'll be the one to pay for this sin. Sorry, or so the protesters shout, because they're yelling that it's not his fault and he shouldn't be the one taking the blame. Kondo closes in on the bound, terrified Shankar. He grabs Shankar's attention and tells him, it was me, I locked in the budget for those cans. He stands in front of the seated man, fully acknowledging that his part matters more than anything. Suri and Subway lean in as Kondo loudly praises Shankar. Turning out he grabbed the map too. He declares that Shankar's actions deserve every ounce of praise. Shankar jerks his head up, stunned out of his mind, and blurts, why are you protecting me, Kondo? Kondo cuts it short and says, it's simple, we're comrades and we fight and work as one. Sari recalls that Kondo lesson, because for their team, building the right bonds is everything. A man softly pats his young daughter's head as she grins, telling her dad she gets it. She understands. Murata, the older man, makes it clear he doesn't want praise. He wants the best manufacturing comrades on his side. Sturm, the wolf-like demon lord, lays his stamp of approval on the wild scheme to counterfeit human currency. An ominous horned demon woman, eye patch on, watches everything with a knowing smirk like she already knows how this ends. A heavy-set man freaks out and blurts, who's going to sneak into the fortress when our faces are already out there? A young woman nods and says, even with disguises, they still won't be able to fool the enemy. Murata leans in with total confidence and tells them, don't worry, our company has the perfect person for this job. The Izumatani manufacturing plant's exterior looms on screen, and you can practically hear the non-stop buzz spilling out from inside. A loud, swaggering salesman Yoda bursts out that he'll be the most unbeatable seller from beyond this world. Kondo, gruff as ever, slams the desk and growls, asking if Yoda wants another beating, karaoke book in hand. Murata stays cool as fire burns in the man's eyes, telling him to drop it for now. Yoda steps up and salutes, booming that he's a battle-tested sales manager, ready to launch the jump in sales mission. A female colleague leans in and tells Kondo that Yoda isn't just excited, she's itching to get back to work again. More to clear up, this mission isn't about selling anything, it's about sneaking in and going in deep. Yoda grins and spells out the mission. Get a 3D scan of the legendary 100 million broad coin. Kondo snatches Yoda by the collar and snaps, accusing him of always slacking off. A flashback rips us back to Yoda, tucked into the company van sound asleep in a park, totally unaware. Kondo storms off yelling at Yoda, and Yoda panics, insisting with shaking conviction that he's got his own well-established routine. Murata leans in and tells you how Yoda, once trained right on the factory floor, has grown into a killer salesman. Yoda jabbed his finger and nodded hard, fully backing Murata's bold take on what he can do. A flashback hits and Yoda pulls off the ultimate hustle, selling razor-expensive gear to a university professor like it's nothing. He tells him he locked it in by teaming up with the professor over drinks, bonding until the deal was sealed. Murata says Yoda is the real deal, an old-school salesman who wins people over and builds real connections. Yoda blasts the truth, no matter the era, sales is all about getting your hands dirty and doing the legwork. Kondo groans and snaps at Yoda to quit his personal philosophy and stop pitching like he's selling something. The female colleague leaned in and demanded, "So how are we supposed to take down the heavily guarded Black Moa King?" Murata claims their plan is a full-on, straight-to-the-point pitch, no games, just a head-on sales attack. His colleagues stare in total confusion, baffled and blurting, "Wait, what on earth could we possibly sell a king?" Murata blurts out the truth, this product is exactly what the king wants, and he makes human resources fall into line. The young woman leans in and demands to know exactly what kind of human resources they're actually offering. Murata cuts through the rumors, this isn't some magic user at all, it's just a technician. Kondo couldn't believe it, Murata was really about to show up and face the infamous king. Murata admits he wants to meet the king face to face because they've never really met and he's done pretending they know each other. The team's terrified, get caught, and they die, yet Yoda calmly asks whether Murata's got a plan. Murata shoots them a confident nod as they march toward that towering human fortress. The whole team marches across the colossal drawbridge toward the castle entrance. Yoda stands shoulder to shoulder with the calm craftsman as he slips into a plain robe and a bandana. Castle guards glare at them like threats, demanding to know if they've come to sell slaves. Yoda beams with excitement and practically drags the craftsman into view, begging the king to buy him right then and there. The guards watch with tired, bored faces, then grudgingly wave them through. Guards shove Yoda the craftsman back and tell him to wait, judgment is coming. An elder council rips into them, demanding why they were dragged here just for some lowly craftsman. Yoda waves them closer and demands they look at the incredible thing he just brought. He dramatically unveils a sleek modern cordless drill, this time with a tiny propeller attachment bolted on. He explains that the tool comes alive the instant you yank the trigger. The drill springs to life, blasting out a violent gust of wind that rattles the elders. The guards can't stop murmuring in shock as they feel this tool's raw power and watch its speed shift on the fly. The head elder Pakoma, the mustache so magnificent it practically shines, locks his gaze in pure, breathless awe. Yoda grins and declares this is only the start of what that tool can do. He throws down a wild claim, "Using this tool you can even fly." The elders are totally stunned, peppering him with questions, demanding to know if his unbelievable claim is real. The head elder spins around and blasts, shouting for them to be dragged straight before the king. Elder Pekoma booms out that he's going to let the crowd in to meet the monarch. Kondo can't believe the nerve of Yoda's fake-out. Yoda just smirks and flashes a cocky thumbs up. In the throne room, the king leans in and demands to know if this slave girl can even use the tool at all. The elder leans in and reveals the truth. These visitors came bearing a tool so strange and so dangerous it could shake the whole world. The king hunches forward, eyes blazing, and demands to know what they can do with it while he's right there. Yoda flicks his eyes to the massive ornate shield hanging on the throne room wall. The elder leans in and tells him the shield is a national treasure, crafted from priceless Hiltite ore. The craftsman shoots his hand for the tool, his mind already locked in on the demonstration. He challenges the shield to a one-hand strike, promising to punch a flawless hole straight through it. The king can't look away. This challenge feels irresistible, and the craftsman's audacity has him hooked. The craftsman nods with nerves of steel, taking the challenge head-on, fully knowing exactly what could go wrong. The king drops a lethal rule, mess up, and you don't just lose, you get a hole punched straight through your head. The craftsman snaps open a briefcase and casually unveils a whole lineup of high-tech tools. He snaps a hydraulic puncture into place with a sharp chain of metallic clicks. He grabs the perfect drill bit from the case, ready for whatever's coming next. He lines up the clamps in the center punch with razor-sharp practice precision. Tools are lined up on the table with ruthless precision, like every detail has been planned for something huge. With all his tools lined up, the craftsman leans in and declares that the job is about to begin. The king stared in shock because he'd never laid eyes on tools this strange in all his life. The master craftsman slams a wooden guide into place and clamps it tight onto the priceless shield. The king scoffs with total confidence. He's sure that shield can't be pierced by anything. It zooms in on the drill bit's sharp, spiraled tip, precision like a razor. With laser focus, the craftsman slams the spinning drill into the shield, refusing to blink. The king's eyes pop wide with shock as the drill finally bites into the metal. The craftsman's gaze stays razor sharp, and his focus locks in tight as he puts his work into the world. The drill rips straight through the shield, carving out a razor-clean, perfect hole. The craftsman calmly clicks a completely different tool onto the shield's surface. He lines up the magnetic chuck and slams it into place with a heavy, satisfying clank. He shoves the tool into Yoda's hands, then leans in and says, "Now it's all on you." The craftsman leans back, counting in his head like he's sure he bought them around 10 minutes ago. The magnetic chuck's internal timer starts bleeding away those precious seconds, second by second. The king just gapes at the unbelievable feat, his face screaming pure disbelief. Yoda was pushed to sprint because his slice of the secret mission couldn't wait. He rockets down that long, lavish corridor, clutching a briefcase like it's the key to everything. He wildly flips through his map, tearing through streets, desperate to find the king's bed chamber. He's praying the craftsman is cooking up the perfect distraction just for him. He grips the briefcase tight. Inside it, a handheld 3D scanner. He finally reaches the right lavish door, and the map clicks in his head as he spots it instantly. He tiptoes to the door and peeks in, scanning the room like he expects trouble, empty or not. He bursts into the grand, empty bedchamber, where lavish furniture gleams like it's been waiting for someone. In the throne room, the magnetic chuck suddenly rips free with a thunderous asterisk pack. The craftsman calmly slips the device out of the shield like it was never a threat. The king stares in fresh horror, whispering like his worst nightmare just hit. No way. In the bedchamber, Yoda scrambles on all fours, frantically tearing through every inch, trying to find what he lost. He can't stop thinking about where that coin vanished, kicking aside the usual cliché hiding spots as if they'd insult him. His eyes flare wide the moment a fresh idea hits. Right there, a book. He whips his gaze to the massive bookshelf stacked against the wall. He spots a row of unusually thick books, and his mind snaps back to every secret spot he's ever hidden in. On the shelf, one gorgeous, ornate book gleams and steals the spotlight from all the plain volumes. He swings the book open and stares in shock as its thick pages are totally blank. A man's face flashes on screen and his smile turns into pure manic victory, like he's winning at something only he can see. Inside the hollowed-out book, he uncovers a massive dragon medallion, carved so intricately it feels alive. A distant voice cracks through the air, shouting at him to hurry and finish his task now. He lifts a sleek handheld 3D scanner, and it spits out a bright grid of light like it's mapping the world in real time. He leans over the medallion and kicks off the high-stakes scan, zeroing in with razor-sharp intensity. Panic has blown up in his eyes as he mentally begs for more speed. From outside the grand chamber door, a gentle knock echoes through the halls like a warning. A woman with long, golden blonde hair steps forward and declares herself to King Black Moa. With the ornate doors towering in front of her, she steels herself and steps straight into the royal chamber. She calls out to the king, demanding to know if he's inside. The man Yoda snaps a mask of panic into place the moment the interruption hits. The scan of that priceless 100 million broad coin is almost done, so close it hurts. Pinned down on the edge of uncovering the truth, he panics and races through his mind. What on earth does he do next? In the hallway, she steps up and says she's here to talk about her magic user's examination. She decides to deal with it herself, and the moment she does, a sudden clatter bursts from inside, jolting her to attention. Her eyes snap wide with pure alarm at the sudden noise. An elven guard bolts to her side, urgently demanding what that sound was and whether the king is safe. A woman watches, brows knitted, as the guard strides straight toward the door. In the royal bedchamber dripping with gold, Yoda's sitting right in the king's bed, totally visible, and it's instantly shocking. With desperation driving him, he pulls off a wild ruse, shirtless, sinking into a rose-filled tub as steamy vapor pours out of his breath. The elven guard person stared on, her face frozen in total, jaw-dropping shock. Yoda keeps that cool, nonchalant mask on, but a faint blush creeps up his cheeks anyway. The guard jabs a trembling finger toward them, barking, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He snaps at her for barging into what he insists is the king's private space. Utterly flustered, the guard stumbled over her words and started questioning whether she just barged in on something private. He roars that it's so obvious he must have a secret, special connection to the king. The guard's face turns betrayed at the scandalous implication, but he swallows his pride, accepts the story, and waves him off, telling him to leave. With shaking hands, she hurls her full weight into the heavy door and slams it shut. The mortified guard bolts down the long, echoing corridor, whipping his gaze around in pure embarrassment. Her face twists with pure mortification as she bolts away. Yoda plops back into the tub, letting out a huge sigh of relief. His bluff totally worked. He seethes in silence, convinced his boss, Kondo, is the one who trapped him in this absurd, humiliating mess. In the throne room, the craftsman Kondo stands before a long table, and when his demonstration ends, it's done clear, loud, and final. He raises the shield, points to the flawless hole blasted through it, and declares, "It's finished." King Black Moa freezes in disbelief, staring at the way he's able to press the shield open with just one hand. In a flashback, Kondo slams a magnetic chuck onto that ornate shield. With a brutal, loud crunch, the hydraulic puncher effortlessly slams through the thick metal like it's nothing. Kondo hands the damaged shield to the king and demands his judgment. The king's face is frozen in total disbelief, like his mind just hit a wall and broke. Plopped on his throne, he lets out a sharp nod and admits, Kondo really pulled off the unusual tool like a pro. Kondo spots the device in seconds. It's a hydraulic puncture built to punch straight through steel plates like they're nothing. The king spots the tool and decides it's perfect for a craftsman. Then his expression hardens and turns cold. He sneers and snaps that Kondo is nothing more than a lowly laborer at the end of the day. Kondo sits there stone-faced, expression locked tight, while the king keeps droning on with that smug, condescending tone. The king slams his decree and declares Kondo is just like those dwarf slaves, grinding away in the mines. Kondo leans in and demands, does the king actually understand what he's doing, or is he just pretending? The king throws out a sharp rhetorical question, basically demanding to know why his subjects are forced to grind in the first place. His expression hardens into a grim mask as he snaps the truth. We did sin. He shrugs off what his Kondo calls work like it's just punishment for being taken for granted. He swears this is the universe paying back every sin their ancestors ever committed, over and over, without end. The king thunders that his royal blood is practically divine, like destiny itself can't be challenged. He flicks his hand and orders Kondo to get out of his sight. Kondo lets out a low, settling chuckle from his lips. He flashes a sly, knowing smile, and you can practically see the relief hit him. It zooms in on the king's crown, and those razor-sharp points loom like they own the whole throne. The king's jaw drops in disbelief when those condos hit him with an unexpected, disrespectful reaction. He pushed up his glasses and basically said, "Yeah, the king's got nothing beyond this level." And the advisor explodes in outrage, screaming at the Kondo's flagrant insolence. King Blackmo freezes in total shock after that sharp, straight-up insult hits him like a punch. Kondo spits that there's zero pride in being a king when the throne's backing someone who sees labor as shallow. He compares the king to a callous corporate boss who'd crash the whole company in one greedy swoop. The king's faces twist into a feral snarl, and rage erupts at the very comparison. Kondo lifts one finger to the air and drops a chilling prophecy about what's coming for them soon. He boldly promises the king's castle and the entire country will be crushed and shattered with ruthless ease. The king is incandescent, raging in fury, his teeth clenched so tight they look like he's about to unleash a silent scream. Right when Kondo needs it most, Yoda drops in at his side, timing so perfect it feels like destiny. Yoda snaps a right hook that lands clean on Kondo's jaw, an attack no one sees coming. The older man gets blasted backward, sent skidding through the air from that shocking hit. Yoda puts on an act of fake panic and blurts out to his boss, "What do you think you're doing?" Tears poured down Yoda's face as he kicked off his perfectly rehearsed performance. He erupts in anger at Kondo, screaming at him for daring to say that kind of stuff to a client. Two men burst into a full-blown staged argument right in front of the king, and the poor guy just stood there, completely baffled. The king stares at the chaos unfolding before him, completely blindsided, pure confusion etched across his face. Kondo jabs a finger at Yoda and keeps the act going like he's done it 1,000 times. He snaps at Yoda, calling out his insolence right there in the king's presence. Then the advisor storms in and screams at them to stop the brawl in the throne room right now. The king's court gapes in shock at that totally unprofessional display. The king finally explodes with a roar, ordering the guards to drag them out right now. Back at their own factory, the crew huddles up and relives their win after that successful mission. A bunch of coworkers huddle close, hanging on every word as the infiltration story spills out. Manager Murata finally admits it. Yoda got way too heated the moment he slammed Kondo. He breaks it down, getting kicked out was the whole point, part of their perfectly planned scheme. Yoda proudly announces that Kondo delivered Black Moa a hard, no-nonsense lecture it honestly needed. Erica, their female colleague, frets that they've just poked a dangerous enemy, and now trouble's coming fast. Murata points out that Kondo's wild tirade wasn't random at all. It was a sneaky distraction meant to throw off Yoda's mission. He says Yoda's tears weren't some act at all. They were real, spilling out from pure, terrifying fear. Murata lavishes praise on Yoda, saying a truly great salesman needs courage and the skill to bluff without blinking. Yoda soaks up the praise like it's sunshine, then smugly hands the credit to his own mind-blowing acting skills. He blurts out fantasies about stepping into this brand new world and making his acting debut. His gruff colleague Kondo barks at him, telling him to stop letting that success go to his head. Erica grins and confirms the mission hit its mark, snagging the precious 3D scan data. Akawa Bursin, the team's tech wizard, steps up and declares, "Analysis complete." A young woman snaps open her laptop and fires up the explanation. She made the drawings from the data herself. The whole crew huddles around the laptop, eyes locked on the screen like everything's about to change. On the screen, a flawless 3D dragon coin gleams like a god-tier masterpiece. Murata, the master craftsman, can't stop staring as the dragon's scales shimmer under those razor-detailed cross-hatching lines. Kondo snaps his attention to Murata and demands, "So, can you really pull this off?" Murata flashes a confident grin, saying he won't know until he actually tries, then shoots back, "So the plan is to buy out the king." A man with glasses snaps them into place, his thoughts locked on a promise he made to his fallen friend, Zack. With grim fury burning in his eyes, he vows to buy out every last one of the enslaved dwarfs. The tale kicks off in a massive quarry, and it's called Salesman vs. King with Assassin going in. Under the blazing sun, dwarves grind through hellish labor, muscles screaming as they mine ore until their very bodies strain. Two burly dwarves strain and groan as they heave massive rocks onto a pile that's growing by the second. A young dwarf, all muscle and grit, swings his pickaxe like it's destiny, his face set in a mask of exhausting focus. Sweat pours off his brow as he throws every ounce of his strength into the brutal grind. A weathered, goblin-looking dwarf suddenly crumples from pure exhaustion, wheezing and shouting to his companion. The young dwarf barrels in beside him, scolding him for pushing himself too hard after that recent collapse. The older dwarf jerked up, gasping, and practically begged the young man to stay clear of him. He shoots a warning. Once the guards in that tower see him, they'll assume he's plotting an escape. The young dwarf refuses to walk away, snarling that he'll never abandon a comrade to die alone. Rose beams with pride and says, "Yep, Zack's really in you. You're his son through and through." From far away, the man keeps staring, clocking just how fiercely the dwarf stays loyal to his comrades. From a towering watchtower, it bellows down at the top of its lungs, whipping the lazy dwarves into gear and barking at them to stop slacking. Another guard sneers, saying they've got no home at all, and that they should be thankful to be chained as slaves. The young dwarf squared up, fists tight at his sides, silently seething at the guard's taunts. Rose locks eyes with him, pushing the young man to never, ever give up. The young dwarf swears Zack Milligan, his father and master craftsman, will pull them out of this. The story snaps to the quiet, ordinary face of the Ismatani manufacturing plant. Inside the factory, the chief lifts a 10,000 floored coin straight from the human realm and holds it up like a trophy. He starts shaving the coin's edge with his fingers, and it instantly sends shockwaves through his young female colleague. Then another man steps in and says the chief can spot any material just by touch, color, and smell. He scraped the coin free, and that flame-like crest on its face burned with intricate detail. The chief nods and confirms it's the real deal, built from copper or nickel, just like Japanese money. A chubby coworker whoops with glee, locking in the fact that finding materials for counterfeiting is going to be a total breeze. The woman pressed them, asking how on earth they plan to mass-produce those coins in numbers that huge. The chief snaps his glasses into place and tells them they're about to unleash a brutal, powerful press machine. His colleague nods, then smashes a mold into the metal, stamping flat plates one after another. The chief grins as he wonders, is my underground press machine still running? He grins with pure adrenaline, remembering the last time he used it to forge those golf course medals. Kondo realizes the chief doesn't just manage his machines, he baby them like they're alive, always hovering to tend to every last one. The chief nods and says he's got the schematics, and that the machining center can carve the molds. A tiny winged creature lays out the whole scheme, feed raw materials straight into the press on the reel. The chief raises a 100 million floor coin like it's a trophy and announces, loud and proud, that it's already finished. His colleagues stare in disbelief at the coin's crazy thickness and lavish carvings, buzzing with one question: how on earth did he make it? Then he finally pulls out his secret weapon, a wire EDM machine that blasts power through the lines. That ultra-precise machine blasts an electrical current to slice through metal with 2-micron accuracy. The portly colleague leans in and says this is the 140th, basically the width of one single human hair. The woman clutches her head and her thoughts spin out of control as that insane level of precision hits her like a punch. The chief proudly grips a perfectly crafted coin, and you can practically feel their insane skill shining off it. His eyes go distant like he's already plotting the city he'll conquer, then he shrugs and declares, "It's Yoda's turn now." The story slings right to Yoda, now dressed in a suit, flashing that magnificent coin like it's pure gold. He's planted right before a towering throne room, a briefcase clutched at his side, and his mission is about to kick off. Seated on his throne, the king leaned in, eyes locked on the long hall, hooked by the visitor who just stepped inside. King Blackmore leans in, marveling at how nearly unheard of it is to find someone who's got a coin this priceless. He's blown away that anyone besides him would have a 100 million floor coin. Yoda leans in, tells everyone his crew does business across tons of nations, then rips the mystery apart, because the coin in question is a total fake. A mustached advisor glares on with a hard, unimpressed look that says, "I'm not impressed." The king remembers their last run-in, and Curly leans in, demanding to know what Yoda is up to this time. King Blackmoa roars in fury, demanding to know exactly what profit he can rake in from a counterfeit. Yoda doesn't flinch, he leans in with a smug little smile and confirms the king's suspicions like it's already decided. He lifts 4 fake coins up to the light and dares the world with his outrageous offer. With a sly grin, he demanded the keys to every dwarf slave across the whole country. The king's mind is racing in pure shock, because this man has 4 of the coins. He demands to know exactly what Yoda is planning to do with those dwarves. Yoda feigns jaw-dropping surprise question, asking the king straight to his face if he truly has no clue. He drops the bombshell: the dwarves weren't hunting gold at all, they were digging for a huge underground treasure, and a dragon stood guard over it. The king sneers and brushes the treasure off as nothing more than a silly legend. Yoda swears, based on what he knows, that the treasure is absolutely real. He says the dwarves have already dug forward in a huge way. The king rages that Yoda ordered the dwarves to dig for treasure like it was pure foolishness. Yoda grins, bright as ever, and says he's got just the right thing to help. He yanks a handheld metal detector out of his briefcase and whips it into view with a dramatic flourish. The king shoves it aside as just more junk and snaps, "All right, what can you actually do?" Yoda snaps him to attention, drops to his knees, and shows him how the counterfeit coins are made. He raises the device over the coin, and it immediately erupts into a blaring beep. The king jolts in shock, demanding, "Tell me, does that thing actually make a noise when you're metal?" Yoda breaks it down. It's a metal detector that finds metal by using electromagnetic induction. Little do they know, 2 assassins with daggers are crouched behind a column, watching in silence. Yoda insists that if the dwarves held the improved version, it would become an absolute game changer, worth its weight in gold. The king admits a tiny detector would crawl way too slowly to ever sniff out the treasure, but a bigger version would be the perfect weapon for the job. The king's eyes light up and he rubs his chin like he's piecing together a dangerous secret. Cunning greed flashes across his face as he hatches a ruthless plan. He realizes it's smarter, more profitable to let Yoda hunt down the treasure first, then deal with him. He grins as he imagines snatching the treasure and taking the dwarves for himself too. He slams his terms on the table, demanding a huge payout and a full report the moment he hits the treasure. Yoda grins and gladly nods, promising he'll come back the moment he tracks it down. He adds that since he's renting out the dwarves, he's got no choice, he has to report to the king. The king bursts into laughter, totally convinced that the clueless salesman doesn't realize he's getting played. He leans in, demands a price, and sneers, "So that 400 million floor, what, that's all you've got?" Yoda shoots the king a sharp look, suddenly deadly serious, and demands what he means. The king taunts him to his face, sneering, "That's all you've got, can't you give me more?" He brushes Yoda off as nothing but a grubby merchant, living with nowhere near enough financial muscle. Yoda snaps his briefcase open with pure dramatic swagger. The cases were yanked open. Inside, stacks of gleaming counterfeit coins glittered like a jackpot. He tells the king, "Money's what you want. I'll crank out an endless supply, no limits." King Blackmo's face twists into a brutal mask of raw, unfiltered greed. Back in the factory, the coin press roars to life like thunder, and the workers keep a sharp eye on every single strike. That massive machine roars as it clanks and stomps, hammering the ground with relentless industrial fury. Murata calmly tells his stunned coworker, "Those 10,000 floor coins, they're already being mass-produced." The machine slams into action with a stamping mechanism that hits at breakneck speed. The numbers hit like a truck, 288,000 coins churned out in just 8 hours. Stammers, the female colleague, struggled to process the sheer mountain of information. Murata keeps saying it adds up to a massive 2.88 billion floors every single day. The woman gasps in pure terror, shouting that there's no way they can possibly make that many. Murata rakes his hands through a pile of coins, grinning as he unveils his plan to sweep up every high-value item he can. His colleague's eyes widen in pure horror, because this move is about to unleash catastrophic hyperinflation. Her worst fear slams into reality when she sees an angry mob, pitchforks and spears raised, signaling a coup d'etat is about to hit. A tiny winged creature pops out from behind the machine, peeking around like it's about to crack the truth, and confirms exactly what was just said. The engineer coaxes the creature with trembling hands, choking back grief as he curses that all their hard work got wrecked, and nobody even paid them. Gubkichi clenches its teeth, and the look on its face screams one thing: this is the biggest insult a creator could ever face. A young woman's eyes go wide with terror as she hardens her voice, screaming that this injustice can't and won't be forgiven. Kondo's face hardens into a mask of cold fury as he vows to wipe out the king and his entire nation. On a towering cliff, Gobkechi stares down at a barren mountain wasteland, and just like that, he signals the start of a brand new chapter. Those tiny creatures' faces light up with pure excitement, brimming with anticipation for what's about to happen next. A suited man, Yoda, and the beefy dwarf Zack sprint into the spotlight, leading a massive parade of their kin, only to be greeted by a Gobkechi who's practically exploding with excitement. Terry Eyes and Gubkichi burst out with pure excitement, shouting that Kondo and Yoda are back. Inside their headquarters, Kondo can't hide his excitement. He gushes that Yoda pulled off a comeback, hauling back a whole bunch of dwarves. A neat line of freed dwarves stands before the factory, and in this strange world, it's their brand new sanctuary. Cleese, the horned woman rocking an eye patch, steps up to greet Kondo, who can't stop praising her for getting every last dwarf back. A stocky man snaps into panic, his mind flashing back to that night with a greedy king, one wrong move away from getting them all killed. Kliss leans in, demanding they've turned over all 30 of the 100 million magnificent broadcans they just churned out. Yoda lays out his genius plan. He doesn't go for a straight buyout at all. He rents the entire dwarven workforce instead. Kondo's eyes snap away from the celebration as he whirls around to lock onto one particular dwarf sitting in the crown. With a calm, ironclad look, he points out the muscular dwarf and nails it, Zack's son. The dwarf froze in shock. How in the world did Kondo just recognize him? Kondo leans in and tells them, "I've got the same towering height and that same oil scent my father carried." Yoda nudges the Kondo toward the dwarf and confirms it's the same guy who was standing with his father at the very end. With a heavy, somber look on his face, the dwarf grabbed Kondo and demanded he spill what happened in his father's final moments. Kondo dips his head in respect, saying Zack's dad didn't just step in, he bravely threw himself into the role and saved the day as a double. An old dwarf grabs Zack's son by the heart and warns him, "Don't you dare get turned into someone else's sacrifice like your father did." Zack's son's eyes flickered wide for a second when the stories brought up Rose's name. The rugged warrior Maul outright confirms it. Rose isn't just some guy, he's the dragon striker. Maul tells Zack how his father, the legendary master craftsman, Gaisak Milligan, handed his mighty great sword to Zack in his very last breath. He hands the magnificent blade to Zack's son, sure that steel will finally feel at home in his hands. Maul grins and claims he already has the ultimate sword. Then he jabs a finger at the horned warrior Klez. Klez plants herself there, gripping her father's precious blade, then hands it over to Maul like it's the last piece of her past. Zack's son stares at his father's legendary sword, his face set in grim, unshakable resolve. He gratefully accepts the sentiment, but as a blacksmith, he's sure his father would want that sword swinging in the hands of someone even more skilled. Maul and Sis break it down because the Dragon Striker sword doesn't just exist, it clicks into its real meaning the moment it's in Maul's hands. With a smug grin, Zack's son vows that someday he'll forge a sword even greater than anything made before. He makes a promise to swap for his father's sword, and Maul nods along, agreeing it's a deal worth taking. He leans in and tells Kondo the truth. His real obsession isn't a weapon at all. It's rebuilding the Dwarf Kingdom with the legendary dragon's treasure. A crushing, confident handshake snaps between the two men, sealing their brand new, earth-shaking pact in one unforgettable moment. Kondo swore he'd throw his full support into the mission, because Zack wasn't just a benefactor, he was a fellow technician too. Zack's son wears grim determination like armor, as he braces for the brutal road ahead. Kondo's mind snaps to the next step of his plan, one that lives or dies on Sari and Ikawa. A wooden wagon wheel clatters ominously, and with that rattling warning, the story kicks off a perilous, uncertain road. 3 horse-drawn wagons rumble through a looming, pitch-black forest, stacked high with a mountain of cash. Tsuboi, the heavy-set driver, is trembling with pure terror, because in his gut, he's sure this route is a trap and attackers are about to pounce. His young companion, Akawa, is just as terrified, hands clamped hard on the reins as doubt crashes through her, shaking her confidence. To the boy, he hisses that the Kondo plan is reckless, and then he pushes him to believe they'll get caught, then hit hard. Right when his worst fears hit, a gang of rough bandits bursts out of the woods and they greet him with cheerful smiles. From the back of the caravan, Sari yells a warning straight at the president like, "Bandits ahead," and they confirm it's hit them for real. The bandit leader sneers and snaps at them, "We're not bandits, we're just collecting taxes from travelers." Sari Isekai'D yells for hurry, grabs them right now, and tells everyone to jump into the plan. A castaway with a creepy mask stalks up to Sub and taunts, "So what sketchy cargo are you hauling through the mountains?" The boys broke into a sweat, scrambling to bluff their way through, swearing they were on an official mission, hauling cash for the human government. The bandits burst into laughter, tearing his story apart, and demanding to know what kind of crime they'd even be accused of for swiping the cargo. Akawa shot upright on the wagon and blared a defiant challenge at the gathered bandits. With sheer fire in her eyes, she clamps her fingers onto the edge of the canvas cover. She snaps the tarp off in one wild motion, and boom, silver and gold coins spill out like a glittering mountain. Coins burst from the wagon in a roaring flood, tumbling across the forest floor like an unstoppable pile of unimaginable wealth. The bandits get nailed to the spot, their faces hidden behind masks of total shock as they stare at the treasure. "Sorry, shout," she yells that her wagon's the same, then hauls the pull, yanking her own canvas cover back as her wagon starts to move. Then a second mountain of cash, just as massive, gets revealed and the bandits are left completely stunned, like their voices just vanished. This stuns the air, then the whole crowd erupts in wild, unstoppable joy as the bandits plunge into the piles of money. Sari shouts for the others to pile onto the horse and bolt away, while the bandits are still too distracted to stop them. Sari Isekai'D shouts about their abandoned companions, then smirks and confirms they're out there happily plundering the treasure. Isekai'D breaks the news with a grin. She's already stripped their own cargo clean, exactly like they planned. With one hard crack of the reins and a final roar, the whole crew bolts for safety. Their wagon's rattle shrinks into the night as they bolt out of the dark forest, leaving those ecstatic bandits screaming behind them. Sari finally makes it out, and pure relief floods her as she admits the whole ordeal was terrifying, and not at all the kind of danger she ever wants to face. The boy calls out whether their method was a little too forceful, and the other kid just laughs it off, saying it all felt terrifyingly nerve-wracking. Kondo, who'd been gripping the wagon the whole time, finally drops the bombshell. The three of them weren't hauling anything fake at all, they were transporting real currency. Back at their headquarters, the team huddles up and tears into the details of their mission, because their colleagues are convinced the coins they carried were counterfeit. Kondo's jaw-dropping bombshell hits. Each wagon's cargo is worth 300 million broad, and together it totals a staggering 900 million. Kondo shot a grim, hard stare and declared that this stash alone would be plenty to light the enemy kingdom on fire with hyperinflation. Akawa blurts out her worries. Can tossing money around really fix anything when that general populist probably won't see a single coin put to use? She points out that when most normal people get a huge pile of money, they don't go wild. They tuck it away and save it instead of blowing it on anything flashy. Kondo slams his palm on the table like a warning, making it clear he already planned for that variable. He tells you plain and simple, no matter what world you land in, there'll always be greedy, lawless scoundrels crawling after money. Akawa repeats himself, totally baffled, like, who in the world are these greedy, lawless people supposed to be? Kondo's face tightens the moment he clocks the group he's been counting on, and realizes they're nothing but antisocial forces. His coworkers go wide-eyed at the shock, grilling him like, wait, do forces like that even exist in this other world? Kondo locks in a cold, calculating stare, then, without blinking, names them in one word: bandits. He leans in and tells you the whole ambush was a trap. He deliberately guided the wagons straight into bandit territory everyone knew about. Subway's face drains of color as horror crashes in, because he finally sees the chilling genius behind the cash transport plan. Kondo flat out admits they let the bandits seize 2 of the wagons on purpose. He says the stolen 600 million will be burned through with zero restraint, until it floods the market and kicks the whole economy off a cliff. Sari demanded what happened to the money from the wagon they still had, the one they escaped with, and said it would be put to use. Kondo lays it out: buy this exact list of materials with whatever money you've got left. He leans into Murata and tells her that by the time they get back, the next piece of his crazy, intricate plan will click into action. Murata smirks like he just confirmed it, and there's a sharp little scheme behind his eyes. Then the story whips us straight into the towering, multi-tiered fortress of the human kingdom of Kimo. Inside the royal treasury, they pry open a chest, and boom, a fortune of shimmering 100 million broadkins spills out in gleaming stacks. King Black Moa strokes one coin with greedy devotion, his face blazing with pure avarice as he drinks in its shine and feel. Alone on his colossal throne, he turns to his scribe and demands, "Can you hear it, the voice of the 100 million broad coin?" He sobs with pure joy, convinced he's finally snagged the ultimate treasure, the kind of prize that's been destined to find him all along. He slams his command down on his scribe, ordering him to write down his divine oracle for the kingdom's official history. As he raises the coin to the light, the dragon emblem etched into it starts snapping and crackling with an unnatural, living energy. The coin's perfectly fitted square center finally peels away and starts to detach from the main body. The king stares, stunned out of his mind, as the coin in his grip starts crumbling into pieces right in his hands. That tiny square shard, the coin's old core, snaps loose and drops with a soft, metallic clink. Right in the middle of the coin, a perfect gaping hole tore through, ruining the dragon's image in an instant. The king's expression snaps into pure, uncomprehending terror, eyes bulging white as his face contorts in disbelief. Kneeling in his grand hall, he erupts in rage, stunned that his precious 100 million broad coin got shattered. His hands shake as he grips that now useless coin, proof that everything's falling apart and the very first crack in his kingdom's collapse. With a grim face, the minister tells King Black Moa that every other coin he has is totally ruined. In the treasure chest, every single coin had its center punched out, turning the whole stash into nothing but counterfeit trash. The king erupts in denial, shouting that they're not fake at all, they're exactly like his real currency. In a flashback, his minister leaned in and pitched a risky trade with a neighboring kingdom. He had clocked it immediately. The other country's currency rules were brutally strict. The king's mind spins out of control, trying to figure out why anyone would do something like this, even just to get a single broad. He can't stop replaying that smiling peddler who set up the whole deal, and then it hits him. it was a trap all along. His minister grimly snaps that it wasn't just the peddler's work. He tells them the coins are built like a trap, perfectly crafted so their centers will snap out the moment it matters. The minister shuts it down with total confidence. This has to be the handiwork of a true master craftsman. Then he leaned in and demanded, "Did you really forget that recent humiliation that just crushed you?" The king stares at that so-called indestructible shield and remembers the terrifying moment it got punched clean through, like nothing could stop it. The image of the guy who stabbed through his shield hits him like a nightmare, horror blooming in his mind. A memory flashes of Kondo clutching that punched-out piece, and then he points it out. This is the craftsman. King Black Moa erupts in pure fury, swearing he'll never, ever forgive them. He barks orders for his men to track down their hiding spot and unleash ultimate, gut-wrenching torture. In a roaring quarry, a huge pack of dwarves crowds together, grinning with pure joy right before a dark mountain cave. Inside, the freed dwarves crowd around a massive pot of stew, finally tasting relief after all that suffering. Their fearless leader, Murata, grabs Kondo's shoulders and thanks him for dragging them out of brutal labor and starvation. Kondo drops to the ground and admits, "I'm just keeping my promise to Zack. Beating the king was all part of it." He lifts a counterfeit coin in front of them and declares it their reward for getting free. Kondo finally declares to Murata that the dwarves are free people now. He orders them to rush back to their homeland and pour everything into rebuilding it. Murata practically bows in gratitude, promising him, on his honor, that he'll pay back the debt with a hidden treasure. Kondo nudges his glasses up and declares, clear as day, treasure isn't what he's chasing. He pours out his heartfelt dream. Someday, he wants to build things alongside the dwarves. At the feast, one of his colleagues stared at the counterfeit coin like it was magic and demanded to know exactly how it was made. A grizzled craftsman, Morrison, shoves him off with a cold laugh. "You wouldn't get it even if I explained it." Your colleague grips the coin tight and you can see it, because even the king couldn't spot the seam. Kondo uncovers the truth. There's just a 0.003 millimeter gap, so tiny it's basically invisible to the naked eye. When they press Morrison on how they slice metal so perfectly, he grins and hits them with the answer. Wire EDM. A diagram lays out the whole process, how a wire cuts a square peg clean out of a cylinder. Kondo lays it out. This wild machine can slice through even the toughest metals using electricity. His colleague snaps open in shock like, wait, could a wire that's only 0.003 millimeters wide even exist? Morrison makes it crystal clear. This is the point where only an absurdly high level of skill will cut it. Kondo slams a solid metal cylinder into his colleague's hands and orders him to look right now. The colleague stares at the plain metal rod and the order hits, just watch. A sudden close-up reveals that solid metal piece, perfectly polished, flawless, and staring right back like it can't possibly be real. With a clean shove, the perfect square peg pops free, then the exact same trick gets revealed. Kondo fires back that it's just a test run meant to prove their skill, and he flat out denies that a 0.003 millimeter wire even exists. The diagram spells it out. A 0.1 millimeter wire is the absolute limit, so you're forced to punch a 1 millimeter guide hole. His colleague grips his head in pure frustration, like he can't even begin to wrap his mind around the method. Morrison snaps at him for not getting it, then drops the bombshell. They made two perfectly identical pieces. A diagram slices the first piece from the outside, and the other piece straight from the inside. A fresh diagram breaks it all down, showing the peg ripping free, while the hole stays right where it belongs. The final diagram locks in the 15,000 millimeter peg, sliding it cleanly into the 15,003 millimeter hole. Your colleague is totally stunned that someone pulled off such a wild, complicated technique right on the coin. He leaned in and demanded Morrison spill just how many insane skills he had. And yeah, Morrison jokes like anyone could do this after a year, as long as they're older than 100. Kondo reveals they used a weak adhesive on purpose, so the center would drop out like it was never meant to stay. Murata rises to his feet, locks eyes with Kondo, and his smile drops into something dead serious. He insists it's only a countdown. Sooner or later, the king will spot the trick and slam the country into war mode. Kondo flat out confirms it. Every bit of this is right on schedule, and this is just the first arrow in their grand game plan. The story barrels into Humboldt Car, the roaring human capital buzzing with life. A horse-drawn cart clatters into a massive inn and the whole crew hops down like, that's it, we're resting here. Inside the cozy inn, the whole group finally exhales, safe, sound, and locked in for the night. She finally exhales in relief. Her cart, packed to the brim with 10,000 broad coins, made it through safe and sound. Her companion panics that tomorrow will make supplies a nightmare to get. Suddenly, a chubby man spots that familiar, rowdy crew down on the street below. A pack of bandits goes wild, screaming at the top of their lungs that they pulled off the perfect trick on their targets. From the end window, the observers can't miss it. The bandits look like they're having the time of their lives. The bandits have no clue the coins are fake, so they blow it all on reckless cheers for wealth they stole. The woman at the window says it's straight, like the condo predicted, they're splurging like crazy. A sack of counterfeit coins gets dumped onto the ground, and they sparkle like stolen treasure as they tumble down. A mustachioed merchant gapes in disbelief at the towering mountain of cash sitting on his desk. A brutish bandit boss leans in close and growls at the merchant, asking if he wants the cash. The merchant snaps and says he was suddenly slapped with an order to build a massive castle overnight. He squirms and blurts out that there are strict procedures, and that it'll take time before anything even kicks off. The bandit boss slams his hand down and growls, "Shut up right now." He declares the merchant is the designer and he's the client, then vows it's getting done. The merchant's hands shook as he nervously swore, right there, that the castle would become his one obsession from this day on. The bandit leader just flashes a cold nod, like he totally understands. Then he drops a jaw-dropping offer. He'll pay a whopping 100 times the estimate. The merchant is so shocked he can barely speak, stuttering out, "You mean it, you're serious?" The bandit grins and demands they pay up right now, so the giant castle can finally begin. Then the bandits swarm into the streets, screaming they're about to raise a castle and snap up every last supply they can get their hands on. From the window, the women stare at the chaos raging out of control, their faces tight with worry. The chubby man catches up to them, and worry hardens his face into a grim mask. A woman stares at it, then panics like, "Wait, does this mean prices are about to skyrocket?" She clocks what's happening. Those bandits are snatching up every last thing, and they're charging prices so outrageous they're basically criminal. Her companion admits it'll trigger a shortage and send prices skyrocketing fast. A sickening realization hits her as she watches Kondo's hyperinflation scheme finally start to take off. The story snaps to the towering fortress of the human kingdom. In the throne room, the advisors slammed down a map, one that pointed straight to the man behind all their torment. Two elven scouts rush in and swear this man has been mucking with their demon-slaying missions. The king clenches a coin, rage blazing in his eyes, and locks in on his nemesis, Kondo. A brand new chapter kicks off. Attack is the best defense, and Kondo's crew braces themselves in a quarry. Dwarf leader Murata snaps, saying they've got to split up for now. He makes a vow down to the last detail that they'll pay back every single debt they owe him. Kondo dreams of the dwarf kingdom coming back to life, then begs them to track down a treasure that could make it happen. A shocking vision of a dragon standing guard over a massive hoard flashes on screen as Murata reveals exactly where it's hidden. Murata slams down his promise to hunt the treasure, all for Kondo, sealing the pact with a vow. Kondo throws his thanks his way, but that horned woman shoots a sharp look and says he doesn't even seem like he wants to go back home. Kondo's crew cheers as the dwarves step into the pitch-dark tunnel, heading straight for home. A demon shouts at Kondo, yanking him away from his farewell. A spy tore down the long stretch, yelling at the top of his lungs that he'd got a report from the human kingdom. He gasps to a horned noble that the counterfeit coin has been uncovered. Kondo confirms it. King Black Moa has finally cottoned onto their deception. The demon woman gasps in horror as she realizes the king is about to unleash a brutal, all-out war. Kondo calmly declares that they won't stay quiet in this fight either. Kondo lays out his killer plan: burn every counterfeit can, and in one fiery move, he finally puts a massive debt to rest. A tiny goblin creature swears that the producer's tears won't be wasted for even a second. Cress paced in panic, begging, "Can we actually win out there, even when the enemies are ready to unleash everything and push us out of the zone?" With a sharp glint in his eye, Kondo leans in and tells her, no doubt about it, they're going to win. He fires back with absolute conviction. The strongest defense is a preemptive strike. Turn the whole castle siege into a warning before anyone can attack. His companion snapped back, insisting the fortress is sealed off by a brutal, unbreakable magic barrier. Kondo drops the game plan, a double strike, one hit coming from the sky, the other crawling up from underground. Cress stares at the plan and can't believe they'll even manage to dig a tunnel in such a ridiculous amount of time. With a grim, unshakable stare, Kondo blasts out the announcement. The shield machine is finally going live. A dynamic shot rips into the custom-built shield machine as golems power it up and it starts going to work. During a heated meeting, a heavyset guy slams the shield machine's structural blueprints onto the table for the whole team to see. Ichin reads the programmer's notes and realizes the plans are still unfinished. There's more development coming. He digs into the machine's control system and finds it brutally hard to crack. Ima, the golem user, demands, "So you're really planning to use 3 of my creations?" Kondo nods and explains it himself. This machine is basically a modern subway excavator. A diagram lays out just how monstrous a real TBM is, and Kondo openly admits it's way too big. He tells us the little version will tap into golem power, using it like fuel to blast forward. He realizes the torque is so brutal that he needs a special gear just to crank the power up. Murata, the master craftsman, spots the exact planetary gear system they need without missing a beat. The illustration shows the planetary gear snatching lightning-fast spin and transforming it into a monster burst of torque. Kondo shoves the brutal manufacturing challenge onto Murata, and Murata roars like, "I got this." Imam marches up to each of them, claiming she's expecting a huge reward for the help she's given. She says her golem runs on her healing power, and if she's going to keep going, she needs care too. Ichinos, a man ruled by pure logic, is left utterly stumped by her abstract demand. Ima steps up as the creator who brings those golems to life. Ichinos calmly tells her, "Don't worry, I already fixed your energy problem." Her eyes go wide with shock as she blurts out, "So, you really plan to heal me?" He tells you real healing isn't magic at all. It's stopping exhaustion by running hyper-efficient programming so your energy never gets drained. With a cocky grin, he declares this is his moment to show the world what he can do. Ima's face crumpled in shock as it hit him. He'd completely misunderstood her, and now he didn't know where to look. Kondo watches them, grinning wide at their perfect chemistry, already convinced they're about to light the world on fire. The story whips over to Hambakar, a giant, non-stop human city that's bursting with life. Inside a crowded tavern, Sari and Masui barrels forward on a mission with their partner, Tsuboi. The boy nervously watches his precious cargo, convinced thieves are about to come crawling for it. Out in the street, a wagon packed with barrels of liquid slime just sits there, waiting. Panic explodes in his chest, because he's convinced a robbery right now would be a total disaster. Sari and Masui trade worried looks over how thin the supplies are. Then they practically grin when a vendor finally steps in and helps. A local farmer jabs his shovel into a giant vat of slime, stunned because the demand hits out of nowhere. He points out that sure, his fertilizer's selling like crazy, but magic fertilizer just got way cheaper. Sori promised to buy the slime for a huge price, and that deal was a massive lifesaver. A farmer leans in and demands to know what in the world they plan to do with that slime in their magic-free farming. Sori bursts into a passionate, full-throttle speech, firing off all kinds of food tech jargon about her healthy food company. The farmer is blown away by her razor-sharp ambition, and he immediately starts planning joint research with her. He's completely thrown off by her talk about building a global business. Her coworkers are left staring in disbelief as she goes off on wild rants about stocks in the NBA. Subway tries to pay, but his crew snaps at him to brush off her rambling nonsense. Musui can't believe her eyes. Sari, the ditzy president, is grinning like crazy while she happily digs in. Two boys stared in stunned silence, completely blown away by their boss's bizarre behavior. The moment everyone spots the supplies are gone, the tavern turns into a panic storm, and the prices skyrocket before their eyes. A hooded stranger leans in and warns, "Soon your money will turn to trash and you'll be starving in the streets." Both Boy and Masui lock eyes on the hooded man and realize he's been causing all the chaos. The salesman Yoda blurts out that he's the one the boy has been calling the man, grinning like he scored a big win right there with his colleague. The tavern crowd snaps on Yoda, pointing fingers and roaring that he's spreading lies and false rumors. Masui's stomach drops as horror hits. This is clearly some kind of order from Kondo. Yoda flashes a manic grin and lays out Kondo's ruthless game plan. He's basically warning that the engineered inflation is going to spark riots. No way around it. By unleashing rumors, they'll spark chaos at full speed, before the kingdom even has a chance to react. Sori's jaw drops when the truth hits. This won't just spark chaos, it'll ignite a full-blown civil war. The boy's face goes pale as panic detonates. He yells the condo's name, then frantically wonders how they'll get out of this city. The story cuts to a lone, rain-soaked hut out in the dead of nowhere. Inside the captured dwarf, a brutal figure closes in with tongs, pinning him in place. That muscular dwarf starts brewing, yet he glares at his captors like defiance has teeth. In the dead of night, a black helmet lifts up a whole handful of 10,000 broad coins. He stares in disbelief because the amount they've minted is so massive it feels impossible for their country to pull off. He demands answers. Why would some lowlife thief have a fortune like this? The dwarf flashes a wicked smirk and spits like it's gospel. Money makes the whole world spin. The knight slams the truth into his head. Counterfeiting their currency is a grave crime. He throws a pair of tongs into the brazier and cranks up the heat, gearing up for a brutal interrogation. He clamps the scorching tongs to the dwarf's face and growls, demanding the source right now. The dwarf clams up tight because he knows, no matter what he says, execution is waiting right around the corner. The room was strewn with his fallen comrades, spent and gone, every last coin burned. A soldier marches up to his captain, bursting with fresh intel pulled from a new captive. He slaps a document into the captain's hands, ready for him to dig in and review it. The captain interrogates the prisoner and learns the dwarves are the ones who hit the cash transport. The file even slips in a sketch of the portly bucktooth man strapped in as they haul him away. The captain's eyes snapped wide as he realized this wasn't random. It was a coordinated strike executed straight from an order of public interrogation. The chapter kicks off with Emma, bent in concentration as she carefully licks the surface of a gigantic stone golem. At his desk, programmer Echino's grapples with a nasty technical problem, fighting it one painful detail at a time. He's stunned that the whole shield machine tunnel is being carved out by golem power. Just him, no help, all alone. A diagram lays out the machine, but Echino's eyes narrow because he spots the control program is busted. In a simple animation, one golem gets warned, "Don't you dare push that handle too hard." The other golem gets it instantly. This is a sign the handle's getting lighter, so it cranks up the force and pushes even harder. The real trouble is brutal. These mute golems can't talk to each other, so they can't sync up and move as one. Ima frets that if they force them to work, the strain will skyrocket, and they'll end up getting shattered. Each of them grips their head in pure frustration, scrambling for a way to get those clutches digging fast and clean. His anguish snaps into a manic, ecstatic grin, like pure programming joy just took over his whole face. Ima felt his creepy smile crawling under her skin, then snapped, "What's wrong with you?" He flat out ignores her, buried in his work, and that just lights a bigger fuse inside her. She puffs out her cheeks, trapped in pure frustration from being completely ignored. She snaps in pure fury, demanding to know why he won't listen, insisting her golem work is almost finished. She shoots him a sharp glare, furious that he's so locked in he can't even see what's right in front of him. Ichino locks eyes on his screen, and the whole room feels like it's missing one crucial piece of his solution. A thought zings in his head, something feels off, doesn't it? Then it hits him with a laugh, that's it. Hema detonates into a furious shout, "There isn't enough love," the exact same plea he once threw into the world himself. With a determined blush, she steels herself and decides she has to be the one to teach him what love really is. She taps his shoulder lightly, and her voice turns soft as she pulls his attention. She leans in right close and purrs, "Tell me, do you want to talk about love with me?" Ekinosi glares back at her and his logic instantly crashes, unable to even process her suggestion. Ima stared at him horrified as his face went blank and confused after she made her move. She shoots out and grabs his shoulder, trying to spark something romantic, but missing so hard it lands with a loud, painful thud. Engineer Kondo slumps at his desk, grinding his teeth as he wrestles with a brutal problem and blurts out technical acronyms under his breath. Suddenly, a brilliant idea ignites in his head. He blurts the realization, Internet of Things. His outburst just wipes the horn golem user, Emma, off her feet, leaving her totally stunned and scrambling for answers. He can't hold back as he lays out his plan to link the three golems together and rip through excavation at top speed. Emma's cheeks warm as she nods, proving that golems really can share a single consciousness. Swallowed by gratitude for the inspiration, Emma suddenly gets embraced by the condos, right out of sheer surprise. He blurts out heartfelt thanks, swearing this will keep the shield machine blazing at full speed. Caught off guard by the sudden hug, she blurts, "Stop," with her face burning bright red. Her resistance crumbles, and with a shaky breath, her hand finally settles on his sleeve. Her grip tightened just a little, and her protest lost steam. She cracks a joke and tells him not to take her words seriously, and right as he hears it, he can't miss the awkward moment playing out in front of the witnesses. With a shy apology on her lips, she slips out, leaving the condo and the poor stunned place behind it in total confusion. Inside the factory, a towering gear swings down from a crane, being hoisted into place for the machine. Murata, a rugged craftsman, leans up from below and skillfully pulls the crane controls with steady, watchful precision. The manager beams at him and shouts his name with a big, friendly smile. Morita leaned into the manager and demanded an estimate. How long would the shield machine take to finish? The manager figures it'll take about 1 to 2 weeks, and Murata thinks that's way too tight. The manager nods and locks in the schedule, saying the timing is spot on so every other team can gear up in advance. In town, President Sari is caught grabbing every last supply he needs to kick the operation into gear. Meanwhile, Maul and Klez whip a whole horde of goblins into shape for the battle that's about to hit. Murata blurts out a warning during their prep, fearing a deadly enemy strike is about to hit. The manager flashes a confident grin, tells him, "Don't sweat it," and pushes him to focus on manufacturing. As Murata welds the component, a wave of nostalgia crashes over him like a flashback. He looks back on a lifetime of non-stop failures and somehow turns that wreckage into purpose through his work. He clicks into place in this new world of focused craftsmanship, and suddenly everything feels right. The scarred worker just stares, convinced Kondo is about to eat the blame for whatever comes next. The human race's towering fortress grips a jagged cliff high above the world. Inside the palace, an advisor rushed to King Blackmoa's side and begged him to hear the bad news. The demon attack was late. The advisor lays it out flat. Food shortages have ignited riots everywhere. Raging to the core, the king snarls an order. The rebels and every single one of their families get executed. His advisor's eyes go wide as the king unleashes his brutal, drastic crackdown. The king roars that his command is absolute. Nothing outranks it except the gods. The advisor can only break into silent sweat, trapped under his king's ruthless tyranny. Sari's crew hits the city streets, and their wagons roll up packed with barrels stacked high. They huddled over their supply run and bragged that they'd stockpiled a mountain of herbs for potions. But even now, they're still short on the potions they desperately need. The president strikes a deal with the farmers and locks in a massive supply of liquid slimes. In the market square, people started shouting about the insanely high prices for every single thing. The president's wanted poster is getting trampled into the dirt, face down and forgotten. From his balcony, King Blackmoa stares down as brutal fires tear through his city, burning everything in their path. His advisor demands, with this riot spiraling out of control, how are we even supposed to keep the war moving? He tells you the truth, most soldiers are stuck crushing unrest, so there's no way they can deploy anywhere. The king snapped, demanding to know what sparked the wave of riots tearing the city apart. The advisor finally snaps. He admits he was hoodwinked into wrecking everything by pumping out currency so fast it sparked hyperinflation. The king's expression snaps into pure horror as he realizes, too late, that he's walked straight into a trap. He stares at his burning city as his advisor keeps firing off that grim report. The advisor snaps that a top-tier enemy squad is charging straight toward the castle. The main demon army is rolling out too. Right alongside them is a raging horde of goblins marching to war. The king clutches the stone railing so tight his knuckles turn stark white, rage and panic crashing through him. He roars for his mages to raise a barrier and shield his land from the coming threat. Sari's caravan rockets away from the now burning city, scrambling through pure chaos to get out alive. The president snaps into pure panic the moment they finally break free of the riots, only to realize someone is hunting them. Sari, while driving the lead wagon, he jerks around in panic, staring at the pursuers snapping at their heels. Shrouded, armed figures burst out of the woods, and the air itself reeks of pure, unstoppable slaughter. One of the ambushers rockets forward, smashing into the attack. With deadly precision, a spirit launches itself straight toward the president. The spear slammed into the wagon floor and stuck there, just barely missing the terrified president by inches. The president's wailing cuts through the room, convinced this is the end. There's no way out, they're doomed for good. Sari yanks the reins and shouts that they can't quit, because a divine victory is about to blow their way. The attackers freeze for a heartbeat, thrown off by her presence, then scramble to figure out what's going on first. Sari's face snaps into pure shock as she spots something looming out in the distance. Out of nowhere, a tornado miraculously rips itself into existence on the horizon. The ambushers froze in terror, screaming that a tornado was barreling straight toward them. A violent whirlwind rips through through their ranks, yanking every fighter off their feet and flinging them skyward. I can only stand there, stunned, watching the ambush get wiped out in an instant. The road was strewn with the broken bodies of their would-be attackers, left defeated in their wake. When the wind finally fades, a lone figure steps into view as the tornado starts to fall apart. The towering werewolf snarls into view, a barrel braced on his shoulder like a weapon. He flashes a wide, toothy grin and says it feels so good to step out once in a while. Down in the pitch-dark depths, a gigantic tunnel is being carved out right now by a colossal machine. The shield crusher roars to life as Kondo's team takes control and unleashes it in action. M and Ichinos huddle on the platform and watch the whole thing kick off, confirming the operation is officially underway. The company president slams his decision down and announces that Judgment Day is finally here. Mages keep a dazzling hexagonal shield humming over the city, like magic itself is holding the sky in place. Ryan hops onto the griffin and grills her companion. Can they really win this war, or is it already doomed? The whole city is under siege and thick smoke billows from the towers, clawing up behind the barrier. Juno flashes a confident grin and tells them not to worry, because that barrier isn't breakable, not in any way. King Black Moa stands on his balcony, watching the chaos unfold as his city burns to ash. His advisor comes rushing in with grim news. The demon army is tearing forward, way faster than anyone predicted. Riot smashed the city's defenses to pieces, and the demons surge straight through. The advisor leans in and warns them. One of the dreaded dragon strikers is right there in the enemy ranks. The demon king smirks, lording it over the defenders like they're helpless moths drawn straight to a flame. Deep underground, the shield machine pounds onward, tearing through the earth with non-stop, violent drilling. The tunnel starts to violently buck and lurch, and rubble crashes down from the ceiling like it's falling out of the sky. The president yells the Kondo's name into the chaos, and the alarm blares louder as the collapse gets worse. Kondo and Emma huddle up tight, throwing their hands over their heads as falling debris rains down all around them. Kondo's eyes go wide, because he just realized the whole tunnel is about to cave in. The president wrings their hands, praying reinforcements show up any second. His face turns into a grim mask of stress as the situation keeps getting more desperate. The truck rumbles in, and the driver calls out that she's finally delivered the exact liquid slime they asked for. The president's face suddenly cracks into a huge, unstoppable smile of pure relief. Emma and Hinos are totally stunned, blurting out, "Wait, what is this slime even for?" Murata tells him, "Just watch, because the spiral cannon is about to lay it all bare." The driver leans in and says they've even got a gift from Sturm too. The president barks an order to Murata, "Ignite the cannon right now." Murata wheels in a portable generator, firing it up to keep the whole device running. With a roar, he blasts the cannon, its barrel tilts straight up. The cannon blasts a scorching, high-pressure burst of tiny, googly-eyed slime critters exploding through the air. Slime splattered across the crumbling rock walls of the shaft. In seconds, the whole tunnel gets swallowed by a dripping, gelatinous coating. The horned woman cranes her neck in total confusion as a spray of googly-eyed slimes blasts up at her. The tunnel walls are now plastered with dripping slime, gooey, googly-eyed, and crawling all over the place. It zooms in on the president's face, grim, locked-in determination blazing in his eyes. The president shoves his glasses up and flashes a confident grin, declaring, "All right, now it's showtime." The young female driver can't wait. She races up to the president and eagerly hands him the exact item he asked for. A tight close-up catches a hand yanking the latch off a brutal, heavy metallic briefcase. The president hops up into the truck bed, clutching a mysterious briefcase like it's the key to everything. Kneeling on the truck, the president screams at everyone to shut their eyes tight. The horned woman in the condo cover her eyes, nerves screaming as she questions that strange command. The president stares you down and thunders that he'll know the truth the moment he opens it. A briefcase snaps open with a thunderous crack, and inside sits a dark, ominous void that feels like trouble. Inside the case, Medusa's calm face snaps into view, her hair a storm of writhing snakes. Medusa's eyes snap wide open, now pure black, and a terrifying, silent power crashes out like a nightmare. A burst of energy rips through the tunnel, snapping those slime-slick walls into something solid. In a breath, a liquid slime hardens and turns to stone, instant, solid, and utterly unstoppable. The president slams Medusa's head briefcase shut with a hard, decisive slam. The president barks out a calming shout, telling his companions that it's finally safe to look. Kondo and the demon woman go wide-eyed, frozen in total shock as the tunnel transforms right in front of them. The tunnel's been sealed into a solid stone passage, and that slime got completely petrified, turning liquid into rock. The demon woman's eyes widen in pure terror as she realizes, too late, that they're using Medusa's petrifying gaze on her. A battered heavy metal case gets shoved into the spotlight, and a bold label spells out that inside it holds Medusa. The young woman grips the wheel with a confident grin, while her chubby coworker erupts in loud, joyful laughter beside her. The president leans in and shares the chilling legend of Medusa with his two demonic-looking cronies. A brutal wolfman looms triumphant in a shattered chamber, surrounded by piled bones. The horned demon woman smirks with total confidence, telling him straight up that Stern brought the special item. The president's eyes blaze as he grins and shouts that he'll drive straight under the castle to push his plan forward. A massive, looming fortress atop the cliff starts shaking and roaring as some unseen force pounds up from beneath the earth. The horned woman with the eye patch snaps her arm forward, roaring for her forces to smash into the attack. A goblin army hurls a projectile, and it smashes into a hexagonal energy barrier with a nasty splat. A heavy hit rips through the hexagonal energy barrier, and the shockwave rattles the defenders hiding just out of sight. A killer hit from the shadows smashes a magical hexagonal barrier into glittering shards. The elf mage freezes, her eyes widening in disbelief as she realizes the weapon that shattered her barrier. A pack of goblins erupts in cheers as they crank up their massive, crude dung cannon. With a smug V-sign, the horned demon commander unveils the secret weapon's one-of-a-kind power. She barrels her goblin army into a row of human mages, screaming that their magic is useless. Then the charge hits like a storm. From a towering height, the smug human king smirks and declares that every single thing is falling perfectly into place, right on schedule with his plan. On the ground, Elven Mage Jr. rallies her comrades with fierce resolve, roaring that they can't fall to goblins. The human mages hurl a brutal storm of lightning and it tears through the horde, dropping goblins left and right as they charge in. The demon commander calmly points out the powerful magic user as the Electric Girl. She jabs her finger at the words and barks a sharp order to her elite Gob Kitchai squad. A crack team of goblins, each packing rocket tube weapons, charges into the fray, blasting straight toward battle. Juno's face snaps into alarm as she suddenly feels a brutal, unexpected attack coming out of nowhere. Goblins snap their tubes open and blast a disgusting spray, soaking the unsuspecting human mages before they can even react. One of the mages recoils in sheer disgust, shrieking in horror as that vile stench hits him. Another mage grabs his head in sheer panic, realizing his magic power has vanished. Juno stares in pure disbelief as her powerless comrades crumple and scatter into chaos around her. Demon Commander sits high atop a winged beast and proudly unveils the goblin urine cannon. Yuna's stomach drops as realization hits. This weapon rips mages clean of their power. Taunting the defeated foes, the commander leans in and demands what they'll do next, now that their magic is gone. A cold, icy ball of energy blooms in her palm as she braces to freeze every last one of them. Ryan, our hero, drops out of the sky and lunges at a griffin, roaring that those tricks won't ever work on her. The commander bellows for the warrior mole, and with a snap of confidence he steps forward, raising his massive great sword to take the challenge head-on. With a thunderous slam of her gauntlets, she blasts a monstrous, jagged ramp of ice into existence. Maul blasts up the magical staircase, rockets through the air, and launches straight at the hero. In a heart-stopping mid-air brawl, his blade slams straight into Ryan as her flying mount rockets beneath them. Ryan yells in defeat, fully realizing she has no shot at beating a dragon striker. As the hero crashes down from the sky, Maul touches the ground in one smooth, deadly landing, victory in his grip. The demon commander's celebration explodes into silence when her face snaps to alarm. She's sensed a fresh threat closing in. Maul nods right away and she warns him, this enemy isn't just dangerous, it's on a whole different level, and it hits with way more power. Staring up at that colossal human fortress, the commander just can't help but marvel at how insanely huge the city really is. The whole city erupts into violent rumbling, the ground jolting with a dark, ominous shake. A massive shark-headed reptilian monster ripped through the city's walls with explosive fury. From a towering balcony, King Blackmoa roars to his son, ordering the dragon striker to break out and make his move. The warrior Maul clocked it instantly, a chilling certainty settling in his sword was going to be useless against this new monster. The king's face twists into a wild, manic grin as he struts around, flaunting his carefully bred creatures. The monstrous supersteel dragon roars and blasts its devastating power straight from its mighty mom. The hooded maid shrieks in terror, staring in horror as the flames devour even their own kind. The great dragon thunders across the sky, roaring a promise that it'll never let them get their way. With a thunderous roar, the king snaps that in war, a light sacrifice is nothing but a small thing. Chapter 35's title page drops King Blackmo's trump card, an eerie skeletal dragon swooping over a city blazing with fire. Inside a twisted, bony frame with sectoid limbs, the terrifying dragon roars and blasts out a scorching wave of fire like a weapon. On a balcony, the advisor squints and names it King Blackmoa's, the selectively bred super dragon. The king flashes a smug grin and tells his subordinate, "Just watch, then you'll see what I've got planned." Down on the ground, the swordsman Moru towers over the fallen dragon, and he instantly realizes this is the enemy's last, desperate gambit. The demon race crumples in defeat as the dragon's scorching firestorms swallow the entire city. Horned Kerasu freezes in shock as the ice staircase she made starts melting into nothing. She realizes, with dread sinking in, that her ice magic can't possibly match the fire-breathing dragon's power. Despair crashes over her when she realizes the only shred of hope left is the dragon striker's sword. Kyoresu clamps her own blade in her grip, and even that cold, icy power gets smothered by the brutal heat blasting through the battlefield. Seeing her crumple with despair, Maro gently tells her, "Don't look so defeated." He steps forward, introduces himself as the former captain of the Dragon Strikers, and swears he'll never let them down, not once. His voice snaps into command, and he barks at Kyoresu to whip up another staircase for him, fast. An impossibly long ice staircase rips up from the ground, and Kyoresu yells, "This is going to take forever." She blasts out her full power, eyes locked in fierce focus as she shapes the ram. Maro doesn't even hesitate. He sprints straight up the newly carved, shockingly steep ice steps. From the earth below, his own dragon companion bellows in triumph, cheering as its master rises toward battle. With more explosive leaps from the top of the ice ramp, a tiny figure blasted through the air, soaring straight for the massive skeletal dragon. A huge ally sprawled on the ground throws his arms up in victory, dead sure Maro has finally hit his mark. Maro's sword erupts with a blazing flash, and he slams the dragons backward with pure, crushing force. Kyoresu gapes as her mouth gets blasted by a roaring orange shockwave. The enemy king freezes too, his face locked in pure disbelief as that brutal attack hits with terrifying power. Under the allied dragon's roaring sky, it screams Maru, and the warrior gets blasted back by the impact like a cannon hit. The mighty sword crashes into the dragon's hide, and it shatters on impact, like it can't scratch even a single inch of that insane toughness. Maru gets sent reeling, his face twisting into a full-on pain scream as the recoil smashes him back. The enemy king glares and grins, then rips the truth wide open. The super dragon's skin is coated to be tougher than steel. A flashback slams you into the dragon's earliest days, tiny and helpless, while workers shove hard iron insects into its mouth to toughen its hide. Kneeling beside the beaten Maru, Karasu declares that this is it, the demon tribe's end has finally come. The super dragon blasts out a fresh, even whiter torrent of fire. The king commands, "Burn them all." Maru snaps to it, he's the target, and he blurts for a panicked Kyoresu to get the hell away from him. A monstrous, shark-headed beast erupts in a rage-filled roar, blasting out a wave of searing fiery energy. Kyoresu the swordsman twists his massive blade with sheer strain, spinning it so fast it blurs into pure light. He forges a shimmering steel halo, blasting it into place to slam aside the dragon's energy attacks as Crest watches, wide-eyed. Chris's face goes rigid with shock and sweat pours down her brow as she strains through sheer, crushing effort. Kursu's face is locked in pure strain, his eyes bulge wide, like the whole world is weighing down on him. Deep inside a rough-hewn tunnel, Kondo's engineering crew stands ready beside their excavation machines, fists clenched and gears humming. A tight close-up catches Kondo staring at his watch, jaw set, eyes locked in pure focus. His colleague sneaks up on him in the tunnel, closing in and demanding, "What's wrong?" Kondo lays it out, an all-at-once strike that hits from the surface while the underground goes to war. Serial reveals just how crazy long and winding that tunnel's route is before it finally bursts them into battle up above. A technician pitches the idea of detonating a vertical shaft, and Kondo snaps back that he's going in himself. Serial yanks his arm, panicked to the core, begging him not to step forward, because she swears it's a suicide mission. The whole tunnel starts to quake, and Emma plus her colleagues snap their heads up in pure panic. Kondo and Serial jerk upright at a weird noise, wondering if the enemy has tracked them down. down. Kondo shot his gaze to the ceiling, mouth hanging open as the chaos blasted down overhead. Ima grabs her panicking coworker and snaps him to calm down, even as he spirals, terrified someone's going to kill him. A blazing beam of light rips through the ceiling, slamming the tunnel floor with a thunderous explosion. Kondo and Serial snap into utter shock as a massive hole suddenly tears open above them. Zack and his squad of mighty bearded dwarves plowed through the rubble like a war drum. Zack grins brightly and straight up confirms they're the pros, professional diggers here to help. When Kondo fires off the question about how they found their location, Zack just points the finger at Kondo's own comrades. The elegant horned Shanker shows up, bows to the dwarves, then hammers out a promise. They'll get shaky rewards for their trouble. His subordinate narrows his eyes at him, sensing something off, calling his silence during the war downright strange. Shanker snaps into command and orders Kondo and the dwarves to sprint for the surface. His subordinate freezes in shock, struck dumb by his sudden commanding shout. Two boys lean in and hiss to her that Shenkar is up to something sinister again, like clockwork. She slams into the two boys, declaring that his own wickedness hits even harder, while the Kondo keeps watching with a sly, knowing smile. Shanker straight up says he's just paying back a debt from way back when. He drops a reminder to his old colleague. We're comrades, same workplace, same fight. With a deadly serious look, he leans in and warns them to watch their step, because a dragon has just shown up. Kondo and Zack snap their heads up, worry flooding their faces at the grim news. Kondo bursts up to the surface, and his eyes lock onto the raging city in front of him. The biomechanical dragon gapes wide and blasts a massive, earth-shattering stream of fire from its maw. A wall of fire crashes into Kerusu, and he fights with everything he's got just to survive the raging inferno. Korsu roars at Crest to lead the demon tribe into a retreat, while he alone keeps the dragon at bay. Crest snaps back defiantly, roaring that she'd never, ever leave a comrade behind in the middle of a fight. Kurasu flashes a grim smile, tells her not to worry, and fully accepts his role as the dragon striker, like fate's already locked in. Tears spill down her face as Crest finally grasps the truth. This is what he truly wants, if only someone will kill him. Kondo and Zack stare up from below in pure horror, yelling Kersis and Cress's names like it might stop whatever's coming. Kurasu gets swallowed by roaring flames, his sword blazing bright cherry red, scorching hot as the heat surges around him. Zack blurts out in panic that Kurisu can't possibly survive a temperature this insane. Korsu rams himself harder against the flames, jaw clenched so tight it screams as he admits his arm has hit its limit. The dragon jerks its head back, and its blazing attack cuts out for one hair-raising second. Chris is left kneeling in the scorching ground, wiped out, badly burned, but somehow still alive. The dragon towers over its fallen opponent, looming close with bared intent, then it shifts forward, ready to strike again. A tiny dark moth flits into view and hangs right over the dragon's head, trembling in the air. In the blink of an eye, a tiny moth erupts into a colossal, stunningly patterned monster, fuzzy, bearded face and all. A tight close-up zooms in on the moss, big, dark, and somehow pulling off shockingly expressive eyes. From the moss's view, the heroes on the ground stare at the creature in shock, begging to know what it's hunting as it tears into the dragon. The moss gaze lock onto that tiny circle of allies below, eyes burning with full-on focus. Kondo and his crew gawk up in total disbelief, and Kondo's whispering, "What is that giant insect?" The moth talks in that same familiar voice and flat-out asks why they're staring at it like they've just seen a ghost. Kondo's face lights up in a huge, joyful grin as he announces, "I knew we'd meet again." The chapter title page slams you with a besieged city, smoke billowing from its grand buildings like it's already burning alive. The giant moth lifted off and hung in the air, its magnificent wings beating smooth and steady as it floated above everything. From the streets below, the Kondo and Maul all stare as Rose rockets toward the dragon blazing across the sky. Kondo grinned the second he heard Rose's voice, his dear friend. A fresh chapter kicks off and Zack's tears spill as he finally grasps that the forms can change. Perched atop the moth, the dwarf warrior declares, loud and unshakable, he's Zack Milligan, Maul's father. Kondo watches a wave of pure relief crash over him. His friend is alive. The moth Rose beams at Kondo, practically vibrating with joy now that they've finally gotten to see each other again. From the moss, he shouts down to the heroes below, making it clear they've finally come to help. Kondo demanded answers from Maul, because his father was still trapped inside that worm. Maul lets out a shocked gasp, stunned that his father could have endured that venom-soaked nightmare inside the creature. The moth Rose steps in and proves it, declaring that fighting through the hard parts is the whole point of life. A flashback cuts in. Zack is crawling through the worm's innards, grit flying, swearing he won't just fall and give up. The flashback keeps rolling as Zack dives straight into the worm's brain, claws first, ready to seize control. The moth bursts free of its chrysalis, now housing Zack's consciousness inside its body. Kondo and Zack are left completely speechless as the insane dive story blows them away. Rose can't stop smiling, so she's like, "Wait, you turned into a silk moth?" and asks if that's not the funniest twist ever. Rose spots danger creeping up from behind, shouts a warning, and locks in his plan. He'll trap that dragon with thread. Crest locks eyes with Mal, worry shaking his voice as he readies himself to dive into the fight. The dragon roars and unleashes a blazing blast of fire, and Rose darts aside at the last second, totally on point. Mole lets his fierce urge blaze as he vows to slice down the hard-shelled dragon's tough skin. His massive great sword bursts into a cherry-red glow, then the dragon's scorching heat shuts it down, turning it totally useless. Small grunts burst out as fury spikes. He realizes that the blade has gone dull and can't slice through a single thing anymore. The dragon dives past in a blur, smashing down its opponent's main weapon and killing the threat in one strike. The dragon lunges again, blasting a massive sweep of fire across the ruined battlefield. From his lofty balcony, the enemy king leans over the edge and laughs, claiming the legendary great sword is finally worthless. The king erupts into maniacal laughter, sneering at the idea of what they could possibly do with a measly fire arrow. Kondo strides up to Mal, who's frozen, locked onto his ruined spirit blade like it's judging him. Kondo yanks Mal closer and snaps, "Draw the other sword sheath on your back now." Mal stared at the second blade, jaw tight, confused by the bizarre order, and he hesitated like he didn't trust what came next. Crest yells at the Kondo that his magical ice sword is totally useless against a fire dragon. Kondo waves off her worry like it's nothing, telling her to stop hesitating and just hurry, finish the drawing. Caught up in Kondo's desperate gamble, Crest rips out a gleaming ice sword, magically infused and ready to strike. Mal whips his gaze back to Kondo, and that look screams, "What are you planning to do?" Kondo shouts the order, "Slam the hot blade with the cold one and quench it right now." Zack, finally clocking the technical term, realizes exactly what Kondo is about to pull. Mal and Crest face off, one blade blasting blazing heat while the other radiates a razor-cold chill. Mal whips his gaze to Crest, determination blazing across his face, and tells her they're doing it. Two warriors lock eyes, standing on the edge of impact as they ready to clash their legendary blades together. With a deafening clang, the two swords crash together and explode into a blinding spray of sparks. A razor-close view shows the hit landing, steam explodes into the air, and a storm of energy whirls around the spinning blades. Mal's eyes go wide with pure shock as he watches his sword cool down fast in front of him. Crest gasps in shock as she watches Mal's sword get cooled instantly, like it's frozen in the blink of an eye. The dragon striker stops blazing in that furious red light and instead hardens into a cold, dark gray glow. He tested the blade and his eyes lit up. This thing felt way tougher and stronger than it ever had. Kondo leans in and tells them that what they just pulled off wasn't magic at all. It was quenching, a full-on metallurgical process. A diagram lays it out clear. Cool a red-hot blade fast and its hardness jumps through the roof. Mal and Crest stand braced, Mal clutching the freshly forged dragon striker high above his head, ready to explode into battle. That massive moth dwarf throws compliments at Kondo's brilliant ingenuity, admitting he never once imagined it could be possible. He announces he'll shut the fight down for good by freezing the dragon striker in place. Before the dragon can even fight back, thick, sticky threads burst from his maw and snap shut tight around it, trapping it in frantic struggles. The horned warrior, Krez, grabs the swordsman Mole and promises she'll hurl him skyward. She slams the attack down and rips a huge, jagged column of ice straight out of the ground. As Mal rockets up the ramp, she shoves the final attack straight into his hands. She blasts through the pillar's base, and a giant chunk of ice rockets straight into the air. Mal rockets forward like a living missile, tearing through the air straight toward his trapped target. He lets out a ferocious battle cry and swings his massive great sword down with pure intent. He swings his freshly forged blade and it bites clean through the dragon's neck, cutting its head free in one ruthless strike. Down below, Kondo, Kreese, and their crew hold their breath as their gambit finally pays off. From his lofty balcony, King Blackmoa and his advisor, Staren stunned, commanded the whole court into silence. The king can barely speak, stunned beyond belief, because his invincible powerful super steel dragon has been cut down. The monstrous army on the battlefield yanks back in pure terror when they spot their champion dead on the ground. Cress grabs the opening, rallies her troops, and drives the attack hard until the battle is finally over. A squad of goblins hauls a huge missile-like projectile into position and snaps it ready to fire. A human soldier collapses into despair, convinced the demons have already marked humans for death. He can't shake this thought: should a hero just gear up for a glorious, beautiful death? Juna, the elf girl, snatches his arm and fires back, demanding to know why a hero isn't even fighting. He snaps back, screaming that he only throws himself into fights he's 100% sure he can win. From a towering height, a storm of fury roars down, shouting King Blackmo's name. The king coldly barks at his spineless advisor, Paco, jump down and fight, like it's nothing. He demands Paco on time to make his getaway happen, then pays the price with his own life. Paco is left shaking with horror at the king's cruel, selfish order. The king spits him off as a worthless slave, then whips around and bolts straight from the battlefield. On a silent battlefield, a young woman sprints toward the giant moth, shouting, "Father." She pulls the creature into her arms, tears streaming as she whispers that their reunion is nothing short of a miracle. The moth dwarf leans in and asks, "Are you hungry?" then thrusts a steaming serving of ismatani curry into her hands. The cowardly king paces down a dark corridor, hunting for a hidden room so he can lock in his own survival. He slowly leans around the door, eyes darting like crazy, half terrified but locked in, confident he can slip out with his escape plan. Thinking he's finally safe in that secret underground chamber, he sets himself up to vanish and hide. He spits curses at the demon tribe, drops to a bow to stay alive, and bides his time, until revenge finally bites back. His arrogance runs on one thing: he's convinced he's naturally worth more than everyone else because he's the king. He declares one truth like a battle command: the one with the greatest value is the one who earns the right to live. He stands alone in his gigantic treasury, staring down chests that spill gold like a waterfall. A terrifying low rumble erupts, rattling the room until its very foundations feel like they're about to crack. The king's face snaps into a frozen mask, his eyes bulging wide as pure, helpless terror floods him. At the far end of the chamber, that giant circular vault door blasts inward like a shockwave, tearing the room open. His face twists into a wild mask of total disbelief, shock and horror crashing over him all at once. The tunnel-boring machine's massive drill head rams straight into the treasury. The king freezes in terror as the one last hope to escape gets ripped out of his grasp with brutal force. A worker in a uniform strides straight through the smashed wall, calm as ever. He bursts in and announces himself, calling out that he's a worker here to come collect. King Black Moister is left totally speechless as that impossible devastation crashes in. Kondo stares at the king and wonders, am I really being treated like nothing more than a lowly laborer? A fresh chapter ignites as Kondo and his crew brace themselves, staring down the final showdown. The king snaps, "Who are you?" and brands them insolent for storming into his castle. Kondo stays cool and calmly asks the king one sharp question: "Did you forget about that deadly meeting we had before?" Recognition slams into the king's horrified, furious face like a lightning strike. He still remembers that craftsman who slammed his fist through the shield, leaving a perfect, clean hole in something priceless. Kondo jerked his finger at the king, roaring that his castle and his whole country would be smashed any day now. His colleagues stare in shock as he snaps, "We're not laborers, we're technicians." The king snaps that they're secretly backing the demon race in this war. Shankar, the elegant, long-haired demon, steps in and bluntly confirms the king's accusation is dead on. Shankar slams the truth down, the king is beaten, and the demons are about to seize control of the whole kingdom. The king sputters with pure fury, seething because he can't accept his sudden, total defeat. He grips a treasure chest like it's his lifeline, swearing up and down that every last thing in that room was stolen from him, so it all belongs to him. He screams like a rebel, refusing to let the lowly demon race tell him what to do. Kneeling before his horde, he hammers out the same desperate claim: everything is his. Kondo leans in and demands the king admit it. He alone brought his own downfall. He tears into the monarch, calling out his arrogance for dismissing the workers who kept him standing. The king snaps back that he's not just anyone, he's Destiny's pick from a whole different league. He's dead sure he's on a whole different level than some regular laborer. Kondo lifts one lone scorch can of food high in front of the king, forcing him to remember exactly what he did. He leans in and talks about the pride and relentless effort poured into every single can. The king brushes it off, sneering, "What can a lowly goblin even pull off?" E-Goblin nods hard and admits, yeah, they're only using the tools they were handed. The king snarls that they're only good at those weird, unfamiliar tools, nothing more. Kondo snaps the can in half and growls that only the strong, superior genes are meant to get passed on. His lecture on what real worth is gets smashed open by one sudden, violent burst of motion. Behind him, his team of technicians lines up in silence, ready like an unstoppable wall. Shinker is totally stunned when Kondo suddenly snaps with aggression he's never showed before. He spits out a burning, heartfelt hatred for the elitists who cling to bloodlines instead of real skill. He snaps that the king has zero room for rehabilitation and slams down a death sentence. A fresh voice cuts through the air, declaring that an execution won't be happening. In Atoga, an old man named Paco steps up fast, cutting through the chaos to intervene. The king's hope sparks to life the second he thinks his guards have finally arrived. Paco drops the bombshell: every soldier and every mage has vanished on their old king, abandoning him completely. The king crumples to the floor, the brutal weight of being completely left behind crushing him. Paco flat out announces that the king is nothing but a broke-down old man now, so powerless he's not even worth killing. A female co-worker leaned in and asked, "So what do we do with the defeated monarch now?" Paco steps up to the public execution, accepting full blame for the kingdom's collapse. He snaps that the blame for letting the king reach this point is on him, and him alone. Shankar's sisters pushed for the deal, free the king, and they'd spare Paco's life. Shankar shuts it down, warning that letting that king go free would only spark a whole new round of chaos. Kondo calmly tells Shankar that his plan will absolutely work. He tells them the king is getting exiled, because nobody here can understand him. He grabs the stunned king by the moment and orders him to flee to another country and rebuild his life from scratch. Kondo thrusts his hand forward and suddenly, with shocking grace, an opening appears. He steps up to the defeated king and offers him a job, an honest-to-goodness chance to learn a real skill. He swears that once the king comes back, he'll be hired at Izumatani Manufacturing. Kondo's co-workers are left stunned by his offer, and they're openly questioning whether he's lost his mind. Kondo ordered Paco to stay inside the castle and speak for the entire human race. The king slumps there, utterly shattered and defeated, his face drowning in pure humiliation. Paco just stares, his face caught between stunned shock and bone-tired disbelief. A city that once screamed tyranny now stands primed for a brand new era. The great dragon's severed head is gone, and its decapitated body lies still on the battlefield. Only silence answers now. Crest Mall and a little cheerful creature are standing right in the middle of the war's wreckage, as if they're daring the chaos to blink first. From a towering height, a crowd stands huddled and glares down at everything unfolding below. Kondo and his crew erupt in cheers as their grueling battle finally crashes to a victorious end. In the grand, echoing throne room, the victorious teams soaked in their hard-won new domain. The chubby worker Tsubui can't help himself. He grins as he slips into the empty throne and marvels at it like it's the greatest prize ever. He daydreams about the day he'll finally step in, take control, and build a harem of his own. Demoness Lilith shoots him a disgusted look and growls that she knows he's definitely cooking up something filthy. Ichi realizes a young technician wants to take this to heart, until Lilith steers them toward a secret development room. She slides in close enough that her face is just inches from his, taking his whole attention in an instant. Lilith leaned in with a teasing grin and asked what he really thinks about them being alone inside the castle. Each one of them gets flustered, their minds sprinting to find the perfect comeback to her teasing flirt. He blurts out, "You mean a bedroom?" and she shoots him a smug, coyly yes. She teases him, telling him to stop before he forces her to spill those ridiculously embarrassing words out loud. He panics and blurts that the castle probably has zero signal, and that sets the demoness off like a live wire. High up on a balcony, the crew leans in and talks about the brutal mountain of post-war cleanup they've got to tackle next. Shankar, the horned nobleman, clocks that the human crowds are about to riot. Serial barrels into Kondo, fists clenched, demanding to know how he'll possibly fix the hyperinflation he unleashed. Kondo looks worn out as she demands to know if he's got any real, solid plan at all. He finally cracks and admits, as a technician, he's got zero clue how to fix it. Serial freezes freezes in horror as the realization hits. He acted first, and only now does he face the ugly economic fallout. Sari Kajikawa calmly pitches denomination as the answer, and her colleague just stares, totally stunned. She tells him they'll lock the worlds into one currency, hand over 100 human coins, and you get just one demon coin in return. Shankar and Kondo freeze in shock at her brilliance as she challenges them, asking if they ever underestimated her. Kondo throws the economic burden onto President Sari's shoulders, then shifts focus to the bigger job waiting ahead. He jabs his finger toward the battlefield below, and you can see the wounded soldiers everywhere. He declares they've got to protect the injured, and Sari fires back, "Yeah, how do we pull that off?" Kondo blasts out his plan to build a workers' compensation system, and then hit the gas, promising reparations for those who were harmed. Syrian's subway smile lit up his face as his compassion and bold, forward-thinking leadership drove the way. Out over the open ocean, two giant griffin-like birds slice through the clouds like they own the sky. They rocket toward a glorious white-walled kingdom perched on a seaside cliff. On the palace balcony, a guard snaps his binoculars up and spots something creeping closer in the distance. A tiny, plain little boat shot across the water, carrying King Blackmoon and a child on board. Inside the palace, King Page of the 11th beams with joy as he plays with his young daughters. He kneels down and softly tells one of his kids, "Playtime's over, I've got work to do," and the moment's cut like a switch. The king gently lowers his daughter to the ground, and the warmth in his face snaps into cold, unbreakable duty. An armored guard bursts in and shouts that King Pagey's got a surprise guest waiting. King Pagey's smile drops to ice as he asks, sharp and dismissive, who dares to show up. The visitor in the boat swings his gaze up and claims, "I'm King Blackmoa of the Liver Kingdom." Blackmoa, eyes hard with resolve, says he's come to talk directly with King Pagey. A fresh chapter kicks off as Blackmoa strides into the chilling, towering throne room. An officer rushes to King Pagey's side and warns him the warship build has hit a brutal delay. He lays it out plain, material shortages and trade headaches are what's behind the whole mess. King Pagey vents his rage, demanding they wipe out the pirates ASAP. He decides to rush down to the production site himself, lighting a fire under every worker to push them harder. A guard bursts into the court and calls out that the exiled King Blackmoa has finally arrived. King Pagey lounged back with a smug grin and told Blackmoor, "You kept me waiting." He brags about his maritime nation's woes, strutting like he's a big deal while pretending it all somehow makes him important. Blackmoa shoots off a dry comment, basically saying the Page's kingdom looks ridiculously prosperous. Page smirks and fires off a condescending question. What does the exiled king think he's doing bringing her along with him? Right before he lays out his plan, Blackmoa drops a bombshell. He heard that Castle was hit by an attack just recently. Page stumbles for a second, blindsided by just how sharply informed Blackmoa is. He tells them his homeland has a long-distance communication network that stretches across the miles. Blackmoa makes a bold pitch for an alliance. He's ready to reclaim his stolen kingdom and crush their shared enemy. Page laughs it off, demanding to know why he'd ever help some washed-up king. With a cruel sneer on his face, he shuts down any talk of an alliance before it can even start. Blackmoa swears that if they join forces, they'll tear through their enemies and win. Page fixes a sharp, calculating stare on the proposal, his expression dripping with disdain as he coldly weighs every word. Blackmoa snaps that keeping him around will stain Page's reputation with every other nation. Page coolly shrugs off the danger and snaps at Blackmoa to get out of his court, right now. The king's hand trembles, fighting back pure rage as he slams the plea aside. Blackmoa plucks Page with a painful memory, every ounce of support he gave him back when they were kids. Page spits back that Blackmoa only mattered back then, as long as he was useful. He spits out a cruel sneer, claiming Blackmoa is nothing but a filthy old man with nowhere left to go. Blackmoa roars in defiance, insisting he's still the true king of his land. Page screams that a powerful nation won't tolerate a loser like him. He jabs a trembling finger in Blackmoa's direction, declaring him worse than any goblin or kobold. He barks at his guards to drag the old king out of the country right now. As they yank him away, Blackmoa blurts one last, desperate warning about their shared enemy. The throne room doors explode shut, trapping King Blackmoa in his doom. Snapped with annoyance at what just happened, he turns his attention to a brand new problem. He wrestles with a brutal choice: turn the feared Izumitani Works crew into his enemy, or slam them into his corner as an ally. The overview map lays it all bare. The castle has been swallowed, transformed into a sprawling industrial fortress controlled by the new faction. A bunch of dwarves crowd around as their older one warmly welcomes a younger man into the group. The young dwarf Mal leans in and tells the older one that he and his moth father are hitting the road ahead. The older dwarf nods in agreement and tells Mal to thank Kondo for dragging them into their brand new freedom. Mal rides the giant moth and tells his father, "Don't worry about a thing." So yeah, Martha is totally the one they're gonna meet again someday, out in the future. It basically says, as technicians, you're locked in, you have to link up again at the next job site. Inside the castle, the Izumitani team crowds around a long table, firing ideas in a tense planning meeting. Sari Kajikawa kicks off the post-war cleanup, handing out roles like a commander and pushing the economy back to life. She calls up Shankar, a fresh university grad, and ropes him into running her tricky, head-spinning denomination plan. The one-eyed crests start to wonder, can the riots ever truly end peacefully? A hand shoots up, begging the company president for the floor. Kondo pushes a bold plan: humans and demons should share power under one joint rule, so peace finally sticks. Old human King Paco nods and steps up, agreeing to stay behind as the voice and representative for his people. Two boys burst in with a wild plan to turn a castle into a golem-run warehouse. Kondo and his colleagues stare on with slick, confident smirks like they already know they've won. Echinos tells everyone straight up, the system is going to need Lilith's power and her golems too. A slick diagram lays out their three-point logistics web, linking the castle, the factory, and the office like clockwork. Kondo announces that this upgrade turns their main office into the brand new logistics hub. Sari snaps her focus to the portlit boy. He looks like he's next in line. He can barely contain himself as he begs to run the new logistics center as its head. Sorry, now they yank him from everything else and slam him into the role of factory manager at the canning plant. He nods along, wearing a goofy smile with a little disappointment leaking through. He grumbles under his breath, furious that his fantasy of building a castle full of hotties just got completely crushed. Sorry snaps out a call to Condom, urging him to drop everything and remember the bigger job waiting for him. She blurts that their transport machine won't fly back home unless it's powered by dragon's tears. Cress leans in and asks if they can snag it from the wrecked super steel dragon. Kondo confirms Mal is already on site, scrambling to get her hands on the substance. The scene fires up as Mal scrambles up the massive dead dragon's body like it's taking him for one wild ride. He's cranking up a huge pot over a roaring fire, and whatever's inside is bubbling like it's about to explode. He pops the lid off and a wall of steaming heat surges out from what's simmering inside. He starts grinding a glowing crystal substance in the pot with a pestle. A rugged man with long, dark hair, Mal, locks eyes with an unshakable, determined stare like he's about to take on the world. He raises a tiny vial of white powder, staring at it like it's proof that he's got a brutal road ahead. By the crackling campfire, he sat there and muttered that the best time to collect this substance is right after a dragon births its young. Mole's mind flashes to Kondo and the weight hits him. He and his crew still can't find a way back to their world. With a weird little grin, he can't help wondering why this mess makes his heart feel so damn happy. The story snaps to a terrifying deep forest nightmare, spikes, shadows, and demon territory stretching out like a living threat. A grim, ominous cave mouth glares out from a jagged, lifeless cliffside. King Black Moa, finally crushed, sits alone in the aftermath, shoulders slumped, despair choking every breath. A tight close-up catches his aged, tired face, packed with grim resignation and deep sorrow. With his homeland ripped away, he realizes this barren cave is all that's left to hold on to. That old king stares into the past, reliving the day he crushed the demon army and carved his name into this land. He slumps over on a rock, a pathetic ghost of the glorious man he used to be. He stares at his shaking hand, cursing how his sight is slipping and his body is running out of strength. Suddenly, two tiny bear paws touch down on the rocky ground right in front of him, soft, quiet, and sneaky. That tiny winged creature with a backpack chirped at the old man, grinning as it asked what he was doing. Black Moa pegs the creature as a goblin, and seeing one here barely raises an eyebrow in all this steam-soaked land. The goblin thrusts a can of food forward, offering it straight to the old king, who looks way too suspicious for comfort. It breaks into this huge grin and tells him, "You've got to be starving, and trust me, this food is ridiculously delicious." Black Moa, its vision blurry, blurts the message out anyway, anything to get the words to its master. The goblin's smile crumples as doubt claws in like, who does he think he is to turn down his charity? Black Moa straightens up on his stone throne and roars that he's the king, then he calls the creature insolent. With the can clutched in his hands, the goblin leaned in and demanded if the king's courage was something he'd forged all by himself. The king hesitates, then admits it. No, this isn't like something you can simply make from scratch. The goblin leans in and boasts that it made the food inside that can with its awesome friends. It promises it'll forge a machine so everyone can chow down on this mouth-watering food forever. Friends ricochets through Black Mo's mind, and it feels like he hasn't remembered the word in forever. The goblin boasts, grinning like it owns the world. Its amazing friends can make anything they want. A spark of respect ignites on Black Mo's face as he praises the creature as excellent. He swears that if he gets reborn as a king, he'll make that promise, then rule with an iron hand over every one of them. The tiny goblin beams with pure, unfiltered joy, clutching its precious can of food like its treasure. His final vow ripped the last bit of strength from the old king. He pitched forward, collapsing at last. King Black Moa slams face first into the rocky ground, and it looks like his entire journey just hit its final dead stop. In a sprawling grand mansion, a wild victory party erupts as everyone cheers the fall of the human castle in the Liver Kingdom. A giant clawed hand rockets up, hoisting a wooden stein of ale so full it's bursting, and the whole thing feels like a victory toast. The Wolfman's storm roar booms that Black Moa is beaten, so everyone's earned a feast tonight. Drink up and eat like kings. A creepy platter of demon food gets served up, packed with monstrous creatures crawling through bizarre fungi. A human woman grumbles about there being no fruit at all, then demands salmon or tuna like her life depends on it. Cleese's like, "You won't find fish around here, so come on," and pushes her to go for the sweet, tasty insect instead. The bespectacled Moramora recoils in disgust at the very thought of eating something like that. Yet another woman strides up and shoves a bottle of deadly demon liquor into the hands of a class that looks ready to doubt her at any second. Cleansed swears there's no better prize than a cold drink after a brutal day's grind. Her companion whips back in terror when he spots Kless's monstrous reflection staring back at him in a huge sumo wrestling bowl. Ada erupts into a shout, begging their colleague Yoda to jump into the celebration right now. Yoda's up on the table, stripped down and going wild, cone on his head, dancing like there's no tomorrow. Ada whoops from the sidelines, telling him they've got to leave everything on the field for their clients. Kurasu the warrior gets yanked away from the celebration and slumps in the middle of a graveyard of empty sake bottles, looking utterly crushed. He drops the truth: his prosthetic arm got blasted by dragon fire, and now it won't work right. A demoness named Emusa squints as a chunky man comes staggering closer, then leans in and demands, "Are you okay?" His lecherous move hits her like a nightmare. She gasps, then screams in pure horror and disgust. He creeps up and calls her Emma-chan, then offers her a drink, leaning in so close it's downright unsettling. The chunky guy straight up claims he was 100% the MVP from their last mission. With a dreamy smile, he boldly claims that MSA owes him a special reward. Imasa shrieks in a demonic tongue, her fangs bared as pure rage explodes out of her. Two golems suddenly spot a mysterious man crashing in like a storm, and he demands, right then and there, what's going on. His body suddenly balloons into a huge, grotesque sphere, and he screams for help as if it's the only thing left. Imasa whips a kick into the inflated man, yelling, "You fool," as the poor guy ricochets wildly around the room. The older Moramora just sits back and watches the chaos unfold with a grin, laughing at how wild and unstoppable the young are. He storms out of the party, still scratching his head, wondering where that ballooned-up man has drifted off to. Murmur spots a cold, sterile hallway and plops down with his coffee, chasing a little piece. He takes a sip from his cup, and just like that, the chaos fades behind a look of pure calm satisfaction. A spiky-haired man slips into a doorway and calls out Moramara by name. Smiles kept popping up one after another, like everyone knew it. Kondo was coming, hunting for a calm corner just like he always does. He's getting drowned out by the noise, and Kondo comments start piling up. Then more and more people chime in, calling it strangely moving, because it's his own machines making the racket. People keep comparing the Kondo to a kid bawling over a toy he's forced to give up. Kondo leans in and asks, "Are you being real with me?" And piece by piece, the answers keep stacking up until it's crystal clear. Even with machinery, the honesty is always there. He says every creator can't help but nitpick their own flaws, like a parent telling a kid to stick out their belly. Kondo takes another sip, and the more he talks, the more this guy sounds unbearably finicky and nothing but trouble. He kept smiling, calm, serene, and somehow taking every playful jab like it was nothing. He finally spills the real reason he showed up and tells them he heard the Blue Kingdom has barely any seafood. Staring at the canning machines, he says, "These aren't just for fruit, we can use them to can fish too." Kondo leans in, eyes locked on his colleague's idea, then takes a slow sip like he's weighing every word. More and more of them push for it, sneak into that neighboring maritime nation, and haul back their insanely abundant seafood. His face tightens as he flat out says he wants something, more and more of it, to finally make there. His grip clamps down on the paper cup, knuckles turning stark white with pure, unshakable resolve. A sly grin flashes across Kondo's face as he leans in and asks if that's an ultrasonic fish finder he's talking about. Smile after smile rolls back toward him, and his ambitious plan finally kicks into full motion. At the Blue Kingdom's palace, they throw a huge banquet for the refugees on a seaside balcony, with the whole crowd spilling onto the coast. Tables piled high with mouth-watering seafood, an absolutely magnificent, lavish welcome that hits like a feast. The guests threw their gratitude at him, shouting that it was absolutely worth ditching the defeated Liver Kingdom. Ria, the elegant elf woman, takes one look at the luxury and can't help but feel a sting of regret for the person she's forced to leave behind. One of the guests breaks down with a heartfelt thank you to King Page for his incredible hospitality. In a secret chamber, King Page the 11th stared down at a perfectly smooth, egg-shaped object, his face set in stone as the whole room felt charged. A damning report lays out Izumutani's brutal moves, then reveals how he crumpled the Liver Kingdom's economy. The king mutters the mysterious company's name under his breath, and pure worry twists his face. He anxiously rubs the smooth, egg-shaped object with a cloth, and that strange report rattles him like crazy. His finger glides over the object's surface, and the moment he touches it, the unknown power waiting ahead hits him like a warning. Wiser, his polished advisor, strides in and tells him the moment has arrived, time to step up and deliver his address. On the balcony at the banquet, the refugees keep digging into that lavish feast, savoring every last bite. King Page strides in on the big day, faces the crowd of guests, and welcomes them with a powerful speech. He sweeps a hand over the crowd, leaning in as he asks if they've truly enjoyed the gourmet taste of his homeland. He flaunts his country's rich maritime riches, bragging how they rake in prosperity for his people. He declares that their most important resource is the magic users living inside their ranks. He begged them to put their skills to work, heal the injured, strike down enemies, and relay messages for his country. Wiser just stood there on the sidelines, smirking like he already knew exactly how this would play out. A sly grin curls across the king's face as he steps in and offers to teach them brand new communication magic. He throws his arms wide and vows that only they'll get special treatment in his kingdom. The communication majors are bursting with joy over the news, but Ria's gut feeling sharpens into full-blown suspicion. The king sweeps them in with open arms, while the crowd buzzes about the new magical skills they're itching to master. Wiser just watches it all click into place, calm, calculating, and deadly, like he's hunting the exact moment to strike. King Page soaked up the applause, grinning as his manipulative scheme unfolded like clockwork. Hooded mages march single file through a towering corridor, and each step echoes like thunder in a cathedral of stone. The mages burst with joy and shower heartfelt thanks for a gathering made just for them. With long hair and sharp, pointed ears, Juno stands in the doorway and glares at them like she doesn't trust a single thing. Their polished guide, Wiser, snaps his hand and beckons the whole crew into the next chamber. They step into a massive room and freeze, staring in jaw-dropping awe at a gigantic ancient tree blazing with floating magical orbs. The mage just stared at the great tree, and then boom, an overwhelming blast of power surged out of it and hit him like lightning. From a secret alcove, another woman gasped in shock as she finally recognized the legendary structure. King Page steps up to the mages and drops a bombshell, his country's revolutionary comms network, the Magalink. He lifts a flawless crystal in front of them and says it lets you trade information from anywhere at all. All the stuff he keeps gathering gets shoved into the great tree where it gets processed. The mages' jaws drop when they realize this system can broadcast messages to everyone at once, something their own magic can't even do. Wiser strides forward, that cool, steady vibe screaming that this story isn't done yet. He tells you an ancient sorcerer created the tree, and then the truth vanished, leaving it to rot into nothing but a legend. Wiser grins as King Page brings the legendary tree roaring back to life after thousands of years. The king watches, smug as ever, and declares that every move he makes is meant to forge forge a brighter world. Juno, still hiding in secret, goes pale because the legendary phantom Great Brain Tree is real, and it's right there. With a cocky grin, the king page turns to the mages and asks, "Wanna see what I can do?" He raises the crystal high in the air, ready to unleash the network's insane power. A glowing projection snaps into the air, blasting the stomach country news with a lineup of wild headlines. The mages freeze in stunned silence, staring at the spectacle like, "Wait, what on earth is this?" The king leans in and tells everyone this is a whole patchwork of reports, scooped up from writers scattered across every corner of his kingdom. Wiser grins and lets it slip. His explanation isn't finished yet. A diagram slaps the network's design on screen, showing crystals linked up to a bunch of different base stations. Even deep underground, the network reaches there too. It stitches cities, open seas, and even secret realms together, then funnels everything back to the Great Tree. A baffled mage blurts, "Why in the world do my crystals have to link up to a base station before they even work?" Wiser leaned ahead and a knowing, almost sinister smirk curled across his face. He swings open two huge, boxy contraptions, their surfaces crawling with intricate, circuit-like patterns. He points them out and says those base stations are set to be delivered to their spots tomorrow. A MAJAS spills the truth about what's inside and then makes it clear. Only magic users can talk like that. King Page smirks with ice in his eyes, daring the mages to tell him, do they still not get why they're here? The scene rips open the grim truth buried inside one of the base stations. Two elderly mages are strapped up, mouths gagged, as their bodies get drained like living batteries to power the whole network. A brutal close-up locks onto one of the captives, his eyes blank, his gag stuffed tight, and drool slipping out like the life's already draining. A woman from the group jerks back, and pure horror flashes across her face the moment she sees it. King Page leaned in with chilling sincerity and asked, like he already knew the answer, "So you call this good treatment for them?" In a full-color flash, the two captive mages slump inside a creepy, glowing chamber, trapped in the eerie light. The visiting mages recoil in horror, horrified by how the cruel ones treat people like nothing more than tools. Wiser calmly lays it out, this network exists because these mages cooperate. King Page proudly points at the massive brain tree, shouting that it's a great brain that literally stores and shows information. Juno drags himself out of the doorway, repulsed by the king's joyful grin. She mutters to herself, disgust burning in every word. What a cruel, rotten king he is. A trembling hand grips one of those gorgeous, faceted crystal terminals that opens the whole network. Wiser lays it out, he built these terminals because they're the only way anyone can tap into the information network. One of the visiting mages snaps that question. How could he, another magic user, pull off something like that? Wiser smirks with ice in his grin and says their worth has already been decided. The king shouts that the detention squad is about to roll in and haul them straight to the base. The visiting mages stare in horror, dread tightening around them, yet a stubborn spark of defiance refuses to die. King Page roars that they'll be the cornerstones of his brand new creation. A mage trembles and gasps that the king has completely lost his mind. One of the captives blurts out, "Are they gonna grind us to death in here?" Wiser calms them instantly with a smile so chillingly pleasant it feels like nothing can touch them. He tells them, "You'll be fed, but your minds won't last. One day your consciousness will fade out until you're nothing but living conduits." The king cheers Wiser to his face and Wiser finally cracks, admitting he fought tooth and nail to perfect the consciousness-erasing magic. A member of the group snaps, pure rage exploding as he screams that this is unforgivable, then blasts, "Run," at everyone. Juno's heart slams as panic claws at her face the moment she finally gets what that invitation really is. She rockets away the instant that a phalanx of armored guards barrels down the long corridor. The royal guards surged forward with spears leveled, shutting down their only escape route like it never existed. The king looked down his nose and taunted the defiant mages, demanding what they'd done to their fallen comrades. He demands they be grateful for the purpose he's generously handed them, like he's doing them a favor. He tells them our country doesn't coddle the strong, it takes the weak, hands them work, and lets them earn their place. A woman screams in panic as a guard pins her down and drives a weapon against her skin. The king's face twists into a shadowed mask of pure malice as he snaps that they're nothing but fools. Royal guards smash the mages down hard, crushing every last spark of resistance. King Page declares, with this sacrifice, the world will finally be reborn into something better. He sweeps them in and dares them to forge the future together, standing above his glittering seaside kingdom. The action cuts to the plain-looking Isumatani factory, right there in the Kimo no Kuni branch office. Inside, a technician leans in close and meticulously solders a tangled circuit board, hands steady as stone. The Izumitani team is locked in, hammering away inside their sleek, modern workshop. A horned woman grills her coworker Shankar, asking if he's really serious about going fishing. Shankar tells them, because we run a canning factory, we've got to start packing canned fish too. Kondo slams the truth into him. He has no idea what real danger lurks in the local sea. Shankar waves off her worries and pushes forward his plan, using the brand new ultrasonic fish finder he's been building. Spiky-haired Tsuboi hunches in close and studies the tiny round sonar device with razor-sharp focus. The subway officer reveals the gadget's ultra-sensitive electronics can sniff out entire fish schools, even miles down in the deep water. Kondo stared at the tech like it was alien, blurted out what it was, and demanded to know exactly how it worked. The boy tells them that with the monitor, they can spot everything happening in the water without ever leaving port. Shankar breaks down sonar like a science magician, explaining how it shoots ultrasonic waves and turns them into a real map of the depths. He shoots Kondo a confident grin and promises that with sonar on their side, even the most savage seas will turn harmless. Kondo slams the brakes on the idea, saying that level of safety just isn't cutting it. She leans in and warns them the seas are packed with monstrous beasts and a whole lot of unknown horrors lurking just beneath the waves. Ai, the female colleague, blurts out that they'd been begging that powerful swordsman to show up and shield them. Maul's upgraded prosthetic arm just snapped, and now he can't even join them. Kondo pushes them to stall the voyage until that prosthetic arm gets fixed. Shankar slams his fist down and says they have to strike while the iron's hot, then spots the perfect chance right now. Kondo's jaw drops at his colleagues' totally uncharacteristic eagerness, and their impatience is hitting like a wave. Shankar snaps her back to reality. She went to university around here, so she can use her magic to guide them through the region. Kondo steps up, fires off the decision. She'll take it from here, and she'll even repair the prosthetic herself. Shankar, confidence back in full force, declares that he's already gone all in and prepared everything for the voyage. At the docks, a massive sailing ship looms in the dark, its sails snapped open and straining, ready to blast out the moment the crew gives the signal. A chubby dude, Yoda, and a young boy all leaned in and carefully climbed down onto the ship using a wooden ladder. Kondo grumbles that this is the only sailboat they've got, and it's barely enough to start the journey. Now the kid in a crisp business suit casually exhales a puff of vapor from a sleek modern device. Yoda leans in and tells Toboy, "You're lucky you got picked for this delicious business trip." Two guys grin at each other and basically decide that sales is the chillest, easiest gig around. Yoda's calm grin snaps into something downright lecherous, and sweat beads all over his face. He blurts out daydreams about bumping into gorgeous mermaids and throwing wild drinking parties with them. The boy shoots Yoda a lazy thumbs up and shrugs him off as some worn-out old man who's running on fumes. The factory chief hands the whole place over to the boys and steps away, leaving them to keep the factory running in his absence. Kondo lets out a tired sigh, completely unimpressed by the chaotic way they send him off. From the dock, the cheerful young woman waved goodbye, the stout man lumbered along, and the stern colleague nodded coldly as they all parted ways. As their boat pulled away, Kondo and his companion leaned out and waved hard, grinning while everyone cheered them off and wished them safe travels. On the ship, Kondo froze because the tiny winged Gubkichi had somehow slipped in as a stowaway. A tiny vessel plows across the open ocean, slicing a straight, steady line through the waves like it owns the water. Down below deck, the horned nobleman Shankar corners Kondo and drops the truth. He's got something huge to talk about. Kondo can't wrap his head around it because he's sure Shankar's maritime nation was supposed to be peaceful. Shankar nods and says it used to be peaceful, but now weird things have started happening. He drops the bombshell, mages are vanishing one by one, and panic is exploding everywhere. Kondo can't shake how unsettling this news feels, and Shankar leans in to say the king is rumored to be tied to it. When the king himself gets named as a suspect, Kondo freezes, shock hits first, then worry floods his face. Suddenly Yoda, yeah, that man, screams that the sonar just picked something up like it might be a whole school of fish. That excited Kondo screams for them to mark the spot, but Yoda's face stays locked in pure worry. On the sonar screen, it's crystal clear. This isn't fish at all, it's one giant box-shaped thing. The whole group leans in, eyes locked on the screen, and realizes it's definitely not a living thing, or even simple debris. Down on the seabed sits an underwater, ornate box with a maze-like lid, and nobody has a clue what it's for. A thick, unnatural fog starts to creep over the still water, rolling in like something alive. Their ship gets swallowed by a thick, mind-bending fog so fast the world goes black, zero visibility. Shankar's face darkens with dread as the fog looms ahead, screaming that danger is closing in on their voyage right now. He knows that the thick fog blots their sight, and that's exactly how an enemy can hit them from out of nowhere. A bead of sweat slides down his temple as the truth hits. An enemy could have crept up on them in a heartbeat. The faint noise made Shankar freeze. He snapped to Kondo, asking, "Can you hear that too?" Shankar's instincts scream that he's right, and he races to warn the others because something is about to hit them fast. Kondo's face tightens with pure focus as he braces himself for a threat he can't yet see. A huge, shredded sails ship tore out of the fog, and a voice snapped, calling it a pirate vessel. The red-haired pirate captain grins like she owns the sea, while her monstrous crew closes in around her. Shankar and Yoda scream in terror, snapping to the truth. Those pirates aren't some bedtime legend anymore, they're real. The massive pirate ship grinds alongside their smaller vessel, and its crew braces to board in a rush. Captain Jimin jabs his finger and declares it. She's taking every scrap of cargo from the King Page's transport unit. Kondo blasts out, "Wait," scrambling to calm the chaos before the showdown spirals out of control. A pack of screeching goblin pirates rips across the ropes, swinging like maniacs to smash onto their ship. The two ships are now slammed together on the wild, churning sea. Boarding is about to explode any second. Captain Jimin wears fierce determination on her face as she storms forward and leads the attack. Suddenly, a giant tentacle, packed with suckers, bursts out of the sea and smashes straight into the pirate ship's deck. The title page flips open with pure mayhem. Pirates clash with a sea monster, and it turns into a double encounter of chaos. Captain Jimin freezes in sheer terror, shouting about the monster showing up at the worst possible moment. The monstrous spin kraken bursts out of the waves, fully revealed in its terrifying glory. Kondo and Shink blow the alarm, shouting because they can sense just how deadly their situation has become. The kraken's brutal strike shatters both ships into chaos, and that's when an even worse threat crawls into the spotlight. Yoda and Gabkichi scream in pure terror, convinced death is about to come for them. On that pirate ship, the kraken thrashes and the whole crew gets slammed into the deck, while their weapons clatter and scatter everywhere. Captain Jimin barrels through the chaos, screaming her crew's names as she frantically tries to whip their panic into order. Her fish-like crewmen snap to attention, fully ready to carry out her every order. She screams for them to fall back, shouting that going after the beast is way too dangerous. Shankar spots Kondo striding with purpose, calls out, asks where he's headed, and warns him to watch his step. Shankar snaps at him, warning, "Don't get caught in the kraken's crushing tentacles." Yoda crouches on the deck, trembling as he asks, "What in the world happens if you get caught by one of those tentacles?" A slick, unstoppable tentacle whips across the deck at terrifying speed. It coils around one of the fishermen and, without a fight, yanks him up into the sky like he weighs nothing. A crewman gets yanked over the railing and ripped under the waves with a brutal, earth-shaking splash. A new tentacle snaps into motion, whipping around at breakneck speed until it forges a deadly drill tip. The captured crewman gets squeezed under the tentacle's crushing pressure, like the ocean is trying to flatten him. In his very last, agonizing moments, his face turns into a living mask of pure terror. Captain Jim snaps his head up and screams his name, choking on an apology, because he couldn't save him. The kraken's head breaks the surface, and its mouth churns like it's chewing its victim alive. The creature looks totally unbothered, those icy eyes sweeping the area like it's already picked its next meal. The captain gasps in pure horror. After she devoured her crewman, the beast barely even budged. A crackling sphere of energy pops into existence in Shankar's open palm. He spits out the truth. In its final moments, the creature devours even the prayers that can't move. Calling it a do-or-die showdown, Shankar blasts out a devastating spell. A surge of pure power rips across the deck and slams into the kraken. The blast looks insane, but the monster shrugs it off, totally unhurt. Shankar froze on the stairs, stunned to the core. His crushing magic hit nothing at all. One crewman yells at the captain, insisting they need to fall back, because their magic isn't doing a thing. A scaly hiss skates across the deck as a voice screams, "Get out of the way." With a sickening jerk, the tentacle snaps around Captain Jimin and yanks her clean off her feet. A jolt of shock rips through her as she realizes she dropped her guard. Yet another Kraken tentacle whips into a spinning drill, aiming straight for disaster. Her crew screams her name as she hangs there, powerless, trapped in the monster's crushing grip. She fights back, refusing to swallow her fate in that horrible place. Kondo watches her fight, jaw clenched. There's no way he can let her die right here. He surges forward, brandishing a strange humming blade, and launches himself straight at the tentacle. His face tightens into pure focus as he readies himself to unleash the strike. The sword hums like a razor as it cleaves straight through that thick tentacle. The Kraken jerks back in pure agony, crushed by that shocking strike that hits way harder than it should. Kondo's face breaks into grim satisfaction as his weapon finally proves it's worth it. Jimin falls slam onto the deck, just barely escaping the Kraken's vicious grasp. Her crew gapes in pure disbelief, stuck on one question: what kind of sword could possibly do that? Jimin shoved herself upright and demanded, "What weapon is that?" The wounded Kraken drags itself under the waves, vanishing into the deep and leaving both ships stranded behind. Yoda and Gupkichi burst into cheers, giddy that the monster has finally been chased off for good. The jagged, severed tip of that strange sword slams onto the wooden deck with a brutal clatter. Jimin leans in and whispers that only a dragon striker's blade could slice through a Kraken's leg. Her eyes go wide in pure shock as she snaps, "What kind of weapon is this?" Kondo lifts the blade into view and declares it's an ultrasonic cutter. The pirate crew breaks into confused murmurs, totally lost at this term they've never heard before. He explains that the blade taps the target with high-frequency vibrations, letting it slice through with terrifying ease. Yoda snaps with excitement, realizing this is the other device Kondo has been building besides the sonar. Even with the pirate crew still suspicious, they demand answers. Who is this strange man really? Kondo pushes up his glasses and, with a crisp bow, introduces himself as a Japan-based technician. Jim can't believe it. Why would their attacker risk everything to save her? Kondo finally confessed the real reason. He wanted to test his brand new sword, and yeah, avoiding any damage was part of the plan too. Hearing that wildly audacious reason, Jimin snaps her head back, stunned and wide-eyed. She bursts into laughter and swears he's hands down the most fascinating person she's ever met. Yoda tells Shankar they've picked up a truly weird ally, and Shankar just nods in agreement. With the fight finally over, the two ships set sail side by side across a glassy, calm sea. In the captain's cabin, Jimin stands up formally and thanks her saviors, then quickly cracks an apology for how hostile she'd been earlier. She points out how wild fate is. Somehow it's thrown them together with the Black Moose party, all to stand against King Page. Kondo and Shankar lock eyes and admit it. This bizarre twist of fate is real, and it's about to change everything. Shankar skips the small talk and goes straight for the answer, grilling Jim. Why did she end up becoming a pirate? He points out that people whisper her country is thriving, where everyone seems genuinely content and satisfied. Pirate Captain Zack and her two Cobalt kin crew members sit there, staring in with stone-faced intensity. A shark-toothed, fishy crewman goes berserk, tearing into the earlier claim with pure fury. His female companion nods fast, swearing that reality flips everything we see on the surface. Captain Zack cuts the noise, then steps up and declares that she'll personally explain what's going on to her crew. She bursts out that they're Redwake, the revolution, ready to smash King Page's crushing oppression. Shankar, the Horned Nobleman, clocks their true motive, and the technician Kondo can't stop replaying the old days of exploitation. Zack snaps that her crew's being unfairly labeled as inferior, stuck doing nothing but simple labor like that's all they're worth. She drives the point home with raw intensity. Those crew members are top-notch sailors, and they can read the weather like it's written in the sky. Kondo hangs on every word of her fiery defense, and his own past hits back like a wave inside his chest. The scene suddenly snaps back to a pizza restaurant sign in modern-day Japan. A younger guy cringes in his seat at a loud mixer, stuck there with his coworkers and feeling totally out of place. At the table, a woman leans in and asks if he works in a factory, then labels it with one word: tedious. He tries to pitch the real scope of his job, how many skills it takes to keep their tiny company running. She flashes a dismissive smile, admits she's lost and can't survive that kind of endless, repetitive grind. As the rest rush off to the next venue, Kondo gets left behind, feeling totally out of place. Right now, Shankar spots Kondo's in distress and immediately demands, "What's wrong?" Kondo clenched his fist and swore Zack was a genuinely kind, truly excellent person. Zack Zack is totally shocked when his mouth just explodes in a fierce, passionate defense of her and everything she stands for. Kondo stared with grim determination and swore there was no such thing as simple labor. His obsession with the stomach country flares to life, and he swears with full certainty that he'll take them there. A brand new chapter kicks off Yoda's kitchen on the ship as their vessel keeps slicing through the seas, sailing onward. In the ship's cabin, Shankar snaps at Kondo, grilling him over that sudden change of plans. Kondo's face hardens as he snaps that, as a technician, he can't let this injustice slide. A Cobalt kin crewmate blazes with certainty. Her own people are the ones getting oppressed. A tiny winged familiar clocked everything at a glance and warned that prejudice is just another way to twist the truth. Portly salesman Yoda stares in shock as everything flips on its head. Shankar leaned in and demanded Yoda tell him what his homeland, this modern world, was really like. Yoda lays it out. His factory's bankruptcy was just one piece of a far bigger, messier truth. With a cold, unshakable stare, he declares that plenty of profitable, soul-satisfying opportunities are still waiting for people there. Kondo grabs Zack and demands he heads out and smashes the wrong ideas people have about her people. The rest of the pirate crew stared at his massive Shankar, all sensing their next disaster was coming. A warm, knowing smile blooms on Zack's face the moment she clocks the kindred spirit in front of her. Her power surges back the second she slams both hands on the table and demands a feast. With a huge, sparkling grin, she announces they're throwing a party to celebrate the occasion. Their massive sailing ship slices through the waves under a blazing, cloudless sky. The ship's mess hall is packed wall-to-wall as the crew shouts over clinking drinks, tearing into food and celebrating like crazy. Kondo grins and starts tickling one of the tough-looking Cobalt kin crew members, like it's all a game. The crewman squirms on the spot, begs him to stop, and laughs so hard at the attack he can barely breathe. With a wicked grin, Kondo laughs that Kobolkin are just as ticklish as humans. That tickled crewman snaps back with a playful revenge, and the laughing Kondo can't stop laughing. Shankar takes a slow sip of his wine, staring into the void like, where did that earlier righteous rage go? In the ship's galley, the usual cook steps forward and proudly declares, "All right, this meal is mine, and I'm running it." Yoda leans in and fires off a question about their ingredients, crossing his fingers they aren't totally outlandish. Fresh fish, juicy chicken, cracking eggs, and crisp vegetables get spread out in front of them, ready for whatever comes next. Yoda's impressed, then the cook leans in and says, "We're a trading nation, so we get our hands on tons of different foods." She admits she's no master chef, and all she can cook are simple dishes. Utah's eyes lock onto the untouched rotisserie, and she blurts that it'd be a total waste to let it sit there. A spark of genius hits, and determination sharpens his eyes like he just cracked the answer. He juts out his chest, firing up like he's about to take full control of the kitchen. With a killer dramatic flourish, Yodachin proclaims, "I'm gonna be the chef." Shankar's stunned, but Yoda shoots back. Real top-tier salesmen have to know their fine cuisine. The whole crew freezes in shock, but Kondo just watches with sharp intrigue, like he can't believe what Yoda's really capable of. Yoda whips around to Kondo and asks for a favor, just not for cooking. With a sharp, clever grin, he declares he's about to use that one special item. A hand grips a steaming cup and it looks like coffee or maybe tea, but either way it's hot and fresh. Zack grills her crew, asking if they're truly about to cook up that crack and if they actually caught. She takes a sip from her mug and a wave of nostalgia crashes in, pulling her straight back to a memory she can't forget. A razor-sharp high-tech blade crackles and hums with raw power, just begging to be swung. Yoda pulls out his ultrasonic cutter and slices clean through the brutal crack and into the meat like it's nothing. Shankar fights to slice off his own piece with a plain knife, snarling in pure frustration as it won't go. That tough, fibrous meat slams back against his blade, and after all that hacking, his arm starts to burn from the strain. Yoda explains that he's tearing down the fibers first, then soaking the meat and fruit in juice. He snaps his focus to a huge pot of bubbling broth, watching it like it's about to reveal the next move. He took a tiny taste, and his eyes lit up with pure satisfaction. He swears that shellfish churn out a ridiculously delicious broth no matter which world you drop him into. Yoda leaned in and asked his tiny winged familiar, Gabakichi, if the egg yolks were finally ready. Gabkichi grins and signals we're almost there, while he points at the bowl packed with neatly separated yolks. Kondo shocks a stunned Yoda by proudly announcing that the tool he begged for is finally done. He shows off a custom whisk bolted to a power drill and admits it's brutal to pull off. Yoda grins wide, thanking him with pure excitement, and practically can't wait to fire up that new device. Shankar gets ordered to use the power whisk, but the whole time he looks dead unimpressed. He vents that he's getting used, then straight up tells Kondo to do it himself. Kondo barely hesitates, then drops a sincere, low-key apology for the trouble he caused. He's hunched on the floor, locked in as he tears into a complicated electronic device, changing it piece by piece. Shankar erupts in pure rage, screaming that what Kondo is doing isn't cooking, it's disgraceful. A massive cauldron rumbled as it boiled over roaring flames, thick steam swirling up like it was daring someone to taste what was inside. Zack and her crew lean over the pot, squinting hard, trying to figure out what kind of magic is cooking. In the mess hall, Yoda bursts in and declares that the white soup is finally ready. With a bright grin, he shoves a steaming bowl into the crew's hands and urges them, "Eat up." Zack and a young crewmate stare at that weird dish with sharp, nervous dread. She clocks the ingredients, milk and shellfish, and the combo hits like a total plot twist. With a shaky breath, she finally scoops up a spoonful and brings it to her lips. Her eyes snap wide with shock, and she blurts out that it's absolutely delicious. She can't stop staring, amazed at how perfectly the milk and shellfish pair up. She gasps with joy as she recognizes the tender meat for what it really is, the legendary Kraken. Yadin Kondo watched with pride as Yadin broke down the perfect way their flavors clicked together. Zack goes full poetic mode, describing how those dishes mend Kraken's wounds in a swirling sea of milk. Yoda beams at her amazing expression, then flips the script, telling her the dish has a totally different name. He jabs a finger dramatically and blurts out the name, Whimsical Otherworld Clam Yoda Chowder. With a grin that screams confidence, he declares, "My chef act isn't finished yet." A crew member freaks out when they realize the rotisserie is about to burn, because nobody's turning it. Kondo flashes a calm smile and tells them, "Look at the device." A brutal chunk of Kraken meat spins on its own above the embers, turning smooth as silk. Zack and her crewmates stand there, jaws dropped, watching it run on its own like it's got a mind of its own. Kondo leans in and tells them, "I tweaked it using a device we brought straight from our company." He whips out the electronic controller, programmed to flip rotation speeds on and off like clockwork for perfect cooking. He declares the meat is basically ready to hit the table. Yoda pours a silky, creamy yellow sauce over the roasted Kraken, and the dish is finally complete. Kondo leans in and tells Zack, "Here, it's not sauce, it's mayonnaise." He fires up the whisk and proves the point. Watch how it breaks those yolks down and emulsifies them way faster than doing it by hand. Rage boiling in Shankar's veins, he clutches a tiny hooded creature and snarls that he was the one who cooked up the recipe, and demands he finally gets the credit. On Zack's ship, the pirate captain leans in and takes a slow, thoughtful bite of his food. Her eyes snap wide open with pure shock, and the fork tumbles out of her hand. Hit by a crushing wave of emotion, she throws her gloved hands over her face. Her two monstrous crewmates, a fish man and a sharp-toothed girl, stare at her, totally baffled. Kondo and Yoda from the Isamitani manufacturing team are just as stumped as everyone else by her reaction. Tears streak down her fingers as a voice snaps, "What's wrong with you?" She dips her hand down and whispers, "It tastes exactly the same." A flashback hits. There's the same plate of food, just like the very last meal he ever cooked for her. Back in the day, this young guy showed up and handed her a dish with cracking on top, then hit her with his own signature sauce. A younger, untouched Zack stares in shock, completely blown away by that ridiculously good flavor. She blurts out that the sauce tastes incredible, and he smirks, revealing he cooked it up with frequency magic. Right now, Kondo leaned in and demanded, "So what did you mean by that last time?" The memory rolls on as smiling Zack steps forward and starts introducing her lover. A close-up snaps the truth into focus. Her lover is Suno, a mage who got snatched by King Page. The new chapter kicks off with Zack sobbing in front of her companions, and everyone watches in worried silence. Kondo froze in shock and blurted, "Tell me, did my lover really get swept away by this country?" Shankar and Yoda stare each other down and grimly confirm that the rumors of his abduction are dead-on true. Zack Sorrow's resolve flares like fire, then she snaps his name straight, Suno. A flashback cuts in, showing Suno as an outstanding communications mage, smiling hard while she shares a joyful moment. He grins and blurts out that King Page has called him in for a secret special mission. She studies him with worry in her eyes, straight up questioning why this meeting has to be so secret. He leans in and tells her not to fret, because from now on, he's going to be slammed with work. Even though he swore he'd come back, he never showed up again after stepping into the stomach country's castle. After he vanished, she started catching unsettling rumors that made her skin crawl. An official finally confirmed it. An elite communications mage was yanked away by the state. Dread hit her as it finally clicked. Suna could be the one who got taken. As a military officer, she used her rank to smash the cover off a horrifying truth. The tyrannical king slammed his decree down, declaring that anyone who dared question his rule was guilty of treason. Marked as a wanted woman, she had no choice but to run, her face plastered on posters all across the land. The king's soldiers hit the streets, patrolling hard and hunting down anyone bold enough to dissent. She was yanked off the desolate shores by a tiny koboldkin boat, packed with refugees who wouldn't stop fighting for survival. Back in the present, Shankar finally puts it together and realizes this is exactly how she became a pirate. Zack tells her straight up that she's hunting allies right now, and swears she'll rescue Soren one day. Kondo pinched the bridge of his nose and instantly felt the whole situation crash down on him. He swears they'll never forgive this outrage, and he'll hunt down her lover himself. With their new mission locking in, their ship blasts off toward the stomach country. Zack and her crew shouted goodbye, waving the others off, warning them to watch their backs because someone out there is hunting them. Kondo and the others frantically wave her off, begging her not to test her fate. Kondo and Shankar stared at the other ship as it pulled away, their faces set in grim silence. Their vessel slices through the crashing waves, charging straight for their destination. The lookout snaps out, spotting the lands, and his shout hits like a bell, "We're here." Kondo stared in horror as he finally realized this was the legendary Stomach Country. A massive statue of a chubby king, seated and unmoving, towers over the loud, crowded harbor. Yoda fires off a sharp jab at the king's narcissism, and Shankar quickly clocks that it looks completely different from how it used to. The city's main streets are packed with towering, prosperous buildings and bustling markets that never stop moving. Kondo says it looks like a rich country, but Shankar's gut won't stop screaming something off. They realize this booming prosperity is only there for the middle class, everyone else is getting left in the dust. Down in the city's depths, the Cobalt tribe gets thrown into non-stop, backbreaking manual work. And the overseer's furious yell at a lazy Cobalt worker snaps their attention instantly. They watch the overseer snap into violence, brutalizing the fallen worker and driving him hard to the ground. Shankar grabs Gubkichi, the goblin, and holds them back before they can jump in and intervene. He shoots Gubkichi a warning, "Don't you dare stir up trouble because this is enemy territory." The Cobalt worker shakes with fear, blurts out an apology, and pleads with the goblin to stay back. Kondo snaps at the abusive man to stand up, and the moment he notices a weird label stitched on his back, his instincts start screaming. He's sure this suffocating social order stays standing only because someone's twisting the truth and feeding people the right lies. From a towering balcony, King Page dazzles the crowd with one of his usual high-voltage speeches. He declares that every citizen gets a real shot at success in his nation. Two men in the crowd jab their fingers at a cluster of well-dressed kobolds, using them as living proof. The king thunders that if they slack off, they'll end up exactly like him. He skillfully turns the crowd's fury onto the pirates, pinning all their troubles on them. The king slams his fist down and swears those violent thieves who steal without working won't be tolerated. He vows to obliterate the pirates, and the whole crowd erupts into a full-blown patriotic frenzy. Amid the crowd roaring, Kondo leans in and tells Shankar they need to switch locations. Shankar sees how the public's fury is being expertly aimed at one shared target. A man grips a mysterious orb and turns to the roaring crowd, demanding to know where they're headed. A goofy propaganda poster shows the king handing bread to a crying kobold. The crew bursts into the local adventurers' guild hall, ready to dig up every scrap of info they can find. Inside, Shankar leaned in and grilled Kondo, demanding to know how he'd possibly heard of a place like that. Kondo tells them it's a spot where adventurers can snatch quests on the spot, basically a hello work for monster hunters. Shankar is totally flummoxed by this modern world term, like it makes zero sense to him. Yoda suddenly sees it. This is the perfect spot to track down answers about Zack's missing lover. Shankar shoots Yoda a glare, annoyed that the perfect timing suggestion just falls into his lap. An elf mage and a human warrior burst into the hall side by side, ready to start an all-out adventure. Shankar's rage explodes as he recognizes them, those same old enemies of his, standing there, the hero and her companion. The adventurers can't even catch their breath. They're yelling that they've got to know what's happening right now. Kondo steps in like a calm shield, smoothing everything over and saying, "We just look like people you already know." He thrusts a steaming mug of coffee into their hands, and somehow the whole room goes quiet. The elf spots the drink on sight, then the two groups slide in and start talking face to face. Kondo corners them and demands, "Tell me everything you know about the mages who are vanishing." The elf snaps that the communications majors get snatched and hauled off to some secret base no one's supposed to find. Yoda and Gubkichi hear the scrim news and panic hits them hard, their faces going pale like they've just seen doom. Kondo demanded answers about the system that was trapping the mages and forcing them to go along with it. The guild door gets blasted open as the soldier screams, military police are on the move. A squad of armored soldiers spots them right away and calls them the troublemakers from Izumitani Manufacturing. Shankar and his companion froze when military police suddenly crashed onto the scene. The commander snaps orders for them to fall in, no arguing, no resistance, just move. They haul the prisoners to a dead, brutal penal colony, carved right into the face of a sheer cliff. Inside that open-air cell, the crew leans out and stares at the brutal, grim world waiting beyond the bars. Kondo and Shankar blink in shock as they get locked up out of nowhere. Yoda shoots into panic, yelling at the officers, demanding to know why they've been arrested and tossed into a cage. Outside the cell, Zack leans in and tells them, "I'm grateful you tried to break out." Kondo's mind reels. How in the world did their pursuers figure out exactly who they were? He stares through the bars, and sickening understanding hits him all at once. King Page and Suno burst onto the scene and lock onto the Kondo, speaking straight to it. Kondo and his crew burst out, screaming the king's name, stunned and seething with rage. Kondo demanded to know why they'd been captured. The king snarls that he'll never let them smash his mining gear. Staring at those bars, the guy demanded how on earth that Kondo info could have gotten into his hands. A polished gentleman lifts a glowing crystal to the light, and the instant it shines, he realizes it's been spilling the truth to him the whole time. With eyes wide in disbelief, technician Kondo blurts out, "So you're telling me the internet actually exists?" Amid a jagged, rocky wasteland, King Page barks at the intruder, demanding to know why they're here and whether they're chasing a reward. Locked up behind those bars, Page insists he's sitting on a mountain of cash, and he wants their technical skills, not their sympathy. With a smug grin and a lean forward, King Page finally drops his real demand: the management rights to Izumitani Manufacturing. Then he drops a shockingly bold offer to Shankar, asking her to step in as the new reform chief. Kondo calmly tells the king, "Say yes to my terms and you'll let us walk out of here." Shankar's jaw drops when they offer him the role of reform chief, because the pay is absolutely insane. The king steps in and tells them to relax, everyone else can just keep working like nothing ever happened. Shankar's expression hardens into pure greed when he spots a golden chance to grab a huge salary and seize terrifying power. Kondo clocks the trap in that offer, and suspicion hardens his face in an instant. He declares that technology uplifts people, not some cold lever built to serve the king's power. Kondo erupts in pure rage, bowing to unload his lifelong grudge on the king while Shankar slams back, violently refusing every condition. A fresh chapter kicks off by throwing us straight into Ono Kuni's stubborn, ruthless penal colony. King Page calls out the Kondo's stubborn streak to his advisor. Advisor Weiser calmly tells him to just let Kondo's crew walk free. Locked up now, Weiser declares he can't trust them, while Shankar insists she gets exactly what they're dealing with. In a flashback, Weiser watches the wealthy elite sneer at the hardworking citizens and kobolds like they're nothing. He storms into the king's court, roaring about how those intruders get away with their fancy clothes and lavish lifestyle, pure injustice. He realizes only the privileged get to pad their own bellies. Why are you asking questions about why the Kondo's group alone has advanced communication devices? He slams it as a waste and groans that if they'd worked for him, their pathetic wages would have actually climbed. Inside the cell, Kondo thrusts a finger in the air and shouts for the tiny creature, Gubkichi. The little goblin jabs a finger back, defiantly yelling that he doesn't need them. Gubkichi roars at them, screaming they're awful people and ordering them to get lost. Kondo breaks into a warm smile, ruffles the creature's head, and praises him for speaking his mind so perfectly. Shankar throws himself against the bars, begging Weiser in desperation, and blurts out the only question: "What do you plan to do?" She seethes in silence, realizing this could have been her shot to size him up, then panic hits because she feels like she's about to die right here. Kondo snorts at Weiser, laughs him off as nothing but a mayonnaise maker, and declares him totally unfit to be a candidate. Shankar drops to his knees, begging him to negotiate for more, because if they don't, they'll either freeze in the cold or starve to death. From their brutal cliffside cell, Kondo and Shankar lean over the edge and stare down at a dead, empty wasteland. The king snaps to action and calls it right there. he orders them executed at sunrise for treason. Kondo snaps at his horrified crew and confirms with a grim nod that this isn't a private punishment, it's a public execution. Shankar panics and frantically waves down Kondo, shouting for him to stop and wait. Kondo bellows that he'd rather take his own life than kneel to Wiser's rule. With a cold, unblinking stare, Kondo delivers one last chilling threat aimed straight at his companions. He slams the warning down, your internet system gets wiped out, then you'll face the same brutal fate as King Blackmome. Why are people grilling him, asking if he's talking about the great Braintree internet? With the officials finally walking away, Kondo prays they won't flip their decision, and he sends them off with a tense goodbye. The last guard snaps at the prisoners to shut up, warning them he's got his eyes on them the whole time. Kondo clenched the cell bars in his fist, his face set with grim determination. Shankar and the hefty guy stare at Kondo, grilling him, so what's he gonna do next? Despair crashes over her as she realizes they should have listened, because even her magic can't smash the cage. Kondo stands rock solid and snaps, "That's not what I said when I first got here." With a confident grin, he drops the truth, there's a real way out. Shankar panicked and demanded answers, warning them that if they got caught, they'd be executed on the spot. Kondo calmly lays it out, the guards clutching a Roman-style key, which means the escape is totally within reach. A crisp diagram lays out the wild, intricate guts of that ancient Roman lock they've got to crack. The big, heavy-set man leans in and asks Kondo to make a key, then points out that all their tools are still locked on board the ship. Kondo smirks and whips out the knife he'd been hiding like, "I've got the tool I need." Shankar and her partner stare at the empty cell and shout that there's not a single shred of material inside. Kondo and his crew lean over the sky-high prison walls, staring down at the jagged cliff face that drops straight into nothing. With a cool, composed face, Kondo tells him that their hope is waiting right over there. He and Shankar leaned over the cliff, staring down at a twisted tree branch far below, way out of reach. Shinka jerks back in pure terror, realizing he's counting on them to grab that exact same branch. Kondo cuts in and tells them straight, this branch is the only thing they've got to forge a key. Shankar blurts out who in the world could grab it, and right away he's sizing up the group, hunting for whoever's fast and agile enough. A tiny, unshakable set of footsteps stomps forward across the stone floor. Gubkichi, the tiny goblin, throws his hand up and volunteers on the spot, swearing he'll be the one who goes. He stands tall and shouts that he's going to risk everything to save every single person. In that portly man's grin, she found her cue to act, pushed forward by the creature's fearless courage. In a desperate human chain, the crew hauls Gubkichi down the cliffside, inch by terrifying inch. The bulky man blurts out in panic, demanding to know if Gubkichi can make it to the branch. Gubkichi strains with a guttural grunt, demanding he just get a little closer. That twisted, gnarled branch is just inches from his outstretched clawed hand. Kondo barks orders at the bulky man, demanding he clamp his legs even tighter. Gubkichi clenches his teeth, hissing to himself that if he just pushes with everything he's got, he can do it. With a last-ditch burst of strength, he throws himself forward and lunges for the branch. All his friends yell his name at once as his fingers finally clamp down on the wood. Gubkichi whoops in wild triumph as he finally snatches the branch. Kondo tells Shankar to hang on for a second, then Shankar yells at her, begging her not to let go. She panics and screams, "If he lets go now, we're all going down." Back in the cell, Kondo suddenly yanks his pants down, sending his poor companion into total shock. Shankar's stomach drops, he can't believe this is it, that he's about to throw it all away and leave her like this. Kondo shoots out a calm line like, "I should have done this from the start." He lifts his trousers and says the pants and belt can be used like a rope. Shankar is left completely stunned by this wild solution, and it actually works. Wind screams along the cliffside prison, dragging a low, mournful howl through the night. Inside, Kondo plunges back into the lock, working it fast as Shankar stands there, watching every move. He obsessively maps the lock specs, 16 millimeters deep, stacked with 5 rows of tiny 2 to 3 millimeter pins. Shankar demands, "How do you even know where to put the pins?" And Kondo just shrugs, "I'm a technician." The stout man and Gubkichi focused hard, carving away at the key's main body with steady, determined strokes. Clutching the almost finished key, he tells them to drill the holes for the pins right now. A diagram lays it all out, showing how he'll use a tiny, awl-like tool to punch in those razor-precise holes. The chubby man squints, baffled at how anyone could pull out something that sharp. Then Kondo grins and says he's got one right there. He holds up the severed tip of Shankar's horn, and Shankar's scream erupts as she begs him to stop. The team fights Shankar tooth and nail, all while scrambling to convince her that her horn is going to grow back. The loud chaos snaps the guard to attention, he roars at them to shut up and get silent. They slap on the act of a harmless brawl, while Kondo fakes it so hard he pretends the other guy isn't feeling well. The guard mutters that sleep won't come, then waves off any escape attempt like it's already doomed. Kondo grits his teeth and uses the horn tip to painstakingly drill those holes into the wooden key. With the key secured, he snaps to his crew and says, "Time to move," while the guard is sound asleep. Outside, the very first glow of dawn spills over the cliff face, like the sky is cracking open. In that long, torchlit corridor, the guard slumps down and nods off in his chair. He's out cold, fast asleep, snoring like a chainsaw with his mouth hanging open and drool spilling from his lips. Kondo slides the makeshift key into the lock with razor-sharp care, like one slip could shatter everything. The whole group leans in, eyes wide, barely breathing as they wait for what happens next. Shinker spots the daylight and shoves Kondo to speed up, begging him to move before the sun fully rises. Kondo's face is slick with sweat as everything goes horribly, catastrophically wrong. A sharp crack slices the air and Shankar whips around demanding, "What just happened?" The wooden key's snapped tip smacks the stone floor, clattering away like it's totally useless. With a sharp crack, the makeshift wooden key snaps right in half. A vampire-like man snaps into panic, yelling that they're totally out of time. Kondo's jaw tightens as he realizes their last-ditch escape plan just blew up in their faces. Inside his castle, King Page snaps with rage and orders the prisoners killed for their insolence. He declares this will be their last morning, then barks at the guard to unlock the cell. The stocky, pointed-eared guard hisses the king's name under his breath, his face going ashen with terror. King Page and his advisor, Wiser, stand there with ice-cold faces, watching everything like it's already decided. Cold metal bars rattled, empty halls yawned around them, and then a voice echoed, flat and final, "No one's here." The king's faces twist into a terrifying mask of raw, clueless fury. He erupts in furious shouting, ordering his men to track the fugitives down. No escape allowed. The cell's lock lies wide open, and that sharp click of freedom echoes through the halls. The guard snapped the door shut on himself, then screamed in shock, stunned they had somehow gotten the key. On the title page, the king thunders that any insolence in his presence is a grave crime. A shattered handmade key sits on the floor while a voice pleads with the king's page, begging for forgiveness. Wiser took one hard look at the key, then tossed it aside like amateur trash, because it wasn't even close to what a real magic user could pull off. The king leans in, eyeing his advisor with sharp focus, and remarks on just how deadly precise his technical skill really is. Wiser can't stop thinking, did the king spot something in them right before the danger closes in? The king erupts in rage and orders Wiser to blast the news, have every person with a water crystal come running to find them. He barks an order to catch the fugitives alive, and his command booms across the prison walls. Kondo's skilled hands are right there on display, proving just how precise and masterful his craftsmanship really is. A desperate crew of fugitives barrels through the cramped alleys of a bustling port city, sprinting for their lives. That chubby guy snagged the lock and then leaned in, grilling Kondo. "Hey, are your hands okay?" Kondo explains that even with the key shattered, the rest came down to pure grit and stubborn will. He flashes back to every terrifying, life-or-death moment he lived inside that high-stakes semiconductor factory. The horned woman, Shankar, snaps that their days of bravado are done, because a net's already been thrown. She pushes them to sprint to their ship, because if they hesitate, the king's forces will trap them for good. Seated in his throne room, King Page grips the edge of his worries as he stares into a crystal ball, fear carved into his face. His wife and kids rush up to him, and the queen leans in, demanding to know what's wrong. She softly scolds him for scaring the kids with that terrifying face. The king jolted, his stressed face snapped into view as the light hit it. He rushes to apologize to his family, admitting that he hasn't been able to sleep at all lately. A flashback hits, and there they are, the king and the Wiser, standing before the glowing great brain tree like it's about to change everything. The king prayed that this tree could rain down prosperity and joy for every single one of his people. Wise, or so the message says, has just dropped a terrifying prophecy from the tree itself. The prophecy screams that their entire country will be wiped out in just 10 years. The king demanded answers. How could this happen after he'd built such a great life for his people? Wiser lays it out because they're split and don't move as one, and then he offers them a way to rewrite their future with his system. The king's memory burns with a desperate, all-consuming hunger to turn his country around and make it better. Right now, he presses for answers, has Wiser tracked down Kondo's crew. The queen watches with a heavy, defeated look, fully feeling the crushing weight of his burden. Wiser swears they haven't shown up yet, while their ship sits under non-stop watch at the port. The king finally nods and says it's smarter to set that trap in perfect order, so we'll catch them with zero room for failure. A tiny, single-masted boat glides into the harbor, and it looks so quiet, so harmless, just like a rival that's sneaking up. On board, the fugitives burst into cheers, convinced they've finally slipped past their pursuers. Kondo's Miles credits their escape to a shadowy ally who showed up right on time. They shot a wave back to their Cobalt tribe buddies on the pier, and the second those allies saw it, they slipped their secret passage into place. The Kondo swore he'd come back and fight for the comrades he was ripped away from. The crew shot their allies a look of pure gratitude as they unloaded their precious supplies and gear straight onto the boat. While those two men burst into laughter, Shankar stalks off with a grim, gut-wrenching sense that something awful is coming. A dark, bone-chilling rumble rolls over the water, and suddenly a shadowy shape crawls into view on the horizon. Shankar's eyes snap wide in panic as she whips around to see the danger closing in. Kondo snaps his gaze back over his shoulder, and that moment of relief instantly curdles into pure dread. He clocks the horned woman, Shankar, standing right there in the rain, back turned to him. A colossal warship, the Painkiller Crest, rips through the waves, only to crash the moment it realizes it's over. The massive paddle wheeler rolls into view, towering in full, jaw-dropping intimidation. From the deck, Weiser flashes a sharp smirk and says, "Your resistance means you'll be wiped out." Kondo and Shankar freeze in terror as the sheer wall of power crashes down on them. As soon as Kondo spots the ship lining up a volley of fire, the whole group erupts into panic. A monstrous spear-shaped projectile gets hauled onto the warship's catapult, ready to explode forward. Weiser hovers over the railing, grinning down with that smug, victorious look like he owns the whole place. He declares that the country doesn't need politics, it needs a smart, powerful magic user like him. He sneers that Kondo is nothing more than an amateur technician, all muscle and no mastery. Shankar, the bulky man, and Gubkichi flinch backward in pure terror, recoiling like the danger just leapt at them. Weisertl's Kondo became a cage of despair. He clenched his fists at how helpless he felt, then forced himself to steel up for the moment he'd be erased. Ivali's screaming shot rips through the rain-soaked air, charging straight for the little boat. Shankar desperately tears out a blaze of fire as his final last-ditch defense. Her magic rockets forward, refusing the strike at the last second, like a futile dual gesture meant to overpower its might. The projectile rips straight through the flames, blazing on without a single pause. A razor-sharp metallic projectile tip barrels toward its target, closing the distance in a heartbeat. The projectile slams into the boat and detonates with a brutal, earth-shaking blast. A colossal blast detonates and swallows the tiny vessel whole. The boat gets obliterated, its wooden frame splinters into nothing at all. The fugitives get blasted straight into the violent, churn-swirling waves. Weiser grins as the chaos tears everything apart, then he waves off the artisan with one last joyful goodbye. The boats drop under the waves as the warship pushes on, cutting them loose to die. Kondo gets dragged into the crushing cold darkness beneath the waves. He sinks even lower, his glass is at an angle, and his body goes limp, bruised, and broken. A voice blasts through his skull, demanding to know what in the world he thinks he's doing. A wild memory hits him, his mentor, the president, standing right in front of him. The president's face is swallowed by shadow, and his expression cuts like a verdict, cold, stern, and merciless. He leaned in and demanded to know if Kondo had truly forgotten his own core lesson, the words that were supposed to guide him. Kondo in his memory finally accepts it's done, the opponent is just too massive to beat. The president thunders that the enemy being some giant corporation changes nothing at all. Kondo yells back that pros finish the job no matter what, because even if they see the loss coming, they still push through. His battered hand lunges for the surface, still locked in, still refusing to let go. His face turns into pure defiance, battling the crushing weight of the water like it's trying to break him. Professional locks in his resolve as he drifts through the abyss. Burned by everything he's lived through, he refuses to let anyone chalk him up as some harmless amateur. His fist rips straight through the stormy churn of the waves. He gulped in air, arm thrust up like a desperate lifeline, begging fate to let him live. He lunges for a chunk of drifting wreckage, clamping onto it just in time, and yells at his friends with all he's got. He roars that they can't quit. Azumatani Sisukusho isn't over yet. On a lonely stretch of beach, the sand is littered with the battered wreckage of a ship. Kondo sprawls face down in the soggy sand, totally still, defeated to the core. A pair of black boots stomps into view, and they halt right beside his still body. A woman with blazing red hair, dressed as a pirate captain, stares down with real worry. She drops to her knees beside Kondo, shouting his name and pushing him to snap back to himself. He lets out a shaky groan, battered to the bone and running on pure exhaustion. Pirate Captain Kurasu mutters that he's still alive, but barely, like death's got him in its sights. Kondo, barely hanging on, gasps out his companion's name, Jimin. Pirate Captain Kurasu shoots a worried look and demands answers about the other three. From the deck of a grand sailing ship, a powerful voice reassures her. No need to worry. Her rescued companions shouted up from the deck, telling her the storm had finally turned merciful and saved them. Kondo, the man they found on the beach, forces a weak, relieved smile, and once he hears his friends are safe, his strength finally gives out and he collapses into unconsciousness. The tale starts by showing you the most ordinary, unremarkable main office of Izumitani Sesakusho. So plain it makes what comes next hit even harder. A flashback rips open as two of Kondo's coworkers sprint supplies into a van, loading it up like they're racing the clock. A wild crew of pirates and demi-humans strains together, yanking a monstrously heavy cart into motion. The crew bursts into view, hauling a massive cannon like it's the next move in a war. From above, you see them sprinting toward the factory, hauling a Kondo on a stretcher. Two Kondo coworkers, a guy and a woman, stare at the parade, mouths agape in pure shock. The whole crew hauls those limp Kondo forms toward the building, moving with careful urgency. The story cuts to a spotless, modern hallway inside the factory. A woman named Jim and Bose, finally turning the tables, thank Kurasu for saving the day. Jimin finally admits it, without Kurasu stepping in, they never would have made it out alive. Lying in the infirmary, Kondo stares at the ceiling and relives the moment the Jano Kuni attacked him. Kurasu explains that because they'd already helped her once, she was just paying them back now. She keeps watch over the Kondo's beds, and right next to her, a horned man stands guard too. Karusu vents about their brutal bad luck, telling how their emergency cobalt ship vanished. In a flashback, one crewmate spots a blazing signal flare cutting through the stormy rain. Their own vessel gets ripped to shreds by the raging sea, right before their eyes. Three of Kondo's buddies are getting battered by the storm, but Kondo's nowhere to be found. Jaimin tells him they kept sweeping the coast, while the horned man just sits there, staring at his broken horn like it's haunting him. Spiky-haired Maro, all stern and unyielding, keeps a watchful vigil at Kondo's bedside. Moro marvels at Kondo's insane will to live, surviving a storm so brutal it felt like it could tear the world apart. Pride floods his face as he nods like, yep, this is exactly what I knew my apprentice would do. Even with recovery magic pouring in, Jimintal's Kariasu leaves Kondo hanging by a thread, stuck in a painfully fragile state. Moro leans in and talks straight to the unconscious Kondo, barking that he has to claw his way back into the modern world. Even while he's still out cold, Kondo keeps rasping through his silence, defiant as ever, swearing he's not going to die. The story snaps over to the enemy's turf, Sabasu, the towering port city that feels built to swallow heroes whole. Inside the scrying device, King Page's image snaps into view, jaw set, eyes sharp, pure stern authority. Wiser, the king's advisor, grips the device tight and demands, tell me, did that news really happen? With a smug grin, he tells everyone how the Kondo's group fought back, and how their ship got sunk. King Page shuts his eyes and takes the report in with grim, satisfied resolve. Wiser clamps his hand over the crystal ball, and the moment he does, his mission is finally done. He grips the pier edge, staring out as the rivals he wiped out finally sinks in. Wiser laughs it off, sure no rookie technician could ever stand up to a magic user. The story whips us into a buzzing town square, packed with every kind of demi-human you can imagine. A bunch of goblins busted into joyful music, blasting their newfound freedom for the whole world to hear. A wild alliance of pirates, demons, and humans crowds into a tavern, ready to plot their next deadly move. Kurasu spits with rage as he lays bare how the king controls information to exploit the Cobalt tribe. The demoness Cleese nods and with a sharp confession admits that the Kondo's crew's opening up showed her her own past mistakes. She shoots a glance at a bunch of goblins tearing up the tavern like it's their own private party. Kurasu's eyes widen, he can't believe it. The goblins are finally moving freely, and it feels like hope just showed up. A chubby guy bragged to Kurasu that he just rolled out new labor laws for the goblins. A goblin stands right next to him and offers to spill even more awesome news, if he's interested. A sword snaps out of its sheath in a flash, so fast it turns into pure blur. Kurusu clamps her cutlass to the portly man's throat, shutting down his boorish charge in an instant. She snarls that she'll feed his lowly head to a kraken. The man stumbles backward in pure terror as the tavern crowd erupts into panic. Kliz lunges in front of Kurusu, shouting her to stop, then drops the bombshell that her fiancé is missing. The hornman Shankar leans in and says, "We made a promise, we're hunting down that communications mage." Kurusu's eyes widen, shocked by this brand new piece of information. Jimin lifts her mug with a fierce grin and tells them straight up that they'll cooperate. Kurusu grins, her resolve has sharpened into something unbreakable thanks to the new alliance. In the hushed infirmary, Moro keeps his watch over the sleeping Kondo. He leans in and studies his apprentice, worry and deep thought flashing across his face. In a sharp flashback, Moro watches the younger Kondo busting his own work inside the factory. Moro recalls barging into the Kondo manager's office and spilling how their company builds everything, yet somehow pockets nothing. The younger Kondo snaps his glasses into place and leans in, hanging on every word from his brand new boss. Kondo tells you the real reason he joined the company, because the power to create anything is exactly what he's chasing. Moro, blown away by that spirit, leans in and declares, "You've got to be one interesting fellow." He grins and promises he'll teach Kondo everything he knows. Right now, Kondo's starting to wake up, groaning low in his sleep as if something inside him is pulling him back. He jerks awake and closer than ever, someone calls his name again. Kondo is barely hanging on, he rasped Moro's name in a whisper. Moro rushes over and asks if he's okay, then grabs his face and reassures him he's alive. Kondo's weekly recounts kept getting slammed as amateur stuff, and even a technician chimed in like, "Stop guessing, just rely on your tools." Moro clenched up as the insult hit, and his expression hardened in front of everyone. Kondo's hand snatches Moro's up in a panic, demanding to know, are they really professionals? He clamps onto Moro's hand, desperate for proof he's not broken after everything he's been through. Moro leans in and softly tells him to shut his mouth and stop talking. He locks in his decision, face set in unshakable determination. Moro strides through the sprawling hidden workshop, where ambitious projects are buzzing everywhere. His footsteps thunder through the silence as he charges forward with a brand new, unshakable purpose. Rage simmers in his chest as he stews over that brutal insult to his precious apprentice. Moro finally gets it, dissing that Kondo is just a joke. It's like spitting in his face. He stands in front of a gigantic shrouded monolith, swearing with iron determination that he won't be beaten by a powerhouse nation. His hand clamps down on the edge of that heavy tarp. With a savage jerk, he rips the cover off the object like it never stood a chance. His face turns into stone-cold resolve as he declares, "We've got our own secret weapon." A colossal skeletal mold for an FRP boat bursts into view. Moro swears he'll forge an ultra, high-speed patrol boat just so his apprentice can finally stay safe.